keeps acting like it's live, and I think it is. But are we here? Can anybody hear me? Why won't it go live? Okay, well, I don't know what was going on there, but I'm here. And what's up, everybody? It's the start of the all-day Sub-a-Thon. Woo! I was live. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad that I figured all that out. But so look. Oh, wait. Hold on. Why can't I mute it? Yeah, screw it. So, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the all-day Sub-a-Thon. I'm sorry that I got started on such a little rocky boy there, but we're here. We're going for it. We are currently, and I'm going to be doing this throughout the day, checking in at 576 subs. So the goal is a lofty 1,000. So yeah, that's what we're looking at right now, and I'm really excited about it. I'm really looking forward to crossing that benchmark. But we will see what we can do. Please, everybody, share it with your friends, like the video, subscribe, of course. That's the big thing we're doing here today. Kyle Ragsdale, hello, Kyle. Kyle's going to be on a little bit later, I believe. Or I hope so. Hope so, at least. You can sub on your second account. Like, sub, man. Let's do this thing. Like, I'm legit serious about this. I want to get to. Oh, look, we already have our newest subscriber, Apith God. Am I saying that right? Aphid God. Oh, duh. So I'm not gonna narrate it constantly with each update. But we will be doing periodic check-ins. Of course, we are going to have some guests. We got people coming in saying, "Hey, helping me out because I'm going to be going crazy by the end of this thing." So we got my mental health. We've got severe loathing and regret. We've got acid reflux stopping by at some point too, and maybe even complete and utter nonsense. So it's gonna be a really good day. No, I'm just joking. We got real people coming in. Fred Minnick's probably going to stop by at some point. Haley from Wilderness Trail. Our buddy Grease from the podcast. Kyle, as I said, from Bourbon Blind is probably going to stop in at some point. The Whiskey Dick, Bill. Also Bill Robush from Beer Lovers, Wisconsin. So we've got a whole slew of folks coming in. It's going to be a great day. I'm going to have a lot of fun with it, and I'm going to try not to drink too much, but that is not a that's not entirely a promise. Something might happen by the end of this. So we're just going to see. But I figured we may as well get this started off. Oh, and by the way, here's one of the big reasons why we're doing this. So because I'm not over 1,000 subs yet, we can't do actual super chats here on YouTube. So what we've been doing is basically kind of outsourcing it to PayPal and Venmo and Square. And the big problem with that is that a lot of people don't have the YouTube Premium. Where you can still listen to stuff in the background when you get off the app, and then you go to another website and you can do this, that, and the other. So it just becomes a hassle for people. So the big thing is being able to keep everything in one place. And I know that YouTube takes a little bit of money that I make when I do a super chat, but here's the thing. It's way easier for you guys, and it's going to be way easier for me too, because it just pops right up on the screen. You know what I'm saying? So 1,000 subs, of course, is it's the goal. 578. Up to 578. What the heck? It's gonna be a long day, y'all. It's gonna be a long day. We got a lot of legwork to do, but I appreciate everybody being in here so far. And like I said, we're gonna be going all day. So if you need to pop out, pop back in. Totally good. I'm here for it. I appreciate you. Yeah. So let's go ahead and have our first drinky boy of the day. I figured I'd start out a little bit light because I don't want to go all in right out the gate. And I'll be drinking not exclusively from, but from this is my bourbon drinking glass, Glencairn, which you can find at whiskeyambitions.com. Thank you, Chad and Sarah, for allowing us to sell some of our wares on your lovely website. So I'm also going to be in some cases I'll have to, maybe pop out, go make a sandwich, something. I've got this handy dandy little Cam B, which is going to be my phone. So you guys get to see a little bit of Ritter compound as well. But yeah, morning to you, Charles Ashworth. Thank you so much for being here. I got to bring the energy down just a little bit because I feel like if I get it all out in the first 15 minutes, I'm just going to crash and burn. And let me tell you, I don't want any of that. So going all out from the beginning could be fun. It could be, but I could also die. So there's that. So I also wanted to talk about some of the things that I want to do with YouTube in the future. And we'll touch on this a little bit later as well. But I, of course, do the podcast. The podcast is my main baby, and it's the driving force behind all the content creation that I do. But I've really been motivated and interested in getting into the YouTube space as well. And excuse me, in doing that, I will be creating more YouTube content. So it's not just live streams. It's not just me uploading audio of the podcast. I really, really want to do some edited videos, some reviews, doing some little commentary videos as well about the state of the industry and some practices that otherwise I might not talk about on the podcast. And then I also part of me even is like, well, we could extend this to oh, you even got your patrons subbing. Thank you, Mash and Drum. Thank you so much, Jason. And Kyle said he also put out an announcement to Bourbon Blind Nation. Hopefully it helps. Popping later. Thank you so much. Chad Holly. Oh, man, this should be a fun day. Please don't die. I will do my best. I will certainly do my best. Quick little look here. Look, you see? 579. Yay, one extra. Hey, love you guys too. I appreciate all y'all. Appreciate you so much. So anyway, there's more that I'm going to be doing with YouTube in the near future, but it's I want to be able to make it viable, and you guys are very welcoming and encouraging in my endeavors as always, and I just appreciate the heck out of you. I just really do. I really do. And thank you so much. 579 is really a cool. I mean, I'm not upset with that at all right now. I just really want to get that 1,000. I just really want to get it, and I'm sure it's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen today. I hope it happens today, so that we could start out our next live stream next Thursday with a fresh set of wheels and whatnot. But in the meantime, like I said, instead of our normal super chats that you would see here on YouTube, there are Snuffy chats, which are down below. PayPal, Venmo, Square, all ways of I don't know what that means. I deserve 10,000. Thank you, Scott Pigsley. I appreciate that. Maybe one day, man. Maybe one day. Maybe I could be a middlingly successful YouTuber. So that would be fun. That would be a lot of fun. All right. So I poured this and I haven't even had it yet. So what I am drinking is a Pinky's Buffalo Trace single barrel pick all the way from Texas. And this was given to me by my buddy Travis Gentz. You might also know him as Cletus from Cletus Knows Whiskey. Great guy. Really appreciate him. And whew, gotta bring my energy down just a hair because I'm crashing and burning. I'm running out of air. Where'd my water bottle go? Okay. I need to take a sip of water. Yes, and Snuffy Chats are in support of our main man, Mr. Snuffleupagus, back here. Chad Hawley with the $5 Snuffy Chat. Thank you so much, Chad. Cheers to you, my friend. Ah, yes, Woodfords. And yes, by the way, thank you to Donnie the Linux Cat. And I do believe I saw goodness gracious. I do believe I saw the actual Bourbon Wrench in here earlier as well, Mr. Trev Wilson. So thank you all so much for being here. All right. Cheers to you guys. Cheers to Mr. Snuffleupagus back here. Hashtag Snuffy Squad. Hashtag you guys are awesome. Hashtag Snuffy Chats. I don't know. I don't like saying hashtag and then saying a thing right after it. So cheers. Man, that is so good. That's a great way to wake up your palate, too. I imagine at some point, Bourbon Wrench will be popping in occasionally as well. Trev can do whatever the heck he pleases. It's his world. We're just living in it. That's not true. He's a great guy. At some point, I'll probably have to order some food or something too. So we'll see how that goes. But anyway, how is everybody today? I've done a lot of talking about myself and about the channel. I'd like to see what's going on with you folks here in the chat. The Brannickys are here. At least Tammy is. Like I said, Scott Pigsley, hello. Let's see, who else was popping in earlier? Daniel Kerber. Hi, Daniel. Jason Coates. I think I said hi to you up top. But I'm super pumped for this, y'all. I'm super pumped. Oh, Ethan Turk. Oh, long-time listener, first-time caller. It's Bourbon Night and Mash and Drum sent me. Love the podcast. Subbed. Thank you so much, Ethan. High five doing this during the Whiskey Tribe's dry week. Oh, yes. Yes. I mean, it happened just kind of by accident. But at least I, Gerald Chance. Chad. Oh, Chad. Yes, the midday drunk food delivery should be interesting. It will be indeed. Pre-game some food so you can keep it going. I'm here all day regardless. I mean, I'm probably go grab some pretzels or whatnot. But Buffalo Trace store picks are delicious. They are indeed. Daniel Kerber. I totally agree with you. I kind of stopped buying Buffalo Trace store picks for a while just because I've been so much more interested in getting like Knob Creek picks and even Russell's, But if I come across a good one or I catch wind of a really good one, then I'm all for it. I'll pick it up. It's not like it's an expensive purchase, so I don't have any issue with that. I'm sure a lot of y'all are still sipping coffee or eating your eggs and sausage. You gonna DoorDash some food to me? That would be. I appreciate that. I don't know what I'm gonna get later. Like, I'm almost pizzaed out right now, but I could be convinced. Any lurkers? If there are any lurkers, I think everybody's pretty chatty at the moment. But yeah, please stop in and say hello. I appreciate that. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Just wanted to mute that. Charles Ashworth's waiting for the bar to open. That's funny. Scott Pigsley, thank you for tagging me in Dad Drinking Bourbon. I forwarded um, the StreamYard link on to my brain is just fried today. I forwarded it on to John, so hopefully he'll show up at some point too. Hello, Brian Bernicke. Good to see you, my friend. Still stuck at that 579. We're going to keep this rolling on for as long as we can. But should have had some way to play some music or something. Some like background, like chilled cow, a little bit of lo-fi hip hop or something. Pull that up. Why not? Why not? I don't think I'm going to get flagged for it. I mean, I hope not, at least. Oh my goodness gracious! So let's. I don't know. What should we do? What should we do here? I want to play. I might play Bourbon Roulette later on in the day as well. Sort of lurking, but figure when folks see Tammy, figure I'm not far away. Very true, Brian. Very true. Speaking of store picks, Kyle and I got a barrel of Four Roses coming to Bourbon Blind Nation later this year. Can't wait to go on the pick. Very nice, man. Very, very nice. You know, like I accidentally typed a G instead of an F, and the first suggestion was Logan Paul. I'm not watching a single Logan Paul video. I'll tell you that much right now for free. Oh man. Yeah, I even like because I don't know. It's almost like going to be like a variety show in some ways. I feel like so because with all the different people coming in, like I even brought my guitar in because like why the heck not? I mean, might as well do something. But yeah, I'm pumped, y'all. I really want to get. I'm so looking forward to getting this subscriber count up. When is the first guest? The first guest will be popping in about 15 minutes, I believe. And that's going to be Haley. And I mean, people will be coming and going throughout the day. There's probably going to wind up being some overlap at some point as well, which I'm totally fine with. But, you know, warn us before the Speedo competition. You don't want to see any of that. You don't want to see any of that. From me, at least. That's not a. Pretty sure the dummies pull out the guitar at the end of their 12 hours of boom every year. Donnie, you asked earlier how long this is going to go for. I'm just going to go for as long as I can, honestly. Like I don't even know what this is going to look like by the end of it. Could just be an all-out mess. It could be. Oh, you know who else I needed to send this on to? I need to send it on to Matt from. Why is my brain not working? I'm going until 1K. Yeah, 2 days. I think so too. That's a great question. Also, hello, Spencer Math. Even if it takes 24 hours, I don't know, man. That would be great though. When I look back on the first few podcasts, moments that make me proud and moments that make you cringe. No, stop till 1K. Hi, Marshall Copeland. What's the theme of your channel? It's all bourbon reviews, bourbon content, bourbon commentary, stuff like that. We're going to be uploading more videos here in the near future as well. Excuse me, of some edited content. So look forward to that. Tammy, to your question though, when I look back on the first few podcasts, moments that make you proud, moments that make you cringe, there are a couple episodes that I like early on. I even have a hard time listening to because it just is like it's like I wasn't asking the right questions or getting the right content out of people that I wanted. And it was it really wasn't until I'd say that first interview I did with Dixon, that I figured out how I wanted to structure the show, how I wanted to structure my interviews and my conversations. And as soon as that kind of just naturally came about, um, I just hit the ground running, and I knew what I wanted to do with the podcast. But the in terms of things that make me proud, there was a level of perseverance that I had to have at the beginning, because like we weren't getting a lot of downloads first, and for the first couple of months, um and I just had to keep plugging away at it. Honestly, that was the only way I could do things. And um once I figured that out, I was you know I was in the clear in some ways. I kind of lost the thread of that in the middle. But um and the other thing too is, like, this isn't really something I'm proud of for myself, but it's something that I'm proud of. um Scott Pigsley, I contemplate doing my own podcast, but I have a crippling fear of hearing my own real voice. See, here's the thing. Episode 2 was bold. That was when we did our William LaRue Weller review, episode 2. It's ridiculous. But so anyway, one of the things that I'm most proud of is how warm the reception was, um, to me being a part of the community. And like I always said, I drew a lot of inspiration from folks like Bourbon Pursuit and the podcast, and Chad and Sarah, of course, too, of It's Bourbon Night. They were all really big inspirations and hugely influential on me, um, starting out. And everybody was just super welcoming. I mean, they were just happy to bring me in, and I'm just I want to do the same thing for other people too when the time comes. We're at 3.5 years of the podcast. It'll be 4 years in October, and that's insane. Donnie Lennox Cat, to this day, my favorite episode is with Matt ADHD Whiskey Porter. Porter's going to show up here at some point, I believe. I do believe. But I think I saw that Donnie said that we're at 582. At the beginning of the Sub-a-Thon, sub count was 565. Sub count as of now, 582. We are making some moves. We're gaining a little bit of traction. That's good to see. So thank you so much, Donnie, as well, for keeping up with the sub count. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can. Oh, maybe I could figure out how to do a widget or something, but I'm not a. What is this? Oh, okay. I get you. I get you now. But if I were a smarter, more tech savvy person, I probably could have figured out how to put up a little live sub count here on screen. But this music is really helping me kind of chill out and get into the right mindset. I freaking love lo-fi hip hop. I don't know if I probably never talked about this. But when I kind of got into Daniel, thank you so much for posting in ADHD Whiskey as well. I don't think that Matt's going to be upset about that, since he is such a good friend of the show. But I'm hoping that sincerely he stops by at some point. But if you have if you have multiple accounts, it is perfectly okie dokie to sub with your other accounts. In fact, it is encouraged. Brian, Matt's episode was great, but I still think Freddie Johnson was my favorite interview. I need a do-over with Freddie Johnson. And it's not because the first interview was bad. There was just so much that I wanted to talk about. And I didn't get the chance to. And here's the thing. I've talked about this before, but um, Freddie's one of those people where you want to sit down with him and talk, right? And in the middle of a global pandemic, I don't think that's the most responsible thing to do. Um, and like I could totally do I could totally do a virtual interview with him, but it just wouldn't be right. It wouldn't do it justice. And so I'm looking forward to when it's more viable for me to be able to sit down with him. Um, and the other thing too, this is one that I'm probably going to regret for uh, the the longevity, the life of the podcast. Um, Also, thank you, Bill. Can't get it on video at the moment, but I'm here for moral support. I appreciate you, my friend. Bill's probably going to stop by a little bit later too. Um, but the same thing kind of goes for the Russells, right? I want to be able to sit down with them, hear their stories, interact face to face. And I don't know if that's going to be a viable option now with Jimmy. I mean, unless things get a little bit more, unless things kind of calm down and get safe, I'm nervous about it, and I sincerely want to interview Jimmy. I want to so badly. He's just it, and it's not like a feather in my cap kind of deal. It's just I want to hear those stories. I want to talk one on one, and I don't want to do the standard interview like how long have you been at Wild Turkey? What was your thought process and coming up with certain products? I want to talk. I want to legitimately get into a real deep conversation with Jimmy. Chris Benny, hello, just sub. Thank you so much, Chris Benny, for the new subscriber. It means we are up to 584. We are getting there. uh Oh, goodness gracious. Yes, Daniel Kerber, 584. Thank you all so much for subbing. Hoping that, once we hit that 1,000 mark, things will kind of gain some traction. Chad and Sarah said 1,000 is the hardest. The first 1,000 is the hardest to get to. And I feel that. I feel that. But like I said, there's going to be more YouTube content coming up very soon. I've got plans for commentary videos. I'm going to do some reviews that I haven't been able to get to on the podcast. So there's plenty to come. YouTube is not just it's not just going to be a number. Excuse me. All right, cool. It's not going to be just for super chats for my Thursday streams. It's a legit thing that I'm pursuing here in the near future. DJ Beacon, just sub, getting closer to 1,000. Yes, we are. Thank you so much for doing that. Bill from the Whiskey just community posted it. Hoping I can drive you more traffic than I typically drive myself. Thank you, Bill. Emily Chambers, thank you so much. Love yous too. Love yous too. Woo! Got that like cough, and I gotta recover. Scott, I was an OG under 1,000 for IBN. Those were cringy videos. Don't tell Chad. I won't tell him. Those first few videos that It's Bourbon Night did they're still some of my favorites. But you can tell that like Sarah's super uncomfortable and Chad is just really trying to steer the ship in the right direction. And I mean, it worked out. It's not like they're it's not like they're flailing by any means. Chad, it's like Chad's full-time job now. It's great. So with DJ Beacon. Oh wait, no, that was our 584 that we had. Also, once again, thank you, Bill, so much for sharing that to your community. Sarah looked straight up scared in the early videos. Yes. Yes, she did. She looked like a deer in the headlights. You go back and watch the very first It's Bourbon Night video. She just looks so concerned about everything. And I love it so much. I think it's hysterical. I'm very thankful. Let me say this too. This is back to things I'm proud of. I am super thankful that I'm able to call Chad and Sarah friends. I'm really, really thankful for that. I'll tell a story too. I think I might have told it on the podcast before, but in the early days of It's Bourbon Night, they hadn't been around for more than about 6 months, I think. So this was 2017. In the early days of It's Bourbon Night, Chad was working for a oh, thank you, Clifton. Hey, Perry, just waking up, but just shared a link to the stream on my Discord. Cheers to 1,000. Thank you so much. I'm hoping that we get there. I missed the It's Bourbon Night theme song. I super chatted to get Chad to sing it on a live once. Chad wants to come up with like a jazzier version of it or something. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he's got an idea that he wanted me to help him with to make a new version of the song. But anyway, so I feel like I'm just gonna break out every story that I have on today's stream. But so Chad was working for a production company here in Lexington, and the weekend of the Lexington Comic Con, I think this was like the second or third one, he was on the Lexington Comic Con's Facebook page, not as Chad from It's Bourbon Night, but Chad from his production company. He was interviewing somebody, and I dropped into the chat, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, it's Chad from It's Bourbon Night. I'm gonna be at Lexington Comic Con tomorrow. Can I come and say hello to you?" And he was like, "Yeah, dude, absolutely." I think I was one of the first people that like really approached him in public and reached out to him. And we got a picture together too, just a super awkward picture of the two of us. And I love it. It's on my Instagram at PRitter1492. If you want to go see that baby-faced Perry and nervous Chad. But so we chatted that time, and it was really, really cool. And we then like a month later, they I think either an upbeat jazzy tune or go full on lounge singer, if you ask me. I'd croon the heck out of that song, man. I'd love to do a crooning version of the It's Bourbon Night theme. Plopping the stream link wherever I can. Thank you so much, Spencer. I appreciate that. She didn't look at the actual camera for the first 5 episodes. That is truth. That is truth spoken. Whew. Excuse me. But so a couple of months later, and maybe not even that long, but Chad and Sarah in one of their videos said, "Hey, if you are local and you would like to invite us to your bourbon night, please reach out and do so." I was like, "Well, we got a bourbon night coming up in a couple weeks." So I invited them. Lo and behold, they showed up, man. And like that was a huge leap of faith for them to I mean, like I had met Chad once, I had never met Sarah. And the fact that they were just like, "Yeah, absolutely. We'll come and hang out." And I can't even, I think that was the first time I had ever tried Willet. I hadn't had Elijah Craig Barrel Select before. We had a 1991 Blanton's that had turned. So that was fun. Bill, those first public recognition moments are amazing. You never forget them. Part of me wishes most of them didn't happen in liquor stores. My parents would be so proud. I was talking about this with Lucy on the pregame chats a couple weeks ago. for Patreon, patreon.com/bourbon podcast, that I don't get recognized as much as I used to. And, you know, part of that's the fact that I was home for all of 2020, but I, they're some Richard bubble bath. Yes, absolutely. 585. We're climbing, boys. We're getting there. We're getting there. Anyway, Bill, back to your comment. I have been recognized a few times out in public, but not. It slowed down a lot. It slowed down a lot, and one of my favorites was, just signed up as a sub on Mainframes. Thank you so much, DJ Beacon. I appreciate that. But I was still working for this graphic design job that I had, which was a nightmare and a half, but that's a different conversation. And I went to go get lunch at a local pizza place called Goodfellas. Fantastic pizza. If you're ever in Lexington, maybe the sole recommendation I could give you is go to Goodfellas for like our best pizza here in town. And plus 20 subs in the first 35 minutes. That is really cool. I just share my hoard with my dad. That improved his pride in me. I share with my dad all the time. I mean, as you guys know from listening to the podcast, Papa Ritter's he's a bourbon man himself. But so I was standing in line waiting to get food, and I saw this guy look at me, and he kind of had a little smirk on his face, and I was like, what's about to happen here? And this was like one of the first times I got recognized in public. And he walked up to me. He was leaving as I was waiting in line. He walked up and he just said, dude, really enjoyed this week's podcast. I was like, why didn't you tell me your name or anything, man? I was like, thank you so much, but like, I want to know who you are. I don't know who that guy is or was. So if he ever shows up in any of these things, please reach out to me. I want to say thank you for listening. And I hope that you're still listening and watching and all that. Derek Julian, what up, dude? What up with you, man? Hope you're well, my friend. It's good to see you in here. Yeah, it is pretty awesome that we've gotten over 20 subs in the first 35 minutes. That'd be incredible. Thank you all so much for that. Still not through my first glass of Buffalo Trace. Maybe I can do if I can spread it out over enough time, I'll be okay. I'll probably be fine. But I'm also a little scared. But again, thank you all so much for sharing this around. I appreciate that so much. I got my where are they? Got my little antacids over here because, like I said, my acid reflux is probably gonna show up at some point here on the stream. So I gotta try to suppress some of that as best as I can. Oh my goodness. If I start just if I start just pounding them or just start pounding them, then I get to time travel. The day will go by fast. See, here's the problem with that. I want to be able to remember, like, got to get my wife to sign up and subscribe to that. So that will be 3 today and a glass of Buffalo Trace to boot. Thank you again, D Beacon. Thank you so much. 587. We're at 587 on the channel right now, y'all. Thank you so much for subscribing and being here. Yeah. This is great, man. Not even through the first hour. And we're climbing. We're doing it. We're gonna get there. I guarantee it. I don't know if I can guarantee it, but I have a good feeling. Matt Porter, let's go. Let's have a crazy good day for Perry. Thank you so much, buddy. 100% didn't just sub on 2 of my other accounts. I'm not gonna notice it. 12 hours, 12 bourbons. It's all about the pace. If I go until midnight, that's gonna be some insane stuff. Yes, please. Thank you, Donnie. First time watchers, let us know who you are and who sent you, please. Please do that. I appreciate that. I'll give everybody little shout outs as well. And yes, that is the world's top whiskey taster, Mr. Matt Porter of ADHD Whiskey. I put this other headphone on and it wasn't really doing anything for me. Oh, goodness. This Buffalo Trace is so good. It's so good, yo. Trev Wilson's back in the house. Hello, Bourbon Wrench himself. Good to see you, buddy. Trev, send me your email address real quick. So I'm gonna forward on the StreamYard link to you as well, just in case, just if it's like just if you want to, kind of thing. Oh, because you are on vacation. Maybe you don't want to stop. You don't have to talk to me. You don't have to talk to me. It's okay. Do, 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 do. I'm seeing 588. We're working on it, y'all. We're chipping away. bourbonwrench@gmail.com. Thank you, Trev Wilson. You know what's funny? Like, I almost am surprised anymore when people say that they have a non-Gmail account. I don't know if that's how everybody else is, but yes, thank you guys. Appreciate you. Appreciate you sending that over. 25 folks in the stream. Thank you so much for being here. As I said before, because we are not yet at 1,000 subs, and that is the goal for the day, of course, we have an alternate method of super chats, rather. Whew. An alternate method of super chats, which are our Snuffy chats, which is in support of our main man, Mr. Snuffleupagus back here, hashtag Snuffy chat. All of those links are found not only in the description of the video, but at the bottom of your screen. So thank you all so much for donating to the show, everybody who's done so far. Appreciate you guys. It goes towards my daughter's college fund, of course. Got to support the baby. One Mocast. Good morning from the ball field. Work, work, work. Holy moly, that's a big jump. 595. Dang. 26 watching, 27 likes. Heck yes. Y'all, thanks so much. We're 5 away from 600. That's crazy. Good Lord, I know people with Yahoo accounts, and I look at them real strangely. Tammy, on your show, you do a lot of Q&A from your patrons weekly. What have been some of the craziest questions you've gotten? Oh, man. Don Nishida is really good about asking those off-the-wall questions. Those are some of my faves. Shoot, man. I'd have to go back through. Let's look. Uh, 600 by 1. I think we can definitely do that. Hello, Lynn Lightweis. New subscriber sent by Jason C. and DJ Beacon. Thank you so much for subbing to the channel. Appreciate you. Let me just search in the group for questions. Some preguntas. Bill Robarge asked if if we had gotten banned by Chattanooga whiskey yet. No, again, we haven't been banned by them, but Joseph Brazos, did you just tinkle in your ball house? One Mocast still got my Yahoo account from college. That's awesome. How about a bourbon barrel beer review? Yeah, absolutely. Should I do that right now, CJ? I would totally be down for that. $5.96, by the way. All right, so we're gonna test this out. Let's see how this works. Because I've got to go. I'll have to go get a glass for it as well. But all right, we're gonna switch over to the B cam. Okay. You guys are going to get, it's going to get a little trippy. Okay. All right. Bear with me. Okay. All right. So I'm here now on my B cam. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go run and grab a glass. So we can actually do a solid review of this bourbon barrel beer. Oh goodness gracious! So I like doing this. This is kind of funny. It means that I can be a little bit more mobile. You guys are seeing the interior of my house. I apologize. I got a little bit of the snots. I'll grab my snifter and move that around. Here, I'll show you guys something else real quick. This is the view out the back of our house. That's not our farmland. Oh gosh, that's not our land, but that is that's our view out back. So figured I may as well show that to you. I guess I'm gonna need a bottle opener as well. But see, like this is a great way to be more mobile if I need to. I see somebody's waiting. Oh, do I want to have that yet? Sorry, I know this is killer content. How about we have the 2020? Yeah, let's have a 2020 Goose Island Bourbon County Stout. Let's do that. And who is this waiting to join the chat? Hold on just a second. It's Haley.
Who is it?
What up, Haley?
Hey.
All right, let me switch back over to A cam real quick.
A cam versus B cam. How many cams you got?
All right. See? There we go.
Haha.
Doing it for realsies. Nice armpit shot there. Yeah, sorry, Donnie. We have our first guest. It's Haley. Haley, what up? How are you?
Hey. How's it going?
It's going great so far. We are, I think we're just about to cross 600 subs.
Sweet.
Yeah, we're 597 right now. So, and
bring them on.
I'm probably getting a little too lit too early, but oh well. This is like MTV Cribs Bourbon Edition. Yes. Please don't take the B cam on the natural breaks. I will not do that. Somebody else will be in charge of the stream at that point. So
which stream?
I knew he had an evil twin. Yeah, that's Terry. One MoCast. Yeah, I am going to be drinking the Goose Island Bourbon County Stout here in a minute.
Right.
The PCAM. I get it, Bill. I get it. So Haley, I told you that I was going to go pick up another bottle of that pick from the Breeze.
Did you lie to me?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I went and I picked it up, and it was one of the last two that he had.
Nice.
That's how much people freaking love that pick. And I mean, I'm in the same boat. I mean, it's so it's that 117 5.5-year-old rye mash bourbon.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
Especially for you, you love our wheat. So for you to gush over the rye,
I do, but like that, I don't know, man. I don't know. I was just like, first off, Leo, who's one of the founders of the Breeze, was like, he was gushing about it as well. And
he's an awesome dude.
He is so cool, man. I was so happy to get to meet him. He'll probably wind up on the show at some point in the future.
Oh, I hope so.
But so like, he was all excited about it, and I was like, well, I've got to try it. This was a couple Saturdays ago, and he just kept saying, you know, we consistently said we can't leave Wilderness Trail without this barrel. And like, as soon as I tried it, I was like, I can't leave without a bottle of this. So I was of the same mindset. So what's new with you? How are you? It's been a couple weeks since we've caught up.
Man, right? Not a whole lot. We've been really hitting the British bourbon life up pretty hardcore the last few weeks. We had another event last night with another shop and crew, and so that's really what's been going on with me a lot. That and just enjoying my world not being frozen over. So
that first day when things started melting, I was like, this is the best day of my life.
Oh, same. I was like, I'm alive.
I walked into the house and I looked at Lucy and I said, you know, it's really nice to be reminded that we actually have grass out on our front yard.
It's amazing.
Again.
It's amazing.
And it was
it
so
also,
go ahead.
Made me realize how, because my car was literally frozen to the driveway. At one point. But it made me realize how, like, I'm not cut out for this. Because that was only what, like a few days, really?
Yeah.
Like an eternity.
Absolutely. And like, I didn't drive my car for a solid 2 weeks. So like, I had the first round of ice. I had the second round of ice. I had the snow, and then the third round of ice all piled on top of my car. And I broke the scraper that I was using.
You did?
Yeah, I legitimately did. I broke it trying to get into my car so I could drive. And at one point, like, I was like, I can't do anything else to thaw this thing out. And so I drove with like a mountain of snow on the hood of my car. And that was spooky. I'll say that much, when it decided it was going to fly off.
I was going to say, I saw someone who they were driving behind me, and the ice slid from the top of their car and covered their windshield as they're driving. I was like, I would have been in a wreck. I almost wrecked watching them. You know?
I had a moment very similar to that myself. But yeah. And like, I was talking with Swan about this last week too, that he, you know, had the bright idea to put his windshield wipers up.
Yes.
Before the ice hit. Well, but that doesn't do anything when it's just, there's nowhere for it to go, because it's all been, you know, iced in. So he drove around town with his windshield wipers in the air. That's how I had to drive to work.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
What a nightmare. Yeah, I was supposed to go to Florida actually.
Oh,
work.
really?
Yeah, it was going to be one of my first like trips for work, and it was kind of an exception just because we really haven't discussed travel for us. We weren't really going to touch anything for the next month at least, as far as for safety and everything. But they were going to let me go to Florida, and I was really really excited, and we got canceled. And I was
Hey,
so crushed.
One MoCast. Y'all have fun. Good luck getting to 1,000. Thank you so much. James Taylor, happy weekend. Happy weekend to you, James, as well.
Thanks, James.
In January and February, we had 48 inches.
Jesus H, that's insane.
That is wild.
Where are you?
Yeah, right?
Remind me to not be there.
Ryan, thank you so much for stopping in, buddy. I hope you get to hop on later as well. That's Ryan from the Tell Me I'm Wrong podcast. Those guys were on my stream on Thursday night, and we had an absolute blast. We're at 598 right now.
Woohoo!
So we're getting there. We're slowly but surely getting there.
Build it up. Let's go. So what are you drinking?
So I am at the moment, I started off with just a Buffalo Trace store pick because I was like, I don't want to go too crazy too early. But here I am drinking a stout at not even 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But it's the 2020 Goose Island Bourbon County Stout.
Nice.
Just the standard release. I got a couple other ones from them this year that I haven't gotten into yet. But Scott Pigsley is in Nebraska.
Oh, wow.
That'll do it to you.
That'll do it.
Donnie, thanks for coming back.
Missed you, Donnie.
We did. Sub count 599.
Come on.
What?
We're
All right. So just 400 more people.
We got this. We got this. What do we need to do?
I don't know.
I'll sing. No, that'll take. That'll drop here.
I did bring my guitar. I was like, if something happens and I just run out of stuff to say, maybe I'll just start crooning.
That's not a bad idea.
I know, right?
This is to start our band.
Bubble bath. Meanwhile, I think I'm going to barbecue today. Sunny 54 dungarees. It's almost 50 here. It might have actually passed 50 today.
I think we breached the 50 mark, which is phenomenal.
Thank God. And then like tomorrow, it's supposed to be in the 60s, but it's raining all day long. Which, I looked at the weather yesterday. It was like 100% chance of rain, 65 degrees. I was like,
right.
Of course.
Great.
Of
Thanks.
course. Bubble Bath Bourbon, pimp me out on Instagram. Let's see if it works. Thank you, Bubble Bath Bourbon, for pimping me out.
How's it feel to be pimped?
I feel dirty. I don't feel good about it.
No.
But at the same time, who's to say?
Who's to say? Bubble bath pimping ain't easy.
No. Do as Clifton does. Stream a game. I don't think I can stream my screen from here on StreamYard. I wish I were able to. Oh, I could probably figure it out, but I don't know. Maybe that'd be another thing that happens is I just start playing like Super Mario at some point. Because
hey, have you ever played the drinking Mario Kart?
No, but I can imagine that's an incredible time to be had by all. Yeah,
it is so fun. So the rules are pretty simple. It is that everyone has a beer, or if you want to be insane, you can have something else. But you cannot drink and drive at the same time. Responsible, right?
We don't want to crash any Koopas.
Exactly. God, if Toad takes a hit, I mean that goes down fast.
The soul of Princess Peach will forever be on your conscience.
They really would. Oh my gosh. So you can't drink and drive, but you have to finish your drink before you cross the finish line.
Holy moly!
So the idea. So there's different strategies, right? There's like you just chug your drink at the very beginning of the game and then you go, or you take these like intermittent times, or you chug your drink at the very end. But that's really risky. Really, you think you got it licked, but man, that all depends on how fast you can drink.
Donnie, new subs and lurkers, please announce yourself so this My Bourbon podcast can give you a shout out. Yes, please let me know if you are here. We're sitting pretty at $5.99 at the moment, so we didn't quite get to 600 before 1 p.m., but that's okay. We will get there. Oh, look, you can share your screen.
Hey,
wow. Well, maybe later. I don't know yet. I've shared my screen on StreamYard before. What am I thinking? Jeez Louise.
You're
like,
too
this is what happens when you're a dad, like you become a dad. Like everything that's just like extraneous information just leaves your brain.
You're like, we don't have space for this anymore.
No, all I can think of now is the fact that she can put her foot in her own mouth, which is just she's growing up too quickly, Haley.
I was gonna say she's discovering her little tarsals, her little feet.
She is 4.5 months now.
Oh man.
And I swear, if she doesn't say her first word in the next month, I will be very surprised.
Really?
Legitimate. Yeah, she is extremely vocal. She's really aware of her surroundings, and she's the best, man. I can't get over the fact that she's as cool of a little baby as she is. But
what are you hoping her first word is? Are you like trying to coach her into saying
no. Like I feel guilty if I'm just like trying to go say dad, say dad. So I try to switch back and forth between saying dad and mama. But it's funny because I really don't know what direction she's going to go with her first word, because there have been times where like she's imitated the sound that we've made, like the cadence of it. But I mean, of course, she hasn't actually said anything. So it could be any number of things. Right. I mean, she could say, uh-oh, but baby cam later, I'd have to rope Lucy into that, but
hey, that might be the winner. That might be the
winner. They're out of the house at the moment, but that's okay. Oh, if her first word's bourbon, that would be hilarious.
And you're like, repeat.
Bourbon.
Bourbon. It's gonna be close enough. You'll be like, all right, that was it.
Got it. That goose stout must be some good stuff. It is really, really good. The 2020 Goose Stout I thought was better than Goose Island Stout, was better than like the past 2 or 3 years. I think they really knocked it out of the park.
I haven't had
with this one. Say that again.
I haven't had their stouts. I've had their IPA.
Oh, their IPA is fantastic.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Unfortunately, her first word and most often spoken will be no. Yeah. Well.
No. Harry, what was your first word?
What was my first word?
Papa Ritter, no.
He probably does. I think my mom might remember better. I don't know. Let's ask.
You need to find out.
Hey, Papa Ritter, let's find out what.
That needs to be a new segment on your show. Is Ask Papa Ritter.
He like calls in.
Yeah, and you get to just ask him things.
Somebody said something that I was going to respond to, and I can't remember what it was. Doesn't matter.
Repeat yourself out there.
Still sitting on $5.99. Where's that 600?
Where's our last person?
Where's the? We only need 401 more people to subscribe to the channel.
It's fine. They got it. We got this. I need to put this out. Let's see.
What's are you just still sipping on coffee?
This is I got a hot toddy right here.
Yes. Heck yeah.
And I've also got a little Dickel handy.
Oh, heck yeah.
So
is that the last year's release or the one before?
This is what? This should be last year's, I believe.
And that was 11 years old, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is 11 years. Boop, boop, boop. I'm loving it, though. It was really good.
That's what everybody's been saying, but I just can't like bring myself to buy a bottle of it because of how much I disliked the 2019 release.
Oh, was it that bad?
Well, it's not that it was bad, it just wasn't worth it.
Mm.
And it was extremely one note. So
This is definitely very simple.
Yeah. But
Very,
like the 2019 release, it was 13 years old and it just tasted like movie theater popcorn.
oh,
Which I don't mind. I like, but if it's got something else to kind of balance it out or at least complement it, then
sure.
I'm interested. But that was it. That was all that I was getting out of it. And
Right.
I don't think I even bought that. I think Kyle from Bourbon Blind actually just gave me that.
This
So.
was a Valentine's Day gift from my dad because he loves
Aw.
the meat the most.
Donnie says the 11 is nothing like the 13.
It's if I don't get any popcorn or anything. I mean, it's very simple, but it's really, really tasty for the price point and everything like that.
Yeah.
So.
And Bubble Bath said the 11 is good stuff as well.
I enjoy it. I'm a fan.
My mom says she was pretty sure my first word was dada. So, oh well.
Oh well.
Sorry, Mom.
Sorry, you didn't mean to do that.
Yeah.
My first word was apple, so neither.
Whoa.
Neither of my parents won out on that.
That's some advanced stuff right there.
I mean, I don't know. I don't remember, but it's at least what I've been told.
Sure. Yeah.
I'll take their word for it.
Donnie said no Flintstones on the 11. That's good. That's always my my biggest concern with anything Dickel is whether or not we're going to get that Flintstones vitamin.
Yeah, that little kind of like chalky medicinal.
Yeah.
Taste. No, this one's pretty good. It's been nice to sip on.
Cool. Well, I'll probably wind up getting a bottle eventually if I can still find it. You know.
Yeah.
I just passed on it like every time I saw it. So.
Well, I mean, if you had that experience with the 2019 release, I mean, I wouldn't want it. What did I have that I was like, I'll never. I think it was the Old Tub Bottled and Bond that came out.
Oh, the limited release from last year? The non-chill filtered one?
Yeah.
You didn't like it? Really?
I just got like one note dill pickles. That was it. That was all I got. I don't know if it was what I ate and drank that day or what, but every time I talk about it, everyone responds just like that. They're like, are you sure?
And I mean, I've heard people say they dislike it, but I've never heard somebody say that they got a dill pickle note.
It's funny because like usually, you get a rye and you'll kind of taste dill here and there, whatever. But it was all I could taste. It's so strange. It was really strange. So who knows? I maybe need to revisit it and see. Maybe it was just like my palate. I've been on a few different things that night, so it was kind of had a lot going on. But I really did. That's how I was with Booker. See, just one
atrocious batch, and they were already kind of going downhill. Here's the thing with Bookers. Actually, I'm going to keep that up. I still really, really enjoy Bookers. I do agree with him. I do think it has gone downhill slightly, but I can't justify the price on it anymore.
Sure.
And especially when there are Knob Creek single barrels that are sometimes twice as old and about the same proof, but they're also, $30 cheaper, $40 cheaper. So, I mean, and we've been consistently getting great Knob Creek single barrels over the past couple of years. And I mean, even though, you know, they're not as old as they used to be, the 9-year-olds are still phenomenal.
Yeah.
I'm still a big fan of those 9-year-old picks. So I again, that's still significantly older than Booker's normally is. And like it's funny too, because Booker's has been declining in age as well over the past couple of years. Because it was typically like 7.5, pushing 8, maybe. But now it's like barely 6, or like not even 6.5.
Right.
It's just it's super bizarre. And they haven't, you know, there's that myth almost that they hiked the price up to $90. Didn't happen. That wasn't a Jim Beam decision. That was the something that the market did or stores did. But anyway, I just they haven't adjusted the price on it, I think, for what it should have, to reflect what the product in the bottle actually is.
Yeah. It's
If it
crazy.
was
With
yeah. If it was lower price, I'd give them more of a chance. I agree. I need to figure out how to, and Bill, you might know how, but I've seen that Jim Beam sends out media samples. So I need to figure out how to get on
Your
that.
media.
I am media, surprisingly. I don't know who gave me the keys to the media store, but here I am.
That's you, huh?
Yeah. For me, Old Tub was great on the first pour, and after it opened up, it doubled down on the funk. Doubled down? Doubled down? I don't know.
Double down? Did it double down in a good way or a bad, like good funk or bad funk? How we talk? Some people want funk, you know.
Bill said, "I've never had luck with media samples with Jim Beam." That's fair. That's fair. I think really the only place that I've truly seen them go to is not Bourbon and Banter. Son of a gun. Why can't I think of anything today?
You got dad brain.
Breaking Bourbon. That's who I was thinking.
Ah.
Yeah, because I think they actually had a picture of a sample bottle of some Bookers or something. I am really interested now. I want to grab my Old Tub real quick.
I wish I had some here to drink, and so I could like recheck myself here.
Can you hold down the fort for 2 seconds while I grab it?
You got it.
Awesome, thank you.
You got it. All right, time to dish. Here's what I truly think about Perry while he's gone. Wonder how long this will take. Does he know where it's at? Let's start taking bets. How long does everybody think it's going to take to find us?
I can't hear what you're saying, but I can only imagine that it's positive.
Yeah, super positive. Super positive. That's what I'm here for. Positivity. All about it. I wonder if, Perry, do you have real pants on today? No.
There it is.
All right.
All
right. Everyone, shut up. Don't listen to it. Don't say anything. I mean, what?
All right. Take over the channel and change the name. That'd be really funny, actually. Bill said, "Haley, tell us about you. I don't think I've ever seen you before."
Oh, hi, Bill. My name is Haley Peros. I am one of the brand managers for Wilderness Trail Distillery. I've been there for 4 years, coming up on 4 years in the next month. And yeah, live in Lexington, Kentucky. I love bourbon. I love science. A big science nerd, which is great for working at Wilderness Trail. And outside of that, I love music. Missing a lot of live music these days. Had a music podcast up until live music went away, and then there was really no point to exist as a podcast. So That's about it, really. I trail run, and I have a fat cat named Francis who's wailing outside right now. He's ready to be running, but I think he needs a little extra exercise. So,
Yes, Daniel, this is Haley's Bourbon Podcast.
That's right. That's right. That's what we're here for.
Wilderness Trail, nice job. Yeah.
Thank
You've been
you.
with Wilderness Trail basically like the inception of it almost.
Pretty much. I mean, I would say, I was there before we ever released any bourbon or anything like that. So it was really hard to, we reached 600. Woo!
We did it. All right. 400 more to go. And I don't know how many more hours we're going to go.
See what happens when it turns to Haley's podcast?
Yeah, you were the one who turned the tide.
That's it. That was me.
I'll give you the full credit for sure.
Yeah, it's not the year's worth of work you put into this.
That's what happens. I leave, and all of a sudden, the channel turns to being just awesome. So, I don't know.
How's that old tub? What are you getting on there?
It's interesting because I almost don't have any memory of this. Also, thank you all so much for subscribing. I meant to say that. I didn't mean to just kind of flippantly ignore the fact that we hit 600.
That's exciting.
That's awesome. Seriously, sincerely, thank you all so much. 601 now. Wow. What do you know?
Woo-hoo.
What do you know?
We're on our way.
So I legitimately don't have much of a memory of this, but I know that we reviewed it, and I think I gave it a pretty good score.
Yeah.
I have to imagine that I feel like it was probably about 13 or 14 out of 20. So, I mean, not bad by any means, but
that's a strong score.
Yeah. James Taylor, hope to see you back in later as well. Scott, tell Wilderness Trail they need to expand their distribution to Nebraska.
Oh, we're working on it. We are. I promise we'll be there soon, sometime soon. We would
I imagine that 2020 didn't help that too much.
2020 helped us.
That's fair. That is
2020 gave us a chance to kind of catch up.
So what I'm picking up on the nose, it's really grassy.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like it's got a very unique green apple note on it as well, but it's all kind of encapsulated by a fairly dominant oak note that I wasn't expecting from a 4-year-old bottled and bond.
Right.
You know, like usually 4-year-olds are they have a good level of depth to them, but the oak really isn't what you're typically seeing.
Not with a rye, no. Yeah.
I wish that I remembered what I actually scored this back in the day to compare it, but
I was gonna say we need to find that.
I still think it's good.
Good.
I really do.
Fine. Prove me wrong.
But I do think that the non-chill filtering is doing a lot of the legwork for it.
Yeah.
Those fatty acids are really, really helping it out in a good way.
They make a huge difference. It really does.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what allows ours to also, kind of differentiate
something here. I'm going to compare it to the 4-year Jim Beam bottled and bond, just the standard offering, because I'm curious how much of a difference there is. Sub count 603.
Woo-woo!
What up? And our most recent sub looks to be Matthew S. Matthew, thank you so much for subscribing to the channel.
Me and Matthew S., we go way back.
He was my best friend in high school.
Super tight.
Oh, Thank you, Donnie. I just asked folks from the Mid-South Bourbon Brotherhood to come over to watch and sub.
Woohoo! Bring
So
them
thank you
on.
all so much. Tammy asked Haley, what's coming out of Wilderness Trail?
What's new coming out at Wilderness Trail? Well, hopefully more aged product as we kind of get into that higher allocation, and probably within the next, I would say 3 or 4 months, is that 92 proof rye whiskey. So our rye whiskey has been served at cask strength for the last 3 years. So getting it out to a 92 proof, just a straight across the board, which for a lot of people, for a lot of people that already love our rye are kind of like, wah, wah, you know, you're dumbing it down. But we want to be more approachable and have something that works better for cocktails and things like that. So,
and that's what Shane was talking about last year when I came and chatted with you guys there as well, was that was really directly intended for the cocktail industry.
yes.
I don't disagree with that notion at all, nor should I disagree with it. But I'm somebody who loves spirits forward cocktails.
Yeah.
Right? So what is it about the lower proof rye that is allowing it to function better in a cocktail as opposed to, you know, these 100+ proof rye whiskeys that you all have been putting out?
I think it's more based on the type of bartenders that we're talking about, right? Bartender preference, and then also going into that broader market preference still, you know.
Yeah.
If you are new to bourbon, new to whiskey, or maybe just like aren't into the high proof stuff, you're never going to be into the high proof stuff, right? It's just gonna, I say you're never going to be, you're not going to, if you're not into high proof alcohol, you're not going to like that in your cocktail. It's going to taste off, right? It's going to be like, oh, you poured so much into this cocktail, like you over poured me a drink. And it's like, no, I didn't. I poured you the ounce and a half that's supposed to be in the drink. It's just a higher proof. It just tastes off-putting to people who aren't accustomed to that, you know.
Sure.
But from a marketing standpoint and just reaching that kind of audience, you know, and I think a lot of bourbon purists also have a hard time sometimes putting those higher proof ones into cocktails, just because with it being such a higher proof, I mean, that's it. It needs, sometimes you want it just to stand alone, right?
Yeah.
That's the point, is that it's like, hey, I'm 100 proof or more. Taste this. Taste it all the way, you know?
Yeah, and to that point too, recently we've been making more old fashions at home, or going over to families and making old fashions. And typically what we've been doing is putting anywhere from 90 to 94. So, you know, a Maker's Mark or an Elijah Craig in there. And it doesn't, again, it doesn't stand out the way that I would like to with spirits forward cocktails, but it does a really nice job of balancing all of the sweetness that you are given with an old fashioned. That also reminds me of sometime last year, somebody just totally dunked on people who are like, yeah, but you ever had an old fashioned with rye whiskey instead of bourbon? It's like, yeah, dude, that's your personality type. We get it.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we got that.
Yeah.
But
so Matt Porter, the world's top whiskey taster, mind you, says Haley wins the old tub argument. Yucky McYuckerson, pickles or not.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. Thanks very.
Bill, I need to bounce for a few hours depending on how long you stream. I may be back later. Nice seeing you all. Nice meeting you, Haley. Good luck, Perry. Thank you so much, Bill. We're gonna be on here for a while.
We have a few hundred more to go.
Just a few. And we're sitting at 6:04 right now. So also want to say thank you to Gabriel Rivera, who came in here. Thanks to Donnie, the Linux cat, as well. I appreciate you so much for stopping by.
Making it happen.
Hope you enjoy the stream. I want to get to this Jim Beam Bottled and Bond as well.
See what it does for you. What does that mean?
That's me confirming that the Jim Beam Bottled and Bond's just got a better nose.
Okay, fair. See, I'm with you.
Yeah, the Old Tub's almost a little bit flatter, interestingly enough. Have you had the regular Old Tub, or the chill filtered one, the Bottled and Bond chill filtered one?
No, I haven't.
It's really corny. It's super corn forward. And again, going back to, it's just I think it's actually age stated at 4 years old. But it's just a young Bottled and Bond bourbon that hasn't, taken the time to develop well in the barrel. But,
right. It's hard. It's hard to do that. I mean, like, it's just hard at that age. 4 years old, you're still so young. That barrel's still so saturated. There's no oxygen. There's no room to move. I've recently started describing like aging in a barrel like a dance competition.
Okay. in what? Please elaborate on that.
or like a dance marathon.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So like the barrel starts off, the dance floor is really packed right at the beginning, and everyone's there's no room to move, so you're all just kind of like this, right?
Right.
You're just going, you're really active, but you're like, yeah, but there's no room to move on the floor, right? And then but quickly after a couple hours, a lot of them will drop off, right? And then there's more space on the floor. And that's when you have like people who actually know how to dance actually be able to shine, right? There's more space on the floor. So there's people who know what they're doing. They're getting there. They're dancing. There's more room for them to move. And then eventually, and then that's when you reach like your prime age, right? That's that 6 to 8 to 10 year mark, right?
Right.
And that's, and then after that, they get fatigued. And then all you have left are these tired folks that are just trying. They're just trying. There's plenty of space, but there's nothing happening at that point. They're just like, we're in it. And that's when I've
seen that episode of Gilmore Girls. I know.
Exactly. See, exactly. And that's when you get like too much space. You're over oaked. You're tired. It's no good. It's no good. So that's
we got a lot of Team Peanut fans here.
Team Peanut.
Speaking up about the old tub.
I like peanut flavor. I
do too.
Yeah. I do. I like it a lot, especially it'll, if you find it in a good balance. I get a lot of good like Reese's Cup. You get those chocolate notes too. Yeah. So I like some peanut flavor for sure, as long as it's not too dominant or it doesn't taste like the powder peanut flavor.
Like circus peanuts?
No, like fake, like peanut additive. Like if you were to like add powder peanut.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sometimes I feel like it gets that chalky, weird peanut flavor. I don't know. Is that too specific? Maybe.
Peanut additive is a first for me. That's like you've got your fake sugars, you've got your, saturated fats and everything, and then peanut additive.
Have you ever had it?
I don't think I have. I'm gonna be straight honest with you. I don't know if I've ever had that. Dawn, all the way from Hawaii, says good morning. Good morning to you, Dawn.
Good morning, Dawn.
Thank you for being here. Hope that you're having a good day. Dusty nuts. Yes, thank you, Tammy.
There we go. Yes, they're circus peanuts.
Sometimes I get peanut shells note, which is not as pleasant.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not a big peanut shell person. Daniel Kerber, thank you for the sub update. We are at 604. Under 400 is looking pretty doable at this point.
We got this.
I think. I hope so, at least. We'll go until like 2 a.m. I don't know. So, I having tried the Jim Beam next to the old tub.
How we feeling?
I prefer the Jim Beam. I do. I really do. And like I made a face a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But the Old Tub is not good in comparison to the Jim Beam. Like, it falls really, really flat on its face after trying the Jim Beam Bottled and Bond. They
And
are
maybe,
night and day different.
I was gonna say maybe that's one of the reasons why I like thumbs down the Old Tub so hard, is because like I was sampling different things that night, and so like I'd had a couple of really good pours prior to, and so then having that after, and I was like, just put off, and I also probably because there'd been a lot of hype about it. A lot of people like the Old Tub. So I was really surprised that I was getting these flavor notes. And I was like, y'all like this? You want to share this?
I do wish that I compared it to the Jim Beam Bottled and Bond when we first reviewed it, because I more than likely wouldn't have given it such a glowing review. And, hindsight's 2020 and whatnot. But
no, 2020 was last year.
Oof.
Sorry. It was a bad joke.
Big oof in the chat.
Bad jokes.
Old Tub proof is lower. No, Donnie, is also Bottled and Bond.
Yeah, also 100 proof. Listen. But who knows? I mean, if you drink it on its own, and not compare it, it probably does have a good standing.
Adafree can't hang around today. Got a family function to attend, but good luck on the Sub-a-Thon, and I'll be back on the channel soon. I almost said Thune. Thune. My non-existent lisp that I used to have just popped up. Thank you so much, Adam, for stopping by and saying hey. I appreciate that. Old Tub tastes lower proof. I can get on board with that.
Yeah. It definitely, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of, it definitely doesn't drink as potent as 100 proof. Yeah, I will agree with that for sure.
So I had something I was going to ask you, and it slipped my mind, but it just came back. Well, do you think we're ever going to see I'm going to say this, and I don't mean it negatively, but an overaged Wilderness Trail weeded bourbon?
I think it's highly possible. I do.
Yeah.
I think it's highly possible. For sure. For a multitude of reasons. One, because we don't know what overaged is yet for us. Yeah. Well, yeah. Also, man, gotta get that 20-year-old.
The Pappy effect, yeah.
23, let's go. Whatever. That's when you're tired on the dance floor.
Here we see the sad old tired bourbon being poured out from the barrel. Watch as it drip, drip, drips.
It's a tired bourbon. I definitely think we will. I think there's a good chance of it, only because the Pappy effect for sure. We want to see how far we can
absolutely
go. And also for us, we don't know how far is too far yet. Our oldest barrels we have right now, we have like, I think one barrel, maybe two, that are at 8 years at this point.
Wow.
They're like nearly empty because we keep testing.
But I mean, that's good testing for the future, so you know what it's going to look like. I mean, it's not going to be a one-to-one comparison, but at the same time, you do almost have to have that one control barrel so that when you have another 8-year-old product, you're like, okay, now we know what to do with this. We have our, we have everything kind of in a row.
Well, and absolutely, we don't want to get to 8 years and be like, I hope this is good. So we're testing all the time. So I think there's a chance for sure that we'll have some stuff that'll maybe be a little too old, but also there are people out there that love that flavor. There are still people there that have convinced themselves that that's what it is, which I mean, the Pappy effect for sure, but also kind of tradition behind flavor profiles, right? I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
Got rye is a traditional flavor in a lot of ways, which is a terrible thing to say, but when you're I think I've told you this before, but I call like those kind of ryes like the Marlboro Reds of whiskey, right? That's the Cowboys flavor. So
Absolutely.
I don't know. I think there's definitely a possibility it'll happen.
Right.
If it reaches the market, we don't know, but it'll definitely
Sure.
it'll definitely get.
We've got somebody else we're going to add to the stream. Everybody, please welcome Bill, the Whiskey Dick.
Hey guys. So I did mean it when I said I couldn't really hang out very long, but I went upstairs. My wife was asleep on the couch and the kids were both on their iPads. So instead of, parenting, I figured I'd come down and have a drink with you.
There we go.
Perfect. Bill, it's all good to see you, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you? Well, I know how you are because I've been watching you for the last hour and a half.
I'm in as good a spirits as I can at the moment. We are up to 6:05. Yeah, see? All about the puns here. We are up to 6:05 and also got another snuffy chat from Mr. Don Nishida. $10. He said, #GiggleFest 2021. Yeah. Thank you, Don. I appreciate that. Cheers to Snuffy. Cheers to Don all the way in Hawaii.
Cheers to Snuffy.
So GiggleFest 2021, I'll tell about that real quick. We got a review on the podcast a couple weeks ago, and they gave us 3 stars, and they were like, "Love the content," but they're just always laughing. I'm like, "What do you want? What do you want from me, man? Like, like I want to have fun with this. I know that it's got serious undertones and overtones, but like." Let me enjoy this. Let me be happy doing the thing. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
You're not supposed to have personality. You're just supposed to be like
a
machine that reports.
Yeah, if we could all be what's his name from Forrest Gump?
There we go.
Not Forrest Gump. Ferris Bueller.
Oh, Ben Stein.
Ben Stein, thank you. Yeah. I told you my brain is just broken today for some reason. I think I'm
terrible with celebrity names. I'm happy I pulled that one out.
I think I'm so like just going through the motions of like we gotta do this, and like I'm so tuned into it that I can't think straight for whatever reason. But 606 up to 606. Thank you all so much for that. Patrick Starkey, hey Perry, good morning from down under. Patrick is he's in New Zealand, excuse me, at the moment for work. So he's coming to us from the future.
Did Perry end up hitting 1,000 subs or what?
Yeah, let us know. Yeah, what's the future look like? We just had the stimulus bill pass too. So did that actually help? Do we know yet?
Did they pass that again?
Yeah, it passed like in the wee hours of the morning.
Okay, I missed that.
Good. Yeah. I did too. Last I heard that it was at least still on the docket, so that's nice.
I woke up to like a Twitter notification telling me about it. Mm-hmm. So that's the only way I found out.
Congrats to us, huh?
Yeah, right. We did it. We did it, Joe.
Did either one of you guys end up pouring anything different, or are you still drinking the same stuff? And I kind of forget what it was.
Well, I still have some of the Jim Beam Bottle and Bond.
Right, and Haley, are you still drinking the Dickel?
Yes, still drinking Dickel right now. I've got a couple things handy, but still drinking on the Dickel.
I've got a few handy myself.
Yes, like 1 or 2 bottles though. It doesn't look like much.
Yeah.
my floor whiskey at the moment is insane. Like, I really need to clean up in here. It's getting
before I got the shelves up. Floor whiskey was pretty much the name of this room here. So it was. There's this long shelf here that spans the whole room, and we recently built this whole like 2 new rooms in our basement, and this one actually, you know what the heck? I'll give you a little behind the scenes.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
So don't mind the shake.
Bourbon MTV cribs.
So I've got this big curtain here where I do some B-roll. That's a mess at the moment. Don't mind that. I've got my casting couch over there.
Oh my god!
So that's where the whiskeys, they decide if they're going to be on the show or not. Bunch of camera gear.
Okay. All right. Wow. Not what I was expecting there.
I got the
picture of a bottle sitting on that couch.
I've thrown a picture or 2 like that up on the Discord before, making the same kind of joke. So this long shelf here, this whole thing was completely covered in whiskeys. Back when we were just starting to build this room, and my in-laws came over, and they know that I have the channel and everything, but I think it was the first time they truly understood the scope of how many bottles I have.
Yeah.
And my mother-in-law was like, this is concerning. And I said, but look, they're all like a 10th empty. It's totally fine. But, yeah, there's quite a few. The sticker is new though. I just put that up earlier this week.
Dude, I haven't seen the new setup yet, so this is really cool.
Thanks. Yeah, I haven't done a whole lot of episodes in here yet. So
yeah. Patrick, it's 8 a.m. on a Sunday. Too early for bourbon? Never.
No,
absolutely not.
Absolutely not. He lines up bottles on the couch and makes them watch him throw darts. Hopefully we didn't get demonetized.
Oh,
no. I don't think I can even get monetized until once I'm over 1,000. So
that's a good point, actually.
We just don't have anything to worry about.
Thanks, Tammy. Yeah, I love this color blue. I've always loved blue and green, and this color is it's funny. The color is called Traveler Blue, which took me a little while to learn to figure out. It might be a pun on just Blues Traveler. Which is great because I love that. I love Blues Traveler as well. So it's like, yeah, I'll take it. So it's pretty nice.
Yeah, man.
Doesn't get you bad though, Haley. I mean, that's you're probably a lot more comfortable than I am.
Where I'm at?
Yeah.
Do you know what this thing is?
I'm guessing that's a headboard. It looks like a bed, right?
No.
Oh, it's not.
It is a table.
It's a table. Well, it's a great backdrop. It looks nice.
So I had to do a quick move several years ago, and went from a beautiful larger house to a studio, kind of a studio, shotgun apartment, and I didn't have room for my table anymore, so I hung it on the wall.
Okay.
That is so clever.
You would never know though, like at least not from our view.
Yeah, right.
It just looks like wall decor.
It's beautiful. It's a heavy wall decor.
If there's an earthquake, it's the first thing to ruin the foundation.
Every couple of weeks, because it's just up on our French cleat is all I did for it. And so I don't know what else to do. So it's just up on two lines of French cleats, and so every couple of weeks I peer behind it to make sure it's not breaking away from the wall.
Right.
Haley, were you living in Lexington when we had an earthquake about 13 or 14 years ago?
No, that was just, I've been here for, oh gosh, well, what year is this? I moved here in 2009. So almost. When did we have an earthquake here?
It was like 2007. It was crazy.
Yeah. Out of the country.
It happened in the middle of the night too. And I was a freshman in high school, and I just happened to wake up as it was happening. And I went into science class the next day, and I had the worst science teacher ever. She was just this horrible, horrible lady who was mean and clearly didn't like teaching, but she went to college for it, so that was what she was gonna do with her life.
She's like, well, I'm stuck.
It's like this is my life now, and so it's gonna be yours as well. So she was like, we would try to have a conversation with her about something, and that thing when you're trying to foster knowledge for yourself and you have a really bad teacher who does not respond to you well at all, and they just totally shut you down. That was her. She wouldn't say, she wouldn't really give an explanation if it was the wrong answer. She would just say no, and that was it. What are you doing? Why are you like this? Anyway.
Right. Tell me why. Tell me more.
Yeah, there's no reason for you to be this way. Anyway. That was the weird story I had about the earthquake that we had here in 2007. Anyway.
Sorry, how old are you have one kid, is it?
I have one. Yeah, I have one kid. I'm 27.
You're 27. Okay, yeah. You'll get that way with your own kids when they get a little older too. Because at some point, it's funny. I feel like I've been training my whole life. I'm a tech guy, but just have always loved science as well. And when I was growing up, I was like, this will be great. I can explain why the sky is blue. I can tell you why the grass is green. Like all this stuff, you know. And then when your kids ask you, you're like really psyched about it for a little while, and then when it's like 9:30 and they're just like, you know, why are elephants gray or why is my pillow soft? It's just like, oh my God, go to sleep. Stop. Stop talking.
You're like, enough with the questions. Just no.
Oh, yeah. I got a question for you. Why aren't you sleeping? Oh, maybe your teacher had a little bit of that going on too.
This is like, it's kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum, and it's almost like, I mean, it's pretty sad, but like my brother had a moment like that. He was I don't think he was even 10 yet. And my brother is insanely smart. I mean, he is just leaps and bounds ahead intelligent wise than I am. That didn't come out the way I wanted it to. But anyway, he's really, really smart. But like, even at a young age, he was like, well, if we're all gonna die, what's the point of living? You know, like it was rough, man. It was rough. Like, he was like, yeah, he was like 8 or 9, and like he had just gone to bed or something, and he came downstairs like sobbing to my mom and dad, like asking him that question. And I was like, when I found out about it, I was like, okay, I'm 12. What do I do? Like, I don't want to have to field this question, but anyway.
It's a lot.
Happier things. Dawn, I have whiskey older than Perry.
Ooh. Actually, I don't. So I just got to jump in. I hear my kids coming downstairs, which means I think I've pushed it. So Perry, again, good luck. And
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. Soon. Sounds good, buddy.
See ya.
Bye, Bill.
Cheers. Bill drinks scotch on a bourbon podcast. I don't know if we've done that yet. We need to do a scotch episode just to piss some people off.
Mix it up a little.
I do have this and it's been sitting looking at me since like October, but I've got this Balvenie Tasters collection that I really want to get into. But I got to save it for when Swan's back. What are these samples?
What are they? Oh,
I've got unmarked samples just chilling on my bar.
Mystery Samples, Life of a Bourbon Podcaster. Come here, Frank. Frank's gonna join us.
I did find my Infinity bottle.
That's a fun one.
I haven't had anything for my Infinity bottle in a good while. I might hold off on it for a bit, but I remember I had a lot of like Elijah Craig's in there too.
Infinity bottles.
Hey.
Fun.
Mine's just an old granddad bottle and bond bottle.
Mine is an old rum bottle from Wilderness Trail.
Nice.
Yeah. Come here, Frankie. Show everybody how good you are.
Smells pretty good.
There you go.
That Ardbeg Black is pretty good. Is it meant to be said that way? Frank, you're killing me, dude. Patrick said you should do that blind flight I sent you. I should do that, actually. I think I'm looking at the box. I've got a bunch of samples from people that I need to get into. Bourbon Battalion on Instagram sent me some.
There you go.
Scott, I have that Balvenie set. It's good. Sorry.
Good.
Our trip keeps getting postponed. I hope that you guys can travel soon, Gabe or Donnie. Wow, I'm missing a couple of things here and there. All right. My brain's breaking.
What's wrong here? How do we fix you?
I don't know.
What do we do here for you?
I'd have to go grab some pretzels or something here in a second. Oh, man. Oh, what a sweet boy.
He's such a mama's boy. It's so pathetic. I don't know what I've done to him.
He's got that white patch on his chest, which I love.
He's a little star cat. What are they're he's got like, what is he? He's a Balboa? No, that doesn't sound right. I don't know. He's some.
That's a type of rye.
I can't think. I don't know.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
He's cute.
He's a very handsome boy. I'm
He
sure
is.
one of mine will show up here in a little bit as well.
He knows he's getting attention from you somehow. I feel like
Most definitely.
he definitely does, because like every Zoom I do, he knows, he sees people. Whiskey Panther, I love
it.
that. I almost named him Bagheera, which is the panther
Heck yes.
Jungle Book. See, you little punk. But his little white patch changed that. Plus, he's I don't know. He's not exactly the Bagheera type.
We when we found our male black cat, we had just gotten back from seeing Solo. And so we called him Lando for a while. But like when he was a kitten, he looked just like Berlioz from the Aristocats.
Yeah.
Like he had the big blue eyes and everything.
Yeah.
And he grew out of them and he has green eyes now, which is really strange. But we changed his name to Berlioz. But he also has he doesn't quite have a white patch, but he has like white stripes on his chest. So like T'Challa would have been good too for Black Panther or something like that. But
what we missed out on. Now I'm gonna cover his
buddy.
butthole.
Please don't. Yeah, we're gonna get flagged on YouTube.
Right.
Before we even get to 1,000 subscribers. We are sitting at 6:09 at the moment, and it's not even 2 o'clock yet. So hopefully we get an influx here sometime soon. I don't know. I legitimately don't know what's going to happen the rest of the day.
How long are you going to do this? Like how?
I don't know. I also don't know that. Like I mean, Donnie, no one eye, please, Haley.
I'm trying to prevent that. He has no discernment.
We need to get like a filter or something that automatically detects cat buttholes.
Have you seen the they make like little, this is the most ridiculous thing. I would never do this, but I thought about it. Is that they make like little like pendants, little like bedazzlers. So like you can put it on their tail, and then like a little jewel or a little thing hangs down and it's supposed to cover up their little star.
That's amazing.
It's insane that it exists. It's amazing.
That's so funny.
It's amazing.
Oh my gosh. Scott, he's off for a bit. Be back on later. Thank you, Scott, for being here. Tammy, snack time. I agree. I'm gonna go grab some pretzels real quick.
Snack time it is.
Because I've only had a bacon pimento cheese scone today, and I need more.
Enough. You need more food.
I'll be back.
Make it
2
happen.
seconds. I'm gonna make you the primary screen here, Haley.
Oh, lucky me. Hey.
Good luck.
Ow. All right. Exciting stuff. See if cats get him more subscribers soon. Frank will now sing you a song. He's going to sing you a song. And something I've trained him to do. He's really good at it. He will sing a song about cats in the key of C. Get it? For cats. Ooh, I got a package. Exciting day for me. Right, Frank? Oh man, everyone must be getting hungry. It is the afternoon. Who wants to take a bet? Can you see the chat, Haley? Sort of. I can see you. I can't see everyone's chat. I wonder if I can pop it up. Ah, there we go. Found it. Found the chat. Thank you. Oh, we're back.
I'm back. Sorry. I pulled up that comment for you to see as well.
Thank you. I was like, man, I don't know.
Yeah. All right. We have got number 610 from RJ Martoya, I think. Question mark. Thank you so much for subscribing. And thank you, everybody who is a new subscriber as of today. I appreciate you guys so much. Finally, that other guy was too giggly. I see how it is, Patrick.
Come on.
The stream is brought to you by Dots Pretzels, homestyle pretzels. Have you ever had these?
No, tell me more about that.
Oh man, they are perfectly seasoned. It's a small town recipe, big time flavor, all the way from Velva, North Dakota.
Ooh, Velvet.
They've got a Southwest flavor as well. It's like super spicy buffalo-y. So,
what's the season they have on them now? Like, what's their original seasoning?
Do you want me to read? Do you want me to read the ingredient? I'm not going to read the ingredients.
Read them to me. No, I'm kidding.
I don't know. It's got good stuff.
Got stuff and such. Are you gonna eat them in the mic so we can have some ASMR going on? Or no, not for you. Do you ever listen to ASMR things or look at them?
I actually don't. And it's not that I'm opposed to it. I just haven't really gotten into it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
for sure.
Sorry.
I watch a lot of it more out of like the fascination of like the different ways that it exists, right? Because there's all kinds. There's like the eating stuff, there's have you seen the soap cutting videos?
I don't know anything about that.
There's a whole world out there of people just cutting soap and getting paid to do that. It is insane.
Maybe that's the shift that we're gonna make on the channel is we just do bourbon ASMR.
I really think we could do it.
Pouring whiskey into a glass.
Yeah, like getting like the nice pops and things.
Exactly.
I could do better. But yeah, it's just amazing to me that like the different categories, because there's like people that do makeup and they'll take the little brushes and they'll like brush on the mic. What? Why?
So weird.
The people get paid to do that.
I almost don't get it. You know what I mean? Like I don't fully understand the appeal behind it, but at the same time, part of me is like, no, there's like a tactile thing to it where you really do feel, almost kind of strangely connected to it as well.
There's a weird sensory thing to it. And some of it has been really interesting and been like, oh, okay, I can see, I like that sound, or I could see why this. Yeah. And then some of them, like some of the eating ones have been so off-putting.
I can't listen to people eat on microphone.
Oh,
I can't. It's the worst.
There's okay, some crunchy stuff, whatever, that's okay. But once it starts getting like real slurpy and weird, I just
oh no.
Mm-mm. Why?
No. Oh man, that just turned my stomach a little bit.
But
so Patrick was talking about the dots. He said it's like a buttery garlic. It's got some like herbs in there too.
That
sounds like a light herb. You can get them at Total Wine.
Are they like the sticks, or are they like the little twisty knots?
They are kind of both.
Oh,
like a twisty stick. Yeah.
You have it all in one. I see.
Yeah. Papa Ritter's here.
Papa Ritter. We've already been talking about you. About time.
He knows too.
I'm sure he could sense. Already do.
So we were talking about Tammy, is he joining on camera today for story time? I need to forward him the link as well. Hey, is that Papa Ritter OG? It is Papa Ritter OG. The original gangster himself. Yes, Dad, it was good. We were talking about the what my first word was. Give us some Papa leaks. That's hilarious.
Papa leaks. I was gonna say ask Papa Ritter. That's gonna be the new thing.
Our new segment.
Yes.
Podcast. We are up to 611 now.
Woohoo!
Saw that. Hold on.
Frank's got
Getting this sent to the right location.
pretty soon you'll be able to hear Frank snore like a grown man.
Amazing.
He's
fantastic.
He's got the power. It's quite astonishing.
He was staring very intently into the camera.
He was giving everybody the eyes. Did y'all see that?
Yeah, it was great. So Mama Ritter is getting her first dose of the vaccine today.
Yay!
Yeah. Which
Congrats.
is super cool. She celebrated her 60th birthday a week ago.
Happy 60th, Mama Ritter.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Oh, Dad, we love you too. All right. Top of the hour at hour 2.
Woohoo!
The all-day Sub-a-Thon.
Okay, so wait, so you started at noon?
Yeah.
Nice. You've been rolling ever since.
Sagging and dragging the pioneer wagon.
I can't wait till it's like 4 a.m. and you're just delirious. And you're not even drinking bourbon anymore, or you've surpassed like the Beams 8-star, 5-star, and then you're just drinking Steel Reserve at this point.
Next, we're going to talk about Jack Daniels. No, I just got a massive like infinity glass or something.
Yeah, just some sort of weird concoction, and it's like that and like Kool-Aid. You just got it going on. Haley, you doing well? Yes, I am. I'm doing great. I also have received my first dose of the vaccine.
Look at you.
Yeah. Walgreens. Everyone search Walgreens and don't specify the area code. You can drive. You can go there, right? So.
Are you serious? It's that easy?
I'm an essential employee, which is nice.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
But that is my only qualifier. I obviously don't reach the age range or anything else, but yeah. So doing great. Got Frank here with me. He is irritated. He is not getting all the attention per usual, and that's it. That's it. Hopefully Mama Ritter doesn't have any issues with it. My arm just was sore. Well,
my brother got his first dose a couple weeks ago, and it absolutely knocked him on his butt.
Oh no!
Yeah, like he felt really, really terrible from it. So hopefully dose 2 doesn't do the same to him.
Yeah.
Brett Venata, also, I believe that you are new here, Brett. Thank you so much for stopping in.
Yeah.
Appreciate you much. My word for drink when I was learning to speak apparently was beer. Mom always said it led to some awkward moments. Dad was the beer drinker and thought it was funny. So I'll tell a funny story about beer too. I have 2 siblings. I have a little brother, a little sister, Dane and Sarah. So Sarah is my youngest sibling. And when she was little, Frank, when she was little, she was probably like 3. My mom took her to the grocery with her, had her in the cart. And my mom was just getting beer for Dad. And Sarah goes, "What's that, Mom?" And she's here. That's hilarious. Perfect timing. That's perfect timing. So she's in the cart and she goes, "Mom, what's that?" And my mom goes, "Well, that's beer, Sarah. That's for Dad." And she goes, "Can I have some?" And she was like, "No, it's for adults, Sarah." And she starts going, "But I like beer, Mom." She going, "I like beer," and just gets progressively louder and louder to the point where she's like shouting it in the middle of Kroger.
Oh my
God. Of course, my mom's like, somebody from church is going to be here and I'm going to have to explain it to somebody. But yeah, exactly. But she was like crying by the end of it and screaming and going, "I like beer. I like beer." I just it's perfect.
Making the scene in Kroger. My cousin, when she was younger, like she really wanted to try the beer. Of course, she was like, not even a toddler really. And she really wanted to try a beer. And my uncle, in a way to like dissuade her, because she would always do this. Sarah says, I do like beer. Yeah. She's like, it's stuck. It never was a lie.
Yeah.
In order to like kind of dissuade her, because she would like keep asking, he's like, all right, fine, but like you're not gonna like it, you know. So like try to let her have like a little sip of it.
Yeah.
It turned out she liked it.
Oh no.
And so then from then on, they had to like not keep all like, I think it was night or something like that, and they had to just keep them away, because he was gonna be like, all right, you're gonna learn, like you're not gonna like it here, and then it backfired entirely.
Lucy's parents were the same way. They would always kind of, you know, let them have a little bit to, you know, introduce them to it and say, you know, be responsible with it and don't, you know, don't go overboard. But hold on. They came home from Kroger and told me what happened, and I laughed like crazy. Mom, not so much.
Poor mom was probably like,
she was traumatized. She was absolutely traumatized.
She's ready. CPS is going to be called. And
yeah, exactly. Anyway, but like, so yeah, Lucy's parents would just, you know, say, here it is. This is what it, you know, what it tastes like, what it does. Don't, you know, don't go crazy with it or anything.
Sure.
So I don't mind that. I don't mind that mindset.
Right.
I'm not like totally opposed to it.
I mean, I don't know. It wasn't always an option, but it was always something kind of very similar, like tactic of just like, all right, here it is. I mean, did it keep me from partying? No. No.
I was never a party. Excuse me, a partier. That was just nothing that I wanted nothing to do with it. Legitimately.
Look, at least you're saying that now because your parents are your family's on there.
but I no, like seriously, like I wasn't, like it never appealed to me to be a part of the party crowd. And I mean, I was a pretty straight-laced kid growing up anyway. Like I never did anything, you know, significantly wrong or, you know, got caught, you know, sneaking out or anything. Like it just, I mean, I say didn't get caught because it didn't happen. But the entire point is like, I was, but like, I was a good kid. I didn't, you know, I didn't really want to get in with any of that. Dad said, what time will story time be? Whenever you want to get on. Dad, feel free. Around 2:30, we're going to have another guest join us as well, Mr. Colin Cox from the Hop-Ons podcast. I am super excited to bring him on. See, Papa Ritter's backing me up. He said it's the truth.
It's the truth. Good. I like to party, but I also could be like transparent with my parents about it. Like I never had to lie. You know, I could say, you know, like they'll be, you know, drinking here, whatever. But I also didn't lead me. I mean, mistakes were made. You know, you learn how to drink, right? But also, I never like. It wasn't something to where I was like drinking like crazy in excess because I felt like I needed to be cool. You know, like I never, because it was already available in my house, right? So it wasn't something that was so taboo that it was like, oh yeah, I gotta slam this now, you know, whatever.
Yeah,
like,
right. Yeah.
I was like, well, okay, it's just beer. Like I can have beer at home, you know, no big deal. You know? So I was, or like when people would be like, oh, you gotta try this whiskey or try this bourbon and it's the best stuff. And I'd be like, I can have Old Pogue if I want whenever. You know?
Exactly.
Not to brag or be snobby, but it was more like, I'm not going to be swayed by having to take shots of this, and this just because you think it's cool. You know?
And like shots is that's I'm so opposed to taking shots. Like that is the quickest way for me to instantly regret my life choices, you know, like
just down the toilet.
I don't, exactly. But like, I think that, you know, the thing that I've kind of tried to reiterate and try to reinforce with the show is that something like drinking bourbon is meant to be enjoyed, you know, and I can't for the life of me shoot bourbon.
Right. That's not how you enjoy it.
No, exactly. It's really not meant for shooting either.
Yeah.
But even like fancy shots, like
Like the
I just
cocktail.
yeah, exactly. I don't find them appealing. I'd just rather have a cocktail, honestly.
Right.
You
Like
know.
what? Like what's the point of doing all that effort just to like,
Yeah.
in a half a second and be like, all right, well, there were flavors there, I guess. You
Yeah.
know?
Mostly you're just left with regret and acid reflux.
Oh, that's the worst part.
Dustin, what did you miss? So much, man. You missed so much.
We're talking about first words. We're talking about taking shots.
All right.
Same.
So for the first ever story time with Papa Ritter, we are welcoming on Papa Ritter himself. Dad, I think your camera might be frozen, but you there? Hello?
Papa Ritter story time. Dun, dun, dun. I feel like it needs like an intro. Oh, he changed his mind.
I had to
Can you hear me?
Here he is. Now we
There
can hear
you
you.
Hi.
Hi, Dad.
Hey, Perry. Hey, Haley.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm great. Doing
Good.
great. Enjoying
Good.
this Saturday. How are you?
I'm good. I haven't had a shower. I feel rotten. That I'm just gross, but
I can tell.
cheers. Drinking water, though.
Hey, there you go. Gotta hydrate.
Exactly.
Does beer count for hydration?
Absolutely, Perry.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
Cool.
So, what do we want to tell a story about?
I don't know. I was going to kind of leave this one up to you because you seem pretty gung-ho about bringing something to the table.
Well, have we told the Christmas Eve story, Perry?
Your Christmas Eve story? No.
Yeah.
No, I don't think we have. This is
Okay.
a really, really good one. I love the heck out of this story.
So I think I was about a junior in high school, and my folks had my Aunt Ann and Uncle Jim. My Aunt Ann was my dad's sister, and they had them over for Christmas Eve festivities. And so my dad said, your only job that you have to do tonight is make sure the ice bucket is filled. And I was like, cool, that's fine. And in their garage, and they had a refrigerator and freezer in the back of in the garage. And so they would go to University of Kentucky football games, and at tailgate after the games, they would drink Miller Ponies.
Okay.
And so I did the first run of the ice filling for the bucket, opened up the fridge, and I'm like, hey, there's a bunch of these here. Nobody's going to know any are gone. So I think I ended up drinking 8 or 10 Miller Ponies on Christmas Eve. And Pop, my dad, said to me on Christmas Day, he's like, well, you look like you were having a really good time. And I was like, sure as hell was, Dad. So Merry Christmas with that
Merry
story.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Oh man, did you how good were you feeling?
Really not that bad.
Yeah.
It was just, it was fun. And they're only 8 ounces.
Right.
So
that means that you basically had 4 or 5 beers total.
Yeah, more or less.
But for a junior in high school,
for a 16-year-old,
that's a lot. You're feeling all right. I'm sure.
Yeah, I was feeling fine.
That's a 3-day hangover if you're 16.
Yeah,
or maybe your metabolism has just filtered it all out. I don't know.
There was one Thanksgiving that I got pretty loaded on Thanksgiving Day, and I was in high school then too. And I remember we went to, this is when we played Tennessee at the end of the season, and we went to the Tennessee game, which was Saturday, and I was still hungover. and I remember sitting there through the game going, this is awful. This is just the worst I've ever had. and honestly, Perry didn't do anything bad. he all three of our kids were really
See?
good.
See?
Aw,
And yeah, we were really lucky.
lucky you for sure.
Yeah.
I'm in, you know, I think about this all the time because of course now I have a baby and I'm like, I really hope that she's as good as I was or as good as my siblings were when we were growing up. Cause like, I mean, I can handle it, but how nice would it be to just have like a carbon copy of yourself where like they behave and, you know, they do pretty well in school and get along with everybody, you know, it would be nice, but I don't know.
Well,
She's pretty great so far.
She is, but she's 4 months old too. But she's you just yeah. you just lay the groundwork and you just let it be.
Yeah.
We never pushed you guys into anything. And you know, I think that has a lot to do with
I agree.
how things happen.
Scott Pigsley, hop back on for sage advice from Papa Ritter.
Hey Scott.
Eric Black, good luck, Perry. Thank you, Eric. I'm sure I'm gonna need it.
So how many subscribers are you up to now?
We are currently sitting at 612.
All right.
All right.
We got some legwork to do, but we're gonna get there. Oh, Donnie, Diana asks, how was Lucy as a kid? Lucy's also really good. We both were pretty similar personalities growing up. I mean, we respected our parents and we were, you know, we did well in school and didn't step out of line. So hopefully it passes on to our kids too. I don't know.
and one thing that's good too is that we have a really good family relationship. I mean, we all get along very well.
Yeah.
Respect each other, and you know that's what most families should be. And we know that it doesn't happen in all families, but we're lucky.
Donnie doesn't acting up, skip a generation.
Uh-oh.
I sure as heck hope not, man.
You're gonna be like, where did you get this from?
Why did you do this to me?
Well, we truly don't know, like on Dad's side, because Dad was adopted.
Ah.
So,
That is adopted.
Yeah, excuse me. But we don't know, like, you know, unless it was a learned trait from your parents.
They scared the crap out of me.
You gotta put the fear of God in them.
Oh
something.
my goodness. They're both gone and I'm still scared of them.
I know.
You never know.
No, you never do, Haley.
They're always watching somehow. My grandmother, before she passed, or before we, moved her, she went to an assisted living place in her later years, and so of course we're going through her things, and she's walking through the house with us as we're picking out different things for the future, and at one point she turns to me and she goes, "Well, I hope you pick out a comfy chair. When I come to haunt you, I'm gonna need a place to sit."
Thank you, Granny.
Yes, I was like, okay, great, thanks.
So
I'll pick out the best chair.
That's pretty funny.
I just put this in the chat, but somebody unsubbed?
What?
What the heck? What's happening? Why are we losing subs?
It's my fault.
It's the hauntings.
Yeah, the two that we just lost were your parents, Dad.
Oh,
Donnie said that Diana's dad was a Marine.
Nice. Hardcore.
There you go.
Oh, Swan said he was the one that unsubbed.
But
also get a free pass on.
But also because Frank left.
Frank's cranky today. Frank's got an attitude. I don't know what's going on with him, but he needs to
Get it together. Get it together, Frank. Figure it out, man.
Frank. Come on back, Frank.
What are you
He's
doing?
hit.
Well, I think I'll bounce too, but
That's fine.
I might be back later.
We're gonna be here for a while, so
Yeah, I'll come back later. Haley, are you going to be back, or what are you going to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go here in a little bit, but I'm gonna come back on and see where Perry's at and how delirious he is later on after doing this for potentially a while. We'll see.
A full day's worth of live streaming.
That's right.
We'll try to coordinate when we can be on together again.
There we go. Go.
Perfect.
Cool. All right. Love y'all.
Love you, buddy.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
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 So we were at 6:12 and it's at 6:10 now.
That's ridiculous.
Oh my gosh, it's at 6:08. What's happening?
What? How? Who? Why? This is so rude. How are we undoing this?
I don't know. What on earth? Like, who actively goes and unsubscribes during a Sub-a-Thon?
I don't know. I feel like that's rude. Like, just don't subscribe. Don't tease. Don't sit here and make us think that, like,
bot accounts got banned. We have some bot accounts. I didn't even know that. So, oh well. 6:07. Screw this noise. Screw this.
What are we gonna do? We gotta act quickly. We're going down fast.
We got hacked. Somebody's getting in through the mainframe. I don't know.
Anybody tech savvy that can go and, like, I don't know what you gotta do.
Scott, the only person to lose subs during a Sub-a-Thon. What if that would be actually a really funny concept, is you're trying to, like, decrease your sub numbers.
You're like, y'all gotta go. This is too much. Please leave.
Do I have to chug some Turkey 101?
No, yes.
No, I can't do that. I got a long day ahead of me.
Clearly, it's getting longer as we.
Floydian06, he said, I was subscriber 612. Did I break something? Awesome. I don't know. There's a good chance of it. So Haley, if you want to go ahead and bounce, totally fine. If you feel like it, I'm gonna be happy to see you back here in a little bit, of course.
That's what I'm gonna do. I just got a package in, and it's a piece of furniture that I got at Assembles. So
there you go.
I'll be back after that because I'll probably need a drink later.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. All right, Haley, thank you so much for stopping by. I'll talk to you soon.
Right. Thanks, Perry.
Hey, bye, friend.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, I did that on total accident, but I with no intro or any kind of grandeur. Everybody, here's Colin Cox from the Hollins podcast. Hi, Colin. How are you?
I'm one of those subscribers that unsubscribed, and now I've hacked in to just say really mean things about your podcast, and then I'll bounce. But wait, did I hear you? You're losing subscribers?
Yeah, and I don't know what's going on. I mean, maybe YouTube has, I don't know, maybe they've rigged the system or something. But okay, we're up to 608, so we're recovering a little bit. But
that's good. I'm so sorry. But you didn't you say that you've still gained like subscribers since you started all this?
We've gained about 50 total in the past couple of days, which is not, I mean, it's not a whole lot, but sure. I mean, that's pretty significant considering we've been sitting pretty comfortably at about 540 for the past, I don't know, 3 or 4 months.
Okay. No, that's great. Congratulations.
Thank you. Give me just a second. I'm going to switch over my headphones. My Zoom is starting to act up.
So should I don't know, should I say something to hi? I don't know what I'm doing right now. So I don't know. It's just dead air. I have minimal radio experience, and everything I was taught was never stop talking. Just if there's a break, someone needs to say something.
Right.
So
Don Nishida, our buddy all the way in Hawaii, says, love the Pulp Fiction poster, my #1 favorite movie of all time.
Yeah, it's a favorite. I like it a lot. I don't know. I still I would love to know what your listeners think about Tarantino's canon, because I still think Jackie Brown is probably his best. So I think it went Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, then Jackie Brown, and it's a damn good movie if you haven't seen it.
Jackie Brown's the movie that I feel like really true hardcore Tarantino fans love.
Yeah.
And part of that almost comes from the fact that Tarantino cannot shut up about it. Like, like when they talk about his film canon, he just has to bring it up in conversation.
I mean, it's almost there's this way that he's almost overcompensating for all the times white people say the N-word in his movies. So it's like, I'll just talk about the one movie featuring black characters, and then no one can accuse me of racism. So
Tammy asks, I don't happen to know Colin. Tell me about your podcast. I'll start out by saying, Colin, you and your co-host John have actually been on the show a couple of times, on my podcast a couple of times, but I would definitely like to give you the opportunity to let people know who you are and what the podcast is that you do.
Yeah, so it's called the Hop-Ons Podcast, and it started about 5 years ago. I'm asking you. I don't know why I did that, but I think maybe 5 years ago, and it started as an Arrested Development review analysis podcast where we discuss every episode of Arrested Development, and we enjoyed it so much, we decided to do a season 2, and my co-host John proposed Twin Peaks, this series from the early 90s that received a revival in 2017, is that right, on Showtime?
Yes, it was 2017.
Okay, and so we finished Twin Peaks late last year, and starting in 2021, we started a third season with this TV show Community, which was on NBC for 5 seasons, and then it was on Yahoo screens for a season, which, if you think the Showtime app is just impossible to use, imagine trying to watch a show on Yahoo. It was weird, but that's basically the podcast. So
yeah, and I got into I started listening to your all's podcast. I'd say maybe halfway through your all's your dissection of season 3 of Arrested Development. I think that's
really.
That's where
I was thinking it was earlier
into
than that for some reason, but I
maybe
think you might be
it
right.
was. Maybe
I think
was.
it might have been earlier. Yeah,
because my first episode of my podcast started or dropped in October of 2017.
Okay.
So we're coming up on 4 years. This
yeah.
October.
So we were about a year before that, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe August of 2016.
I think that sounds right, but I truly wasn't listening to a wide array of podcasts until about 6 months into my own. Maybe less than that, maybe about 3 or 4 months. But I was in the middle of an Arrested Development rewatch, and I think that was around the time too that we knew that we were getting season 5.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I figured it was a good time to not only rewatch it, but to kind of take the time and dissect it a little bit more and listen to other people dissecting it more. And that's how we connected. And I don't even remember. Do you remember the first time that we chatted? I can't even recall how that conversation started. I'm sure
you sent us an email. You sent us an email asking us to come on your Bourbon podcast, and I thought you sent it by mistake because we had you made this point that Job, he constantly drinks Evan Williams, I think, white label, right?
Oh gosh, I don't even remember that specifically.
Yeah. So I want to say, well, alcohol features quite prominently in Arrested Development, but no, that's it. Watch out for
Patrick's
got
okay.
Yeah, okay. But so you had mentioned that Job, and I think this was just how you wanted to maybe create an excuse to pitch us to come on your podcast was you had mentioned that Job sometimes drinks Evan Williams White Label and Lucille just drinks all the vodka all the time. And I think we just said yes without really knowing you at all. And I think that's how it started. So
I'm trying to find the original email. All I'm seeing is what was your follow-up email.
So when was that exactly?
Info.
Because again, I had no idea why you were inviting us on. But
okay, so there actually, now that I'm thinking about it, there were two reasons. First off was the fact that there was significant prominence of bourbon in Arrested Development, and there was that scene in season 4 where Maby's at the bar and she orders wild turkey.
That's correct. Yeah.
But also, I think within the first season, you made reference to how you had been drinking bourbon throughout the recording of the podcast. And
in a lot of cases, that's correct. Yeah.
And you had started to feel a little silly. So you had to.
We recorded. Yeah, at the time, this was before the pandemic, of course, we would record those episodes at John's apartment. And Perry, I would just unapologetically just drink his bourbon without him really even asking while we recorded. And
really?
So I was well, I mean, so if he didn't want me to drink it, he would have said no. But I was just unapologetically drinking his stuff. And that's also how that started. So
I didn't even realize that was the origin of that part of your all's.
Because we would record at his apartment, and I would just I wouldn't even really ask. I would just say, "So it's okay if I get a drink, right?" And he would begrudgingly agree, and it got to the point where I had to maybe refill some of his stock for him because I was just one week after the next having a couple of drinks. So
I want to bring everybody kind of up to speed on who John is as well, and how you all connected in the inception of the podcast itself. You all have known each other for 10 plus years, right?
Oh, more than that. I mean, we've known one another for probably close to 20 years. I'm almost 40, and he and I went to, this was back in the early aughts, he and I went to community college together, and we've talked about this on the podcast. We were both in a community theater production of Frost with an exclamation point, which is a dramatization of some of Robert Frost's poems. The stage was a giant staircase. It was a disaster. It was one of the worst things I've ever done. But so that's how he and I met. He and I met doing Frost. And like basically the way it worked, Perry, was we would all, this was maybe a 10-person cast, and we would just sit on the stairs and we would stand up and then perform a Robert Frost poem and then sit down. And that was so I think I've made this joke. If you ever watch Saturday Night Live, sometimes they'll do these sketches where it's like a drama club at a high school, and they'll do things like, I don't know, two characters will start shouting at one another, then they'll stop and they'll think, don't you think that same-sex marriage is okay? And it's just all incongruous bullshit. Sorry, I'll stop swearing on this. But
no, it's fine. Go ahead.
That's really what it felt like because of the black stairs, and it was just Frost with an exclamation point, and it was a dramatization of some of Robert Frost's poems. It was really quite silly. So that's how we met.
Incredible. It's incredible. And being very familiar too with that sketch, I picture the audience dreading it just as much as the cast was, and knowing that this is basically a what you see is what you get kind of.
Boy, I mean, at the time, I think we were probably too young and naive to realize just how much of a mistake it was for us to do the show, or for anyone to do this show. So we just did it. But excuse me, I remember people responding positively, but how could you just tell someone, well, that was garbage from conception to execution? So, people were nice about it, but no, it wasn't good. So,
Scott Pigsley, that sounds like the most community college production ever. It certainly
it was,
feels
my
like it.
friend. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. It was a disaster.
Not
I'll never
incorrect
forget
in any way.
I'll never forget the director. He told us, he said, at night, and this is while we were in production.
Oh no.
He said, at night, I have my Robert Frost anthology on my bedside table, and I'm flipping through it to see which poems we'll do. And we were in production, so the implication was he might add poems, he might subtract poems. It was just not, when you hear these stories about rewrites for television shows or movies, you think, well, that's interesting. But then there's this scenario where the director, who's a community college professor, he's making changes while dozing off at night to the script, in theory. There was no real trajectory with the poems either, so it's not like we were moving in any kind of coherent order. It's just these are fun. Let's do these. So.
Truly, it feels like if Professor Whitman on Community had staged a production of any kind, it didn't even have to be Robert Frost poems, but if he did Walt Whitman poems, which
he would want to do, or a drunk Ian Duncan. This sounds like a drunk Ian Duncan idea. So if you watch, that's the John Oliver character. That's also what this felt like a bit. So
I don't mean to. I don't know if John has not watched Community all the way through up until now, and I doubt that he's going to watch this replay, because who's to say how long this is actually going to go for. But my favorite Ian Duncan moment is in, I think it's the second to last season, with the penny dropper.
Oh, the ass crack bandit.
Yes. Yeah. So when, and I am unashamedly a Dave Matthews Band fan, and Lucy and I were
that
watching
running joke through that whole season is really weird and funny, and I don't quite get it. Yeah, it's I don't know why they keep talking about Dave Matthews. So.
It's so good. But the culmination of that joke, once the ass crack bandit comes into play, just pure bliss from me, because I'm very self-aware as a fan of certain medium, and I know that people strongly dislike the Dave Matthews Band. I know that there are those who just have an absolute guttural reaction to any of their music, or the fact that they're even still popular. And so,
or even the idea that you would call it music. So
all right. That's a little far, but okay.
No, I mean, here's the thing. I don't actually think that. I really like Dave. Real fans call him Dave, but real fans call him Dave. I don't mind Dave Matthews Band. I think if you're a bit blue, there's nothing better than kind of a stompy, clappy Dave Matthews Band song. So.
Donnie the Linux Cat says Ian was the worst character on Community.
What is that? Worst in what way?
I guess least enjoyable. I don't know. I really dislike, and it's purely because I just can't stand to hear him talk. But the one ginger-haired character who's a little bit heavier set and wears glasses, he runs at the mock United Nations. He runs the questions.
Oh, Garrett.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I can't listen to Garrett. It just makes my toes curl.
No, I mean, I think that's the point. There's a joke at I think it's actually the election episode where we see these inserts that look like something on a chyron, and we see a list of all of his diseases, allergies, and afflictions. And I think Troy just says he's a mess of a person, or God spilled a person, I think. And so I think his voice is part of that, he because he also makes this sound when I guess he's nervous. It's something like ah, and that's he's trying to drink. I think there's like one sequence where he's trying to drink water out of a water fountain, but he can't figure it out, and the water keeps splashing on his face.
Oh, that's the episode that brought to my attention how awful of a character he was, I think. Because that was when they mentioned the Save Garrett rally.
Did we?
And,
yeah.
Yeah. And
did we?
Annie.
Yeah. We saved him. Did we?
Did we?
Yeah, and then it just cuts. It just cuts to this wide shot of Garrett trying to drink out of a water fountain, and you just see him. He's trying, and then you get a ah, and then he tries again, and he just makes that same sound. So.
Floydian 06. After hearing about that Frost play, I might have unsubscribed.
That's
why.
fair.
Why is
I'm
that
so
a reason
sorry.
to unsubscribe? That's nothing to do with the content on this channel. We are up to 609 though, so that's
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patrick says Britta was the worst.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a joke in the show, of course.
Yeah.
But I have a lot of sympathy for Britta. So
Donnie has a Dave
really
Matthews level of visceral reaction to John Oliver. I'm imagining that's
okay.
That's John Oliver in general, not just Ian Duncan.
Yeah, because I think, especially in the first season, he's remarkably funny. His timing is quite impeccable, especially when you think about a character like Chang, who one of my problems with just that performer and that performance is the timing is so inconsistent sometimes. But Ian Duncan, maybe it's just the pace of his speech that I find funny. But I understand.
I don't look at John Oliver as a performer and see him as an actor. I mean, the level of performing that he is doing it's not acting, right? He's reading lines in front of a camera. He's not necessarily exuding a personality or trying to be somebody else. I think that he solely just reads and memorizes his lines and then performs them in front of the crew and the camera.
So you mean on Community the show or on his HBO series? Okay,
no.
That's
Yeah.
Okay. No, I sorry, you cut out there for a second, but I completely agree with you. But I think obviously part of that is just the characters. He's given more to do early in season one than someone like Chang, who Chang is so chaotic. All he's really left to do is just shout a lot. But I agree with you. It's interesting. We were talking about this in an early episode, how it's difficult to think of John Oliver as an actor because the person is so synonymous with the persona he plays on that HBO series, in the same way that I think it would be quite difficult just to see Jon Stewart like in a movie and not think, oh, that's that guy who was the host of The Daily Show for 2 decades, or even someone like Stephen Colbert. I think that's part of the problem he had when he transitioned from his Comedy Central show to, I don't know which show he's currently hosting, but I think that was the problem he had was
right, actually
communicating to his audience that who I was on that Comedy Central show was a character. That's not who I am. And I mean, he's playing a character now as well. It's a persona of some kind. But I think that's what's interesting to me about John Oliver is how, because of how he operates in our collective consciousness just as a performer, it's really hard to think of him as an actor in any way.
I'll touch on something here in just a second, but we do have our next Snuffy chat from our good friend Tammy Brennicky. She said, hashtag Snuffy Squad rules, $5. Thank you so much, Tammy. Appreciate you as always. For Mr. Snuffleupagus back here.
I don't know what's happening right now. What's a Snuffy chats?
Well, it's so... I'm sure it sounded like I was just speaking in an absolutely foreign language to you for a second.
Well, I was thinking, how much has he? It's only 2:45. How drunk is he? So
not. So
not okay.
What when you hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, then you can do what's called super chats. And so
super chats, okay.
Yeah, so people will,
I've heard of this,
send money, and then a highlighted message shows up.
So this is a revenue thing.
Yeah. So
okay.
Because I'm not at 1,000 yet, for the past year or two, I've been using this alternative method, which happened to get dubbed Snuffy Chats, and it was an inside joke about Snuffleupagus being one of the best, if not the best, Sesame Street character.
Got it.
So he's now our mascot for the the live streams and everything. And so that's why everything's at the bottom of the screen as well, with my PayPal account and Venmo.
I can see that.
Whatnot.
Yeah.
So Donnie says that we are, it looks like we're regaining some ground and we're back up to 611. I'm starting to lose a little bit of faith in the viability of 1,000 by the end of the day.
I'm glad you're at least back to zero in this Sisyphean battle of yours, where you push subscribers up the hill only to watch them fall back down again.
Yeah, I don't know what boulder knocked them off the cliff, but it was a significant one there for a second. So
I mean, it must be demoralizing that someone's watching this and they really like it and they think, I do not like this, unsubscribed. I am done with this.
Who does that during a Sub-a-Thon? It's in the name. It's for people to subscribe. It's not like, you know how PBS always has... Go ahead.
Well, I was thinking they might think, I assumed this would be like a legitimate telethon where there would be people singing and people doing craps and other sorts of activities, and that's not what's happening. I have unsubscribed now.
I mean, I don't know of anybody who's called into the PBS telethon and retracted their donation after. And a subscribe is so much less impactful than donating money.
It's literally a clip.
Have to unsubscribe. You have
That's
to
true. It's almost
consciously do that.
It's almost harder to do that than it is to just subscribe to a channel, because you have to go find the channel and find the button, and then YouTube asks, "Are you certain you want to unsubscribe?"
Exactly.
That's interesting. The idea that someone would call a PBS telethon just to say, "Listen, I have no interest in donating more. I am thoroughly dissatisfied with this show, so I would like you to refund the $5 that I donated 2 hours ago." So,
yeah, my dog's real in need of some food right now, bud. You just got to give me that money back. Can we get on? Get with the credit card company and reverse that anyway. But
so I can see beside your mascot, if I could ask you, is that Old Tub? Is that right?
Yes. So
yeah, I really like. We actually get Old Tub here. It's really good.
Do you get this bottle or the 375?
I can't see. I can only see the Old Tub. I think that's the one we get. Yeah, okay. That's the one we get.
So Haley, who was on a series. Hold on, sorry. Is Perry gonna morph into Jerry Lewis? It all depends on whether or not I can break out great balls of fire later. But so Haley, who was on earlier, we were talking about Old Tub, and she did not like this non-chill filtered limited release.
Okay.
And yes, Patrick, I've made a huge mistake. Oh my gosh, Perry Lewis. Yeah. Oh, wrong, Jerry Lewis. Charming. There's two. I didn't realize they were two different people. Oh, okay. Well, thanks everybody for correcting me in the chat. I apologize. But so she was saying that she had disliked this release, and so I was like, I need to revisit it because I had reviewed it and I remembered giving it a pretty good score. So
Mhm.
it's also a Jim Beam product. So I put it up against the
Mhm.
Jim Beam Bonded. Essentially, it
Mhm.
should be the same product, right?
Should it? Okay.
Yeah, it's the same age, the same proof, the same price, and the Jim Beam Bonded easily beat out the old tub.
It's just, I mean, part of it is the name. I don't know,
But it's
like,
not. But
where
it's
did
not. I put
they
it up.
where did
I
they
put it up
come up
next
with
week.
this? No, but it's just like I mean, I think part of the charm is just the name. It's old. What's an old tub? What is this? What does that mean?
All right, we
That's
can
so
we can
charming
finally
to
we
me.
can finally talk about some bourbon content here on the This Is My Bourbon
Yeah,
podcast
yeah.
Sub-a-Thon.
Like what does it? I mean, is this what they would keep in the rick houses back in the day? It's like we put the bourbon in the old tubs, and then that's how we get it out the door. I just don't. Yeah, why is it called Old Tub?
Scott Pigsley, unsubbing during a subathon is like asking a stripper for change. Incredible. Um, Jerry Lewis does the telethon. Jerry Lee Lewis marries his 13-year-old cousin and plays piano. Well, that's out in the zeitgeist now.
You would want to be the former, not the latter, I suppose. So
Donnie, it's a tub that's old. How hard is this? So the history behind the Old Tub brand. So
okay.
Jacob Beam was the founder of the Jim Beam label as we know it now.
Yeah.
He produced. I have to dig into my brain to remember this exactly. He produced a whiskey called Old Tub, or his family was famous for producing Old Tub bourbon back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Flash forward 60-ish years, and we have Booker No, who is immortalized, of course, with the Booker's brand, which is still being made by Jim Beam. His favorite whiskey and his daily drinker was Old Tub, and that was made only for folks who would visit the Jim Beam distillery in the gift
Okay.
shop. So a couple of years ago, they basically reinvigorated the brand and brought it back to a wide market, and you could
Okay.
get a 375 of what was supposed to be this whiskey that Booker, who is now one of the most legendary master distillers in bourbon. It was, his go-to. In 2020, I think it was 2020, maybe it was 2019. I can't remember for sure. Jim Beam introduced this limited release, which was non-chill filtered, so still maintains all the fatty acids and everything. And I think that's it. I kind of I ended with a thud there, but that's kind of the background on what this product is now in the history.
Got it.
It.
Okay.
So.
Okay. No, that's it. I think part of it is I'm quite charmed by the names of bourbons, stuff like Old Granddad, and then you have Old Tub, and they just seem like I can't imagine someone would actively name a new bourbon that today. And I think that's part of it. So if you've got a problem with Old Tub, you've got a problem with me, and I suggest you let that one marinate.
That's
from
Booker
I like
No.
Old Tub.
Yeah, that's
What does that mean?
from Booker No himself. So.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah. I actually like Old Tub. I'm just curious about the name. So
yeah. Quick check in on the subs. We're back up to 612, baby. So maybe we'll get there eventually. I don't know.
Hey, speaking of bourbon, can I so I sent you a text about this. Can we talk about this? But I haven't told you what this is.
Yes. I don't quite remember the text, but absolutely.
Can we talk about this?
Oh yeah, let's talk about Long Branch. Why not?
Yeah. This is like the third bottle I've bought since I contacted you.
Of Long Branch?
I love I love this shit, man. My wife and I love this.
Wow.
Dude,
You
I don't know
are-
what to tell. Listen, I get it. Like, I know, and I'm definitely out of my depth. I know for the proof heads, which I don't know if that's a thing, but that's what I call them. For the proof heads,
Hello.
this is probably not a good choice, obviously. Perry, I don't know what it is, friend. I really enjoy this bourbon a lot. Talk to me about it. Tell me. I mean, it's like $36 or $37. So
Yeah.
I know that's a little more for what you're getting, but
So we have to kind of break this down from the inception level. But I have to acknowledge a couple of comments here. Floydian 06,
Okay.
the all right whiskey. For Colin, all right. From Donnie. And also Tammy was asking, which bourbons do you enjoy?
Yeah, I don't where I live in Tennessee, I don't have access to, and to be quite frank with you, I'm not, but I don't disparage anyone who is. I don't have the kind of robust collection that you and probably your listeners do. I don't have the capital for it, and I don't. Yeah, and I'm also just not someone who necessarily collects a lot of things. But again, I don't disparage anyone who does. Just something to drink every day. I mean, the Evan Williams bottled and bond is not bad. Like, I'll drink that. You've converted me to 101. Like, 101's a fun bourbon I like to drink from time to time. I still have a bit of this left. This was a Christmas gift. That was really quite delicious.
Yeah.
You actually told me, I think I called you when my father-in-law told me I could take something from his collection, and you told me to get this. So that's what I did.
So I'm gonna
It's delicious.
I'm gonna bring you up to, if you could bring that back up, Colin. I put you in solo mode just so everybody can see it for sure.
So okay.
Well, it's okay. Just
so
it's for like 2 seconds. So it's the A120 Elijah Craig barrel proof.
And so I don't I like 101. I'm afraid it'll be quite boring for your listeners if I spoke about bourbon. I would much rather you talk about bourbon, because I think you know this a lot more than I do. But this was given to me as a gift recently. I haven't opened it yet.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's so, like, it's nothing too terribly, like, let's be frank, it's nothing too terribly rare. I'm not getting these like rare idiosyncratic picks, none of that stuff. So that's really my situation.
Sure. Yeah. Real quick before we get too far in, Donnie the Linux Cat, what part of Tennessee are you in, Colin?
Oh, it's East Tennessee. So it's about 2 hours. I'm about 2 hours, maybe, I would want to say south of Knoxville, maybe an hour and a half. If you know where Bristol Motor Speedway is, I'm very close to Bristol Motor Speedway, which is a racetrack in Bristol, Tennessee. So it's that part. Actually, where I am, Tennessee and Virginia overlap a bit. So Bristol's a shared city between Virginia and Tennessee. So a fun, novel thing that people like to do, they go to State Street in Bristol, and they can stand in the middle of the road, and one foot's in Tennessee and one's in Virginia, and isn't that just fun to take a picture and disrupt traffic? But so that's where I am geographically speaking. So yeah.
Bubble Bath says rare whiskey is overhyped anyways. Don't totally disagree with you on that one. There's really good stuff that is readily available that outshines a lot of allocated products. Donnie said he's been to Bristol. So
you've been to Bristol. Okay. Yeah.
Everything's
cool.
Connecting. So let's talk about Long Branch for a second. So
talk to me about Long Branch, because I think I'm probably paying more for more for it than I should, but I also
Actually,
really like it. So
yeah, so 36, I believe, is about 36, 37 is about the MSRP on that
Mhm.
product. And that was a direct response to the inclusion of Matthew McConaughey as the
right.
brand director, artistic visionary, or whatever title it is that he holds for Wild Turkey. I know it all sounds very hoity-toity nonsensy, but
I mean, it's nuts, man. Like on the inside of that little piece of paper that comes with it, it says something like, I don't know. He said something like, "It all started in Kentucky," or like, "This bourbon brought me to Kentucky." Like, I don't know how that's the thing to say to advertise this whiskey. It's really strange, but yeah, he's an odd person to do that, it seems.
it is. But I will say, I think there's more authenticity in him coming to this brand as opposed
Mhm.
to a brand coming to a celebrity, right? So
Yeah.
when we look at the Jim Beams and Kunis's of the world, that
Oh, right. Yeah.
doesn't feel organic. That feels like a
Mhm.
paid sponsorship. Whereas Matthew
Mhm.
McConaughey was the one who reached out to Wild
That's
Turkey.
fascinating.
Yeah, he actually came to them and said, I would like to create something with you. And initially it was from a brand perspective, but then it turned out that he wanted to create a new product. So basically what we see with Long Branch is Kentucky inception with Texas influence.
Mhm.
So there's
What
the
does that mean exactly?
well, it's the Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey aspect of it. Is everything okay there?
That's my dog. She barks a lot for no reason whatsoever. So
So does ours. So
yeah. So my apologies if you hear this dog barking. She's quite
it's
shrill.
it's
So
totally fine.
so Kentucky with Texas
Right.
influence.
So it of course starts as a Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. It's
Okay.
crafted and aged in Kentucky, and then once it is actually dumped from the barrel, it's cut to a certain proof. And actually, prior to its being proofed down, they filter it through Texas mesquite charcoal, I believe.
Okay.
So McConaughey
Right.
is from Texas, so that's his bringing to the table his his story or his background.
Okay.
So not it's interesting because there's two players that kind of come to the table when we talk about this bourbon. There's those who are familiar with and fans of Jack Daniels, right, which goes through a significant charcoal, as they call it, charcoal mellowing process to make it a smoother whiskey. But it's kind of reaching out to that crowd, but it's also reaching out to people who might associate Wild Turkey with doing shots in college or
See,
with
we actually talked about that too. That
yeah.
I think part of the misconception I had with Wild Turkey was probably, because of like this guy Chad I knew in college who would sing along to Cotton Eye Joe while taking shots of 101, and you just think, okay, so that's what Wild Turkey is, and it's obviously not that. But I think you and I have spoken before about the reputation this bourbon has.
Mhm. Well, Turkey for a long time was highly regarded in the bourbon drinking community, and
Mhm.
I really think once there's multiple factors that go into it, between the popularity of James Bond with the martini on the rise, and
Mhm.
aged spirits not being for at that point younger drinkers and being more of a
Mhm.
their grandparents drink. and also the rise of the modern fraternity in some regards. It just gained this notoriety of being the drunkard's bourbon or the drunkard's whiskey. So it took a lot of rebuilding and a lot of convincing that Wild Turkey was a viable brand and that people could access it not only from a daily drinker perspective, but also for those who are looking for a product that they could actually sip on and enjoy. You know, it's not just Wild Turkey. They also have Rare Breed, which is higher proof, of course.
I was about to say, it's quite good.
Well. So, I mean, there are so many different aspects to this brand that people can access from any perspective. And, you know, one of the big pushes, the major shifts that came from Wild Turkey was the introduction of American honey, which Jimmy Russell introduced in the 80s specifically for women. And it's not something that I think anybody would consider or really approach in the 21st century. But in this day and age, he was attempting to revitalize bourbon as a brand in general. And so he brought American honey to the forefront. It's a honey infused whiskey. I
was about to ask, is it what it sounds like? So
it's exactly what it sounds like. So I think it's only like 70 proof. So a little, you know, a little lower than what you would typically be getting with a bourbon.
Have you tried it before? Can I ask?
I have, yeah, actually. So funny story about American honey and honey bourbons in general. That's pretty much what I cut my teeth on as I was starting to get into bourbon. So everything was present that you would typically get in a bourbon. But in this case, it was encased in the warm glow of honey, right?
So when you say, and again, I suspect a lot of your listeners probably know this, when it's infused with honey, what does that mean exactly from a production perspective? Like, what does it mean to infuse something with honey? I mean, are we like, what can you describe that process to me? Because it seems, well, I'll just let you describe it.
No, so it's actually a process that I'm not expressly familiar with.
Okay.
But only because, you know, I have a, sorry, I thought one of the cats was coming out and staring at me. Oh, yeah, there he is. I don't have an express knowledge of it, but I think that essentially what it is you are taking the whiskey and taking the honey and adding some of the honey into the whiskey, and there it is. Like that's
and then filtering it at that point, or just
no. So the whiskey itself would more than likely go through the filtering process before it's quote unquote combined with the honey. But maybe somebody in the comments can expand on that a little bit. I apologize that I don't have more of a knowledge on that.
Because now it sounds like you're just prepping tea at a
and in many ways you kind of are
at a coffee shop. I mean, or like doctoring tea or coffee or something.
It's not a dissimilar process, I don't think. Because
I guess if you're cutting it down to 70, then you're just adding additional water, right?
Yes, and kind of no. Like I did like this. They just let Winnie the Pooh swim around in the proofing tanks.
That's good.
Amazing. But So the short answer is yes, but I think in many ways no, because with the
Okay.
addition of the honey, see here's where it gets to the point where I'm kind of grasping at straws. But
And that's okay. Like, you don't
yeah.
have to answer a question you don't know. It's okay to say I'm not really sure. But I guess the point
No,
is,
yeah.
like,
And
it's like taking something and then, like adding sugar and cream to it. If it
right.
were a
And
cup of
and,
coffee.
and
Yeah.
I'm kind of postulating this based on pretty broad knowledge, but I imagine that the honey is interacting with the alcohol molecules much in the same way that water does, where it's breaking it down to remove some of the ethyl alcohol that is present.
Mhm.
So of course, when you add water, it interacts with the molecules to proof it down, of course.
Right.
So with something kind of as tame in some ways as honey is, it's more than likely doing the same work, but not to as high of a degree as water might be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does
Because
that
I was
make
thinking,
sense?
like,
I was kind of
I
like
mean,
trying to
I
connect the thoughts.
yeah. I mean, I think the way I think about, and again, I know so little about how bourbon is actually produced, or what's that process like. I couldn't tell you at all. But I guess the other thing I was curious about is because honey has such a uniquely thick texture, and how that might potentially change or manipulate the viscosity of the bourbon. Because I mean, again, honey is so thick, but I guess I'm operating under the assumption that they're adding enough of it to actually affect the texture of the bourbon itself, which that might not be accurate at all. So
Yeah, I think that you're kind of on the right track there in terms of almost like a give and take. You know,
yeah.
the whiskey is influencing the honey is influencing the whiskey, and
Mhm.
the product that comes out. And Wesley Zeller, thank you so much for bringing this up. Also, hi Wes, it's good to see you in here. Said according to Wild Turkey's website, it's a liqueur
Liquor
blended
blended with
honey.
honey. Liqueur.
So,
Okay.
so it could be a basically reduced version of Wild Turkey as it is, then blended with honey.
Yeah.
Tammy
And I
says,
guess you could
Colin,
almost assume.
go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, no. I think you could, like, and maybe this is a crass assumption I'm making, but if you're attempting to market something like bourbon to a new audience, even if it doesn't have that much honey in it, honey sounds mild, and so,
Hmm.
and it, like, do you see what I mean? Like this is,
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
almost like a linguistic marketing calculation,
Mhm.
and less of maybe a chemical calculation as it relates to the product itself, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll get Tammy. I'll get to your question here in just a second. But Dev Patel, thank you so much for that wonderful, wonderful comment that kind of broke up the the seriousness here for a second. Bubble bath bourbon. I don't think honey is actually alcohol soluble, so it would have to be the water suspending it. So that there we go. So
Oh, okay.
there's the answer that I was kind of floating around. Tammy said Colin should go on a distillery tour. Which one would you recommend,
I
Perry?
should, yeah. Yeah.
I know we're on topic of it, but I love the tour at Wild Turkey. I think it's really
Yeah.
it's got a deep insightful quality to it that a lot of distilleries just kind of glaze over or glance over. Buffalo Trace is another really good one.
Mhm.
It's a beautiful campus, and they that Buffalo Trace is really good for historical components of bourbon, whereas someplace like Maker's
Okay.
Mark or Wild Turkey actually get more into the production side of it. Thankfully, and it's solely based on your level of comfort. But during the pandemic, the distilleries in Kentucky have been really positively responsive to social distancing guidelines, and
Oh, that's good.
it's a really safe environment in this case. So, Scott said
No, I think
Scott said Jack Daniels if
No,
he's in
sorry.
Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, so correct me if I'm wrong, but people in the bourbon community they frown a bit on Jack Daniels. Is that right? See, I'm asking you these questions that might get you into trouble, and I don't mean to do that. So
No, not at all. Before I answer that question, I'd like to bring somebody else here on,
okay.
who's a good friend of the show. Let me pop off my my stream bumper there as well.
Oh,
He was on Thursday night with us for the Tell Me I'm Wrong boys stream. It's Ryan Story. Ryan, welcome, buddy.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hey, man. Colin,
hello,
Ryan,
I'm Colin.
Ryan,
It's
Hi,
nice to
Colin.
meet you. Hello.
I had a couple minutes, so I thought I'd hop on the Stream-a-thon.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Colin, if you, I don't know if you're familiar with Tell Me I'm Wrong, but they debate ridiculous topics every week, and
Do they? Okay.
It's a
That
really
sounds like fun.
It's a lot of fun. I really enjoy it. And Colin is one of the hosts of the Hop-Ons podcast. They started out as an Arrested Development review podcast, and now they're at Community. The Twin Peaks in the middle there too.
Gotcha.
That's
Awesome.
correct. Yeah.
lot of fun. So everybody's giving some love to Ryan in the chat. That's awesome. Very cool.
Thanks, guys.
They're happy you're back, I guess. I did text you guys last night, and I was like, I'm having withdrawals from the guys after our stream, because
And that wasn't because of alcohol.
no, it wasn't. It was just because I missed you boys. So
It was mainly companionship that we were withdrawing from.
So, Colin, to your question about Jack Daniels.
Yeah.
Kentucky purists despise
Sure.
Jack Daniels, right? So
Wow.
it's
Okay.
expressly labeled as Tennessee whiskey. It is
Right.
not technically considered to be bourbon based on the mellowing process that they introduced. So bourbon is supposed to be 100% derived from the flavors that are present prior to aging based on the white dog or the unaged whiskey, and what is introduced through the aging process in the barrel. And then it does get filtered, but the filtering is to remove, usually, unless it's chill filtered, which removes fatty acids, but the typical filtering is just to remove chunks from the char or the barrel
Right.
that come into play during the aging process. So
Question
because-
about Jack Daniels for you, Perry.
yes, please.
A further question. I know that limestone water is usually important in the process of bourbon. Do they involve limestone water?
I believe that Jack Daniels also uses limestone, because I'm pretty sure that Lynchburg is on the same limestone shelf that we are in
I
Kentucky.
think it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I always tell people is, we pride ourselves on the limestone shelf being what makes Kentucky water into Kentucky bourbon so unique, but that shelf expands up into Indiana and down into Tennessee.
Doesn't it also hit North Carolina?
Potentially, I think it might actually reach some of Ohio as well, because like the Kentucky, yeah, it definitely would in Ohio, because the Kentucky River actually,
Mhm.
I think it's 100% on that shelf. Anyway,
Yeah.
So because Jack Daniels then adds in this, it's not necessarily a flavoring agent, but it does alter the flavor itself And because bourbon has to solely rely on the unaged whiskey and then what comes from aging in the barrel, if anything else is introduced, then it technically cannot be called bourbon, right?
Okay.
So there's
Yeah, I
debate.
think you would explain that to me. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's debate around whether or not Jack Daniels is actually bourbon. And in many cases, yes, it is. But Tennessee whiskey is expressly defined as going through that charcoal mellowing process.
Okay.
So that's something that even at the government level has been established in Tennessee.
Okay.
So
do you like Jack Daniels? Like reputation aside, and my apologies, I feel like I need to offer a caveat. If I called Jack Daniels bourbon earlier, I did not mean to do that. That was a slip.
You're not the only person in the world that does that, so no worries.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean so also that honey whiskey that you and I were talking about before, even though it's produced by Wild Turkey, they would never call it bourbon then, right?
Yeah, it's not technically bourbon. And
okay.
No additives.
Yeah, Donnie the
Got
Lynx
it.
Cat actually brings up a good point. See, what about Long Branch? Jack Daniels is bourbon. They choose to use Tennessee whiskey. Thousands of barrels from Cascade Hollow, or Dickel are sold as bourbon every year. So there's something in the letter of the law that I think it's because it's sold in other states. They don't have to call it Tennessee whiskey. They can call it Tennessee bourbon. I can't remember for sure, but there's a very specific caveat that is included that allows sourced whiskey from Tennessee to be called bourbon. I apologize. Hopefully Fred Minnick will get on here later and he can actually clear that up for me. But
do you like Jack Daniels though?
So
here's it? Would you drink it? If it's that or nothing, would you drink it? Which is maybe unfair, but okay.
Yes, I would. But here's the thing.
Brett is telling us that Jimmy Russell calls it a liquor, and I'm going to listen to Jimmy Russell every time.
I 100% agree with that.
So he calls Jack Daniels a liquor.
Oh wait,
is
no,
that
I think
right?
I think he's talking about American
the
honey
honey
being a liqueur. Actually.
Oh, okay, got it. Sorry. Okay, a liqueur. Okay, got it. Sorry. Okay.
I meant to say liqueur. It came out liquor. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
No, that's okay. I mean,
so,
I almost like that better. It's like that stuff. That's just liquor, man. Yeah.
Broadly defined liquor. So
we make bourbon. They make liquor over there.
So the short answer is yes. With my back against the wall, I would drink Jack Daniels if it were the only thing available. Yes, I would. But here's the thing: there is one product. I know you give me crap here.
No, I know it's just like if it's between that or sobriety, give me the Jack Daniels.
Not what I was saying at all, but thank you.
I was thinking the same thing, Colin.
This is why we're not getting over 612 subscribers at the moment.
I saw 614 last time.
Oh, we're at 614. We are at 614.
There, see how many? I've got you like 7, I think. So.
Ryan, you weren't on here earlier where we were losing subscribers.
Well, I hopped on, so don't speak too soon.
But so anyway. There is
so you like Jack
product. Yes, but no. So I would prefer something like I would drink Jim Beam White Label over Jack Daniels Old Number 9 or 7 or.
I would probably agree. Like Jim Beam is probably the lowest level of bourbon that I ever drink. I drank it a lot. If I'm being honest, I drank some in college, and it was sometimes straight, and you don't really want to drink Beam straight. And I feel the same about Jack Daniels.
Yeah,
like it's a mixer.
So there is one caveat in this instance though. Jack Daniels produces a product called Jack Daniel's Single Barrel Proof,
Okay.
which I love. I love
stuff.
this product. Really, really do. It's a little bit difficult to find, and has become
Typical Perry pick.
Thanks, Ryan.
I just made fun of him on Thursday for
You did,
always
yeah.
giving
This is not the
always
first
giving
time
us
in the past
samples
few
of bourbon
days.
that we can never drink.
Isn't that part of the fun of sharing?
No, it is.
though?
It absolutely is. But I gotta keep dragging you for it.
Lording it over your friends that I have access
Exactly.
to. This,
Yes,
It's
do
not
yet.
that at all. I'm trying
He's
to
looking
share.
down. He's looking down
Golly,
past his
man.
blue blocking glasses, down his bourbon sniffing nose at us plebes.
Well, I guess we're not
Just
going to get to
kidding,
1,000
Perry.
subs today. I'm just going to go ahead and end this. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna see how many I can lose for you. I'm gonna try to get it back below 600.
actively trying to lose us.
I think the masses enjoy nothing more than watching us, I guess show that the emperor isn't wearing any clothes, and in this situation, you're the lacking king, so it's okay.
I
You
just
should-
got to
you should
bring him
thank
down
us
a little
for
bit.
this.
That's my job here.
Yeah,
That's my
But
wife's job.
What's the proof
All
on
wife.
that though, Perry?
Yeah, so the single barrel proofs vary wildly on
Mhm.
on
Oh,
the
okay.
proof. I've seen as low as 123 and as high as 137 or 39, I believe. And
Wow.
typically they're a steal for that proof. Usually you can find them about $60 to $65.
Oh wow. Okay.
And that's even for, so there's essentially two different offerings of this whiskey. There's the regular, it's like Knob Creek single barrel.
Okay.
There's the regular offerings, and then there's the store picks. So the single barrel picks.
Got it. Yeah.
I apologize. I've been talking for so long, and I haven't had enough time to kind of catch my breath that everything's kind of I'm gasping for air. But anyway, it really just depends on the barrel that you find.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah. And
Well, here I can ask Ryan a question, and you can catch your breath. So, Ryan, on this podcast, do you just talk about bourbon, or do you talk about other topics?
We actually don't talk about bourbon. We had Perry on.
Okay, so you exclusively talk about other topics.
Yes, we are not a bourbon podcast. We are actually just friends with Perry. So we really just use his wonderful community to bolster our own. So it is exclusively a one-way relationship. We're just looking for anything that we can get out of it. No, I'm just kidding. No, Perry has been wonderful. He came on our show, and we did do a bourbon topic. We've been on his show and had a great time. Honestly, just like hanging out, kind of like we did on Thursday. And me and Perry actually have known each other for a while, which we discovered mid-recording. While we were doing the episode, we both were like, "Wait, we know each other." But yeah, so
you're in Kentucky too, or
yes, I am.
So
also
you're in Kentucky too. Okay, gotcha. Okay,
actually, our show, all of our guys are in Lexington as well.
Oh wow.
So but for anybody who is on this stream that wasn't here Thursday, we do a comedy debate show, and it's me and a guy named Josh and Joe, and we pick ridiculous topics that no one should ever debate for any reason, and we decide a winner. But if you want to check us out, we are, as it says on my tag there, tell me I'm wrong. All available on all podcatchers.
So what's a recent absurd topic that you
our most recent episode that just came out Thursday was we picked an action movie star that would be really good at escape rooms.
Okay, an action star who would be good at escape rooms. Let's see.
And then the week before that, we did Team Jacob versus Team Edward, but it wasn't Twilight related.
From Twilight, right? Okay.
It wasn't just in Twilight related. It was anyone named Jacob or anyone named Edward. So we just created Team Jacob and Team Edward, and it was one of our more silly episodes because we we started the episode by saying we don't have any rules for this. We're just going to make Josh decide which team he would pick. And so I had all the Jacobs, and Joe had all the Edwards, and we just went at it. Yeah.
Well, see, I'm still thinking about this because so many action movies are basically escape rooms, right? So Die Hard is basically an escape room. I think what's the Arnold Schwarzenegger flick where he's like in the jungle or something? I don't remember this movie. Predator, maybe? No.
Yeah.
So that was part of it. So the topic
That's
was a
basically
little
an escape room, right?
Exactly. The topic was a little too easy because one of our guys picked Ethan Hunt, who Mission Impossible. He's like a super spy. He's a genius. And then the other,
he was literally in an escape room in the first Mission Impossible movie.
Exactly. And then we had the other person picked the Limitless guy who has access to all of his brain. So I was like, so I decided it was too easy. So I told them, throw out your research. I'm going to give you 2 action heroes, and you have to debate now.
Who were the 2 that you gave them?
The 2 that I gave them were Blade, Wesley Snipes, and John Rambo.
Okay.
So I tried to go with people who were,
like First Blood is basically it's basically an escape room. He's literally trying to escape out of the jungle. So yeah, I think it's Rambo, right?
Scott Pigsley said that movie you were thinking of was Kindergarten Cop. That escape room movie. You could consider a kindergarten room an escape room.
I think I mean even Stallone and Stop or My Mom Will Shoot, if you don't have a good relationship with your mother, any interaction with her is basically like an escape room. So yeah, that's great. I think I like the premise of your podcast. That's really interesting.
We came up with the topic or the concept for it about 2.5 years ago, and during at the beginning of the pandemic, we were like, all right, well, we're all sitting at our houses now. Let's do it. So we started it last year. And
so it's
been doing for a while. So we were 41 episodes.
Are you familiar with the John Hodgman podcast where he's a judge?
Yes.
John Hodgman. It's like
fantastic.
Like tangentially similar to that, but that sounds really interesting. I like that.
Thanks. We're semi-interesting, and as Joseph labeled us Thursday, kind of funny.
Kind of funny. That's good.
Yeah. So I'll take it.
So,
Perry, did you catch your breath or not?
I did finally. Yeah, but I can feel my throat starting to get scratchy. Which is even better.
Sounds like more bourbon.
Absolutely. I'll make a hot toddy later. But one of my favorite episodes from your recent catalog was the softcore board game episode.
Softcore board games. We did a Valentine's Day themed episode where we chose the sexiest board game.
Sexiest board game.
Off the top of your head, what do you got?
I mean, I think it's Operation, right? Like that's just like the most invasive sexually erotic board game ever, right?
That was one of the picks.
I think it's Operation. It has to be
that
Operation.
Is perfect.
Wow. Well, I gotta text Joe. I'll have to text Joe. That was Joe's pick.
It's like here I have. I mean, it's basically necrophilia. That's why it's. But I mean, again, it's like sexy and erotic for I mean, like a very small
sadistic people.
So yeah, I mean, it's
Joe's argument also included talking about the
Twister. Yeah, I mean, wait, is Twister a board game?
It's not a board game.
Know.
That is not a tabletop. You cannot. If you play that on a tabletop, Shoots and Ladders depends on which shoot you're playing.
Oh, Floydian, this stream just took a hell of a turn. Yeah, about that.
My entrance. You're welcome.
Let's get a live. Still at 6:14. So
okay, we're not losing any.
No,
I consider that a win.
Hanging steady, guys. Could you give me like? Can you guys hold down the fort for 2 seconds?
Absolutely.
I mean,
let's talk about Colin's podcast.
Yeah.
Well,
we've already done that. Do you like either Arrested Development, Twin Peaks, or Community? Are you familiar with these shows?
Here's the thing. I'm familiar with all three. and have
Gotcha.
been meaning to watch Community because I hear that I would really enjoy it. I've
You
never
probably would, yeah.
I've never watched Twin Peaks. I don't
It's tough.
I don't have a much of a feeling about that. I did try Arrested Development. I got through a few episodes, and I feel like I would like it more now. At the time that I watched it, couldn't really get into it, but I feel like if I gave it another chance, I would enjoy it. So unfortunately, I don't have much opinion to weigh in on those shows.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pitch I always give people with Arrested Development. So Arrested Development originally aired on Fox between 2003 and 2006, and if you like everything from The American Office to Parks and Recreation to 30 Rock to Community, I call them grandchildren of Arrested Development or children of Arrested Development. Now that's not to suggest that they're just blatantly plagiarizing Arrested Development, but in the same way that you can see like DNA traces or like features in children from their parents, I think you see a lot of the features in those shows from Arrested Development, because prior to 2003, there weren't really a lot of network comedies that did the kind of stuff Arrested Development did. In 2003, the most popular network comedies were Friends, Frasier. We're talking about multicam sitcoms with laugh tracks. Exactly. And Arrested Development moved in a fundamentally different direction, which almost created this permission structure.
So did it come
shows
before
like
The American Office?
Yes. So The American Office, I think, is 05, and Arrested Development started in 03. I think I have that right. Now, with that said, of course, there's the British Office, which started a few years before that. But at least with American television, as far as that's concerned, it's fascinating how Arrested Development created a kind of permission structure for a lot of the shows that people really, really like today.
That's an interesting little like television history that I was not aware of, because I always thought of The Office kind of being the groundbreaker with Greg Daniels and the the adaptation from the European or from the British Office, but I didn't realize that Arrested Development was kind of that same structure.
I mean, less. I mean, so and so you could trace all of this back to the mid '90s with filmmakers like Christopher Guest, who made films like Waiting for Guffman, Best in Show, doing this using a documentary format, but using it for distinctly comedic effect, and in effect making a mockumentary. And of course, what's the rock and roll film I'm missing? I'm sure Perry's dad could probably correct me. It was a Christopher Guest film. God, what is that movie? But anyway, the point is, like, that whole aesthetic isn't new to Arrested Development, because Christopher Guest was doing that stuff with feature films in the late 80s and early 90s. But as far as television is concerned, I can't think of a single television show that did what Arrested Development did, at least for American television, before Arrested Development did it. But of course, Arrested Development didn't have talking heads like The Office does. So that's maybe something The Office has that Arrested Development doesn't have. But if you watch the aesthetics, that kind of like single cam shaky situation, that's Arrested Development.
That's interesting. I would like to hear. I don't know if you've listened at all to the Office Ladies podcast. A
little bit, yeah.
So some of the stuff that they talk about with Greg Daniels is like, the way that it was kind of a different take on a show. I would like to know if Greg Daniels worked at all with like the developers of Arrested Development, because I didn't realize there were that many similarities just because I'm not familiar with that show.
Yeah, I don't know, because I think part of this as well is thinking about how development works before release. So those two shows, the release was so close to one another, you can almost imagine they were developed at least in a similar way.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. But again, like what The Office has that Arrested Development doesn't is this original intellectual property that it's actually adapting. So even though like Greg Daniels can claim or the actors can claim they were doing something new, they were, but there's something of a big asterisk beside that as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Mitch Hurwitz, right? So Mitch Hurwitz, he's He's the creator of Arrested Development. He worked back in the 80s and 90s on the Golden Girls. That's where he started, was with that show. Yeah.
That's
so if you like the
fascinating.
Golden Girls, that's where he got his start.
didn't
And I
know
think
that
like
at
Spin
all.
City, maybe he did a bit of writing on Spin City.
I love Spin
I would
City.
want to double check that. That's a cool show, right?
It was, I feel like it was interesting, especially the time that it came out, like, late 90s or whatever. It was pretty unique in the way that it was still kind of a sitcom, but it just felt different.
Totally. Complete precursor to Parks and Recreation in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Because they're
that's
basically
true.
doing the same sort of thing. So, yeah.
Bubble Bath Bourbon. I've always wanted to try the Lagavulin that Offerman talks about all the time. I've never been a Scotch person.
So
I am, and I like
I need somebody to help. I have a friend in California. He used to come to Kentucky all the time. He's actually from Kentucky, lives in California now, but he used to be a bourbon guy, and he's abandoned me, and now he's more of a Scotch drinker.
Oh.
And so, but I told him, the next time we get to, I don't get to see him that much, but the next time we get together, I want him to, help me learn some more about Scotch. So I need to expand that a little bit.
So my friend, Spinal Tap. There it is.
I think that was
Tap.
in the chat a couple times. I just completely missed it.
Sorry, I'm the only one who was able to
couldn't see
control the highlighted comments. So
it's Spinal
Thank you,
Tap.
Floridian.
Yeah. So, like, I have one of my friends, Andrew, and he and I do a podcast called the Clutter Desk Podcast as well. He actually spent about 6 or 7 months in Scotland on the Isle of Iona, and when he and I talk about Scotch, he talks about it like this. I guess in the same way that you could imagine if you're drinking bourbon from Kentucky, you're almost getting this distilled impression of bourbon, or you're getting more than a drink, you're getting a place, right?
Yeah, it's a
And
culture.
he
You're
talks
drinking
about
an
how
entire culture. Yeah.
You're drinking a culture, you're drinking a history, you're drinking a geographic region. That's how he talks about really peaty scotches, that you're drinking Scotland at that point. And there's something, I find something almost in the same way that if you read Burns's poetry, it's like you're reading Scotland.
Yeah.
When I drink Scotch, it's like I'm drinking Scotland. And that's a unique experience, and that's part of why I like it too.
I feel like Scotch is really the only other type, there's not really a lot of things like Scotch and bourbon as far as their importance to the place that they're from. Like I feel like Scots feel the same way around they feel the same way about good local Scotch that we do about our bourbon, talking about Jack Daniels. That's a good example. I feel like there's definitely Scotch or whatever they call it. They can't call it Scotch or whatever, but whiskey outside of Scotland where their Scots feel the exact same way. They're like, okay, sure, it might technically be this, but it's not.
Yeah, I mean, but I think what you're getting at is the idea that there's this, in French, it's this je ne sais quoi, this something about this place that you can't replicate. You can replicate the process, you can even in theory replicate the materials, but there's this additional thing about bourbon from Kentucky. You just can't get it outside of Kentucky. You can get close, but you can't get it in the same way that Scotch produced in Scotland, you can replicate the process, but there's this something that almost transcends the product itself that you can't get outside of Scotland. And that's having access and even being approximate to that, I think is a beautiful experience. And that's what I dig about Scotch.
Everybody's saying terroir.
I don't know what that is.
I think that's I don't know. Let's look it up. Let's go to the Google machines.
But Bubble Bath Bourbon said something about mezcal. I don't know what that is. I don't know much about. I don't know much about liquors. I'm sorry.
So
I have to
terroir
plug in my
is
computer. I'll be.
okay. Bye, Colin. Terroir
I
is
just have
Okay.
to plug in my
complete
computer. I'll be right back.
I know. It was just you just never mind. Terroir, the complete natural environment in which a particular wine is produced, including factors such as the soil, topography, and climate.
Oh, okay.
So that I mean expressly relates to bourbon.
And
Of
so
the earth's
mezcal,
original flavor. Yeah.
mezcal is the Mexican alcohol derived from agave. So I guess that would make sense as well. I just feel like it doesn't have as much of a. I don't know. Maybe it does. I just don't know much about it. But
Also, Bubble Bath Bourbon's right. I was mispronouncing that. It is Scottish Terrier. I'm sorry. That's Josh Ballard,
there's a
Ryan
co-host.
Story, noted Scotch expert.
That's right. We actually, Josh, if you were clearly you just joined us because I just talked about how I have not been drinking scotch. So screw you. Oh, there's Swan.
Swan, hey, Ryan, you're wrong. I said, no, you're wrong. And she yelled at me and I pissed my pants.
I don't know what that is.
Josh has the link. I think Josh is scared because he has the link. He could join us.
Why is he scared?
I don't know.
Come on, Josh.
Clearly he's scared.
Come on, Josh.
Maybe he may not be at his computer.
On. Making references. So we are still, I'm giving you a little update here on the subscriber count. We're still at 614.
What can we
feel
do?
like this might have been a little futile, but who's to say?
Hey, it's gone up. It's way up from when it was on Thursday.
It has. But here's the thing. I can't do this every week.
No.
This was a Hail Mary, and we're almost 4 hours into it. Patrick Starkey, I'm still in my piss pants. Oh, goodness gracious. Colin, are you still drinking the Long Branch?
Yeah, I am. I mean,
Perry,
I woke up at like
before Colin gets in there. I'm just gonna jump in. I'm gonna hop off. I just wanted to hop on and say that I'm supporting you and help you out.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
Good luck. Thanks everybody for being so welcoming, and thanks Josh for heckling me as always. And tell Donnie I saw his comment earlier. He's getting his shout out as soon as we record again.
Heck yeah, man. All right, buddy. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Take it easy.
It was nice meeting you.
And he's gone.
So you didn't actually tell me what you think about Long Branch, though.
Oh, yeah. So
yeah.
Here's the thing. It's just not made for me. It's.
I mean, what does that mean exactly?
Well, I am not the audience that it is made to appeal to. Right.
Okay.
And a lot of that comes from where I am. As far as a whiskey drinker at this moment, right? So I think that it's geared mostly towards new whiskey drinkers or new bourbon drinkers.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Because it has a softer palate. It's not it's not overtly spicy. It's got a pretty congruous flavor profile too, where it's not there's not one thing that really overpowers the flavor profile or anything,
and it doesn't have movements, like if you wanted to I mean if you wanted to think about bourbon like opera, that it has movements to it, like you're right, like Long Branch doesn't have any movements. It's just one thing from beginning to end. So
yeah, so it again it even goes back to being a proof hound in many ways. 86 proof is about as low as I'm gonna go and still find enjoyment. And still find enjoyment in what I'm drinking. And a good example of that too is Evan Williams Single Barrel, which is I think it's either 86.8 or just 86 flat. But it's still got a good depth of flavor to it. Typically about 8 years old. And I think that the age is really doing a lot of the legwork there. But it's really quite good. And I'll go back to Long Branch every now and again just to I can't even pronounce that. Proofstitutes.
Oh, proofstitutes. Yeah.
That's a way.
I think I called it proof heads, like sneakerheads, like these people
Yeah,
who are chasing these really exotic shoes. I mean, I think I told you what I find really interesting about it is you're right, it's 86 proof, but I can't help but think it if you don't mind the cliche, it just punches above its weight in some ways.
Mhm.
I think that's part of what I like about it too is it has no business being as good as it is. It's not the best under any
Yeah.
circumstances, but
I
at
can
86 proof, yeah, it has no business being this good. So
and I can appreciate the adoration for it in many ways.
Yeah.
You say, apologies for the cliche, but I use that very often when I'm talking about whiskeys because it's a good Brett said it's 86.6. Sorry. I was close.
Well, there it is.
But
I would round that up to 87. So
that's just because you're a professor, but
that's true. Yeah. I would round that up. So
it's a phrase that I use quite often when I'm discussing something that is of much higher quality than you would expect for its price point, for its age, for its proof, anything like that. So I don't think that that's a phrase that is lost on people in the bourbon community. So,
and I hear you talk about, and I think you're right when you talk about how you should probably ignore price when attempting to assess the quality of a bourbon, but it's extremely difficult to do that. I think this bourbon is quite similar insofar as I think it's quite difficult to not think, for a novelty bourbon that's like that features Matthew McConaughey's name on the bottle, it's a lot better than you would expect a novelty bourbon to be because like if I were to say to you, hey, so this is a bourbon that like Matthew McConaughey helped make, you might say, okay, so that's probably overpriced and not very good, but it's a lot better than you would expect it to be, again, under those circumstances. And maybe that's unfair, but I can't help but think that's another thing that's really interesting about it is it's a novelty bourbon that's a lot better than maybe novelty bourbons have any business being.
Because there's almost a luxury aspect that you have to associate with alcohol. Right.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
I mean, totally. It's not anything that that we require to survive. It is extraneous in terms of. Well, I mean,
like, dude, I would say.
I'll backtrack that statement a little bit there. But,
we've had 11 months of a pandemic. I can't think of anything more essential to my life other than like synthetic insulin to my survival. So.
Oh yeah, by the way, everybody, Colin's a diabetic as well.
That's correct.
You're getting his entire backstory, but but there the point still stands. There is a luxury quality behind alcohol, and I think in that regard, you do have to include the discussion on value or price. And when we do reviews on the podcast, the fourth category is price. But I think that in many regards, we're treating it more as value than we are just the standard. Would I pay that much for it just at face value? But when value is very much more intertwined with your satisfaction with a product. Could I have bought something at a lower price and gotten more joy out of it? Could I have spent more and gotten more joy out of it, or gotten less joy out of it? So you have to kind of toe the line between, is this a valid point to bring up, and should I just accept the fact that it's good and I like it, or it's bad and I don't like it? So to me,
Well, I think
it's highly important that you include the conversation of quality, excuse me, of value, when you're discussing a product. And to your point, yes, you could spend a little bit more and get something that you might enjoy more. But in my personal opinion, I would spend less and buy something like Wild Turkey 101, which I enjoy quite a bit more, even though it's from the same distillery, and get more joy out of it.
This is why. I mean, I think what you're talking about is not something that's exclusive to bourbon, because I think I've told you. I was actually hoping, like, this is one of the reasons why I was hoping your dad would be on, so I could talk to him about the Mets, because, like, I think baseball and player evaluation is quite similar in this respect, because if you're a baseball team and you could pay $10 million for a player who isn't the best player in the league, but it's a necessary and essential piece of a good team, or you could pay $1 million and develop that same player. You would spend $1 million and develop that player instead of spending $10 million for a free agent. And I think about this in the same way. Like, sure, could like, do you get more or a commensurate amount of value out of 101? Probably. Are you spending $10 less, $10 to $12 less? Most definitely. Therefore, the maybe the prudent choice is just to get the 101. Right? Because that's the prudent choice at that point. And I think you're right. I think that conversation of value as it relates to, as you said, what you're getting, or the value you can extract for every dollar you spend. I mean, of course, that's a calculation, because this stuff's just not sitting on the shelf for free. Because if it were, then who's buying, like, I mean, I don't know who's buying Evan Williams Bourbon if they could just get something else that's priced $20 more, but they're not paying for it. You know what I mean?
And yeah, absolutely. But then we have to see therein lies the difficulty in discussing anything that you might have an opinion on. It's purely subjective. Right. So
because you and I talked about this with Heaven Hill a couple of years ago, that like was part of the value of Heaven Hill, of Heaven and Hill bottled and bond, just the price. I mean, it was good, but was part of what augmented how good it was, its price, in the same way that Evan Williams bottled and bond is part of what makes it so attractive, that you can get it for like $13.
Yeah.
Like, that's,
So I want to backtrack on a couple of things. Sorry, Tammy, I didn't mean to highlight your comment there. Bubble bath bourbon, that's the best part of barrel proof whiskey. You can make it however you want. And that's something that I've kind of been internally almost rationalizing in some ways recently, is justifying paying a little bit more for a higher proof, because it is more versatile. Right. So if I have a bottle of 120 proof bourbon and I'm not feeling like drinking 120 proof bourbon, I can add some water to it and it becomes lower proof. And then I don't have to, spend money on multiple bottles, but that bottle still stands as it is. And if I'm feeling something at a higher proof, I can pour it and I don't have to worry about it. But the versatility of something that you have more control over is so much more appealing than just getting a bottle at 90 proof and being like, this is what I got, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, well, this reminds me of how people talk about haircuts, right? You know, it's like, let's be conservative about it, because you can always take hair off. You can't add hair back on.
Yeah.
And I think proof works the same way, right? It's like, I can
Absolutely.
take proof off, but I can't add proof to a 90 proof bourbon, because it just comes at 90. So yeah, I think that makes complete sense. And that's really interesting that, like, the prudent decision is to get the 120, because you're basically buying 3 bottles of bourbon. And like, I think you should almost talk about that more, if you don't, that while sure you're in theory paying more, but you're also getting like 3 different bourbons at the same time.
Yeah.
And I had never considered that before. That's actually fascinating.
Well, here, the other side of that coin, though, is, are you willing to dilute that product that you went to go purchase in the first place?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
you're attracted to the justification of buying a bottle because you like it, or you feel some connection to it. So do you want to sully the original connection that you had to it, or do you want to just treat it as is? I am of the mindset that if you have purchased it, then do whatever the heck you want to with it. You want to put it in a cocktail, you want to put it in a bourbon and Coke. Like, if you've got a 116.8 proof rare breed and you want to put that in a bourbon and Coke, by all means, go for it. That's your prerogative, because you have, made that conscious decision. But if you just want to drink it on its own, also fine. And it's a conversation that we have been having expressly in the community over the past few years. And it all derives from Freddie Johnson from Buffalo Trace. The best way to drink bourbon is just the way you like it. It doesn't matter if it's watered down on the rocks, the community itself. And I truly believe that the community at large as well is accepting of bourbon drinkers as a whole. But largely everybody wants to share with you and show you other products that you might enjoy, right? And whether that's a higher proof, whether that's a lower proof, it all varies across the spectrum based on age and craft and proof and whatnot. But I do believe that 95% of the people in the community are fine with you putting a Van Winkle product on the rocks, or proofing down a Booker's because you're just not feeling 127 proof and you want something with the same general flavor characteristics, but just taking it a little bit easier. So I'm fully on board with the idea of spending a little bit extra so that you can make it go, you can stretch it out further.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I think, like, hearing you talk about all of that, I think you're circling around this idea of like, there's this, and let's just say with like any particular bourbon, there's a kind of ideal experience one can have, right? And
sure.
this anxiety of not having that experience with it. So if I were to take, what is it, Pappy Van Winkle, I think that's often bandied about as the most coveted bourbon,
Sure.
of all the bourbons, right? Okay, so like,
it's the hot.
If I were to, yeah. So like, if I were to take Pappy and, I don't know, like, mix it with a Coke Zero, like, am I really having like the authentic experience with Pappy? And I think I get the impression there's a lot of anxiety around having the right kind of experience. And maybe, and even if you have people who might say, drink it however you want, there's still this lingering question of, well, you should at least experience it this way once. And
here's the underlying understanding of that sentiment. So Booker No, whom we talked about before, he was the master distiller at Jim Beam, of course, and he was at a tasting event, and 10 to 20 years before he passed away, and a woman came up to him and said, "Booker, I've got a question for you." And she said, "If I were to take the best bourbon in the world and put it in a bourbon and Coke, what would you say about that?" He said, "Well, ma'am, I would say you'd have the best bourbon and Coke in the world." So there's still, there's still that sentiment that it's okay to consume it in the way that you see fit. You know, I mean, I know that there is so much artistry and so much craft that goes into being a master distiller, and even just being a distiller in general, because that is something that you are putting your stamp of approval on. But there has to be a level of understanding that once it is out of the barrel, into the bottle, and then subsequently in the glass of the consumer, you're not responsible for their reaction to it or their interaction with it. And we can criticize distillers all we want, because we can say, that wasn't for me, or that's not to my flavor profile standards, or whatever. But in general, there really is an understanding that people are going to enjoy bourbon in the way that they see fit.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's not that I disagree with you, because I completely agree with you, but I almost have the impression that that's a sentiment that one must learn. So because are you familiar with this film Sideways, starring Paul Giamatti? It's about wine. Paul Giamatti, Thomas Hayden
familiar, but I don't
Church.
think so.
Yeah, so it's a movie about so Paul Giamatti is a wine enthusiast, and he and his friend Thomas Hayden Church, who's something of a novice, they do these tours of Napa Valley before his friend, who's played by Thomas Hayden Church, gets married. So it's kind of like a Rumspringa in some way. And the character played by Paul Giamatti often talks about this one bottle of wine he has, and like you could almost imagine it's like the best bottle of Pappy Van Winkle. He refuses to open it because he's never found the best situation to consume it. And through a series of misadventures, you get to the end of the film, and he's drinking the bottle of wine out of a styrofoam cup in a fast food restaurant while eating a shitty cheeseburger. Yes, I am not drinking Merlot. Yeah, that's it. But so like that movie, but part of the point, part of what's happening in that movie is that it kind of reinforces this idea that he's drinking this extremely expensive, exclusive, special wine in the worst kind of way. And my point is, I have the impression that everything that you've just said, everything that this distiller luminary said, like, this is a thing that almost needs to be learned, and because it's not the accepted wisdom that people often bring to whether it's bourbon or wine or whatever. There seems to be so much anxiety about drinking it the right way, and that's almost an idea that that people need to be disabused of, that idea that there's a wrong way to drink anything.
Right. So here, it's not necessarily a novel concept, but I do believe that in a situation like this, we have to address the fact that those who are most vocal about an opinion are often the ones that are given the most attention. Right. So in an underlying manner, we understand that people are going to drink however they please, but when somebody steps out and is loud and obnoxious about their opinion, that's when they garner attention. So we can we can allow everybody to just do as they might well please, but as soon as the one a-hole shows up and starts, spouting about how it's not right for you to pour the Van Winkle over ice, or how dare you take that antique collection bottle and you chug out right out of it. Like, it's just, and I'm not trying to pigeonhole one group or one particular type of person. It's not that at all. But there is this subsection of the community that is so unwilling to just let people do whatever the heck they want with the bottle.
Yeah.
They spent the money on it. They purchased it. And that even goes so far as to include the secondary market, which is people who are reselling bottles at a higher value. I don't agree with it. I think that it's, I think that in many ways it's scummy, especially if you're doing it just to make money off of it. But at the same time, if you are not in need of a particular bottle and you offer it up to a group of people and you say, hey, this is the amount of money I'm going to allow it to be let go for. If you want it, it's yours. And if somebody on the opposite end says, I can justify paying that amount of money for it, and I'm going to purchase that bottle from this person, and then I'm going to enjoy it, that's fine too. Like that we shouldn't be knocking anybody who has the capital to make that decision and also has the wherewithal to say, this is fine by me. It's where we just, where we start to just blindly and blatantly disagree with somebody without understanding them. And this is getting into an entirely different conversation that has much more levels of depth to it. But
yeah, but like, here's the thing. It's not like that kind of gesture, this idea that there's a way of doing it.
Yeah.
And we've strayed from that way of doing it. Like, that's deeply fascistic. Like, that's what fascists say. It's like, here's the way we did it. This is the way we're doing it now. We got to get back to that, and like they often elevate these mythical figures. But then when you talk about how I forget the name, you mentioned this distiller luminary who said, if you drink this bourbon with Coke, it'll be the best bourbon and Coke you've ever had. Yeah. So like it's I mean, like that, because what I hear when I hear that is even these bourbon luminaries understand that there's no prescriptive way of drinking bourbon, but I almost have the impression that for people who, as you said, argue there's the right way and the wrong way, they're almost constructing these mythical figures and suggesting it's like, well, this is not how they drink it. It's like Eddie Russell would never drink, that bourbon with Coke, and like, that's why it's like, it's this retreating back to the way things were before the way we're doing it now. And that's I think that's part of the problem I have with it too, is the way it's kind of using this mythical notion of what the past was to justify restrictive behavior in the present, if that makes sense.
No, it absolutely does. And I think that just with it's the same as with any group of people who rely solely on the words of somebody else. Taking it as gospel is very easy, but once you have to start having those conversations with other people, you're not as inclined to just I it's tough. I'm not phrasing this the way that I would like to, but um it, yeah, we do have tent poles in our societies that we say this is how we're going to follow. This is what the ideas that we're going to adhere to. But um in many ways, I think bourbon is much more accepting of people who don't adhere to one notion or another. I think that's what I'm trying to get at.
Which is a good thing. I
Yeah.
think that's actually what I really like about it. And like when I've talked to you, I mean, I have no business being here, right? Like in all seriousness, like I have no business being here. But you create the space for me to be here, and that is something that's like this way that you've tried to expand the boundaries of what a
Mhm.
bourbon community can be, and by doing so, like bourbon is this Trojan horse, I suppose, for something much bigger, because bourbon is um, it's a product and a commodity that quite literally just disappears as you consume it.
Yeah.
But what's built through that consumption is it transcends the limitations of this material, and that's really quite lovely.
Yeah.
And that's what I like so much about what you do, actually, is because I don't understand everything you talk about sometimes,
Sure.
but I also never feel excluded
That's fair. That's fair.
for not knowing that. And
Right.
I think that's yeah, there are no wrong answers in bourbon, right? That's
Yeah.
that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like that.
Donnie said tradition is great, innovation is great. They don't have to be mutually exclusive. I don't disagree with that. And I apologize, Donnie. I know you said that you disagreed with something I said earlier. I don't know exactly what it was that you were referring to, but you know, I like it's so easy to get into civil discourse over something like bourbon because it is a novelty and because it is a luxury item,
Mhm.
It's not like talking about basic human rights or anything. I think
Mhm.
that it has and I don't think that it's a space for people to get offended either when talking about preferences because it is so wide reaching and it's not, the end all be all, I guess, for
Mhm.
uh people's livelihoods or anything. And
Mhm.
I do want to try to go back. Here it is. Okay, so this is also from Donnie. He said, what is the next show that they will do? Ask Colin about Parks and Rec or maybe Justified. Hard
I
left
don't know
turn, by the
Justified.
way.
Yeah. So like, I don't know what Justified is.
Oh,
I've spoiled a bit on Parks and Rec.
have you really?
So yeah, I mean, I think in particular, the way the show fetishizes work, um, I wasn't really prepared to talk about this, but I'll do the best I can.
Can
I
can
think,
I make a preemptive argument?
yeah, no, please do. Yeah, yeah.
I think that
Please.
that's very much isolated to um Amy Poehler. Why can't I think of her character's name?
Oh, Leslie Nope. Oh, you
Leslie
see,
Knope.
here's the thing.
Golly.
Yeah, I think I would disagree with you because it kind of
Really?
spreads like an infection. Yeah, I mean it totally spreads like an infection, because it moves from her to, I mean, obviously Ben to
Yeah.
Tom, April, I mean even Ron at the end,
Okay.
and like
Okay.
yeah, but like I think you're right at its inception, like Leslie as this personification of work is accurate. Yeah, I think it's the way it personifies, well, not personifies, it's the way it fetishizes work that I find a little troubling. And the way it elevates Ron Swanson's understanding of libertarianism as like an alternative to whatever Leslie embodies is also really troubling to me, because like
Sure.
what does Leslie Knope politically, philosophically embody? It's not. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop right here and say, if you don't want me to talk about this, I won't talk about this, because
Colin,
I don't know if this is something that's within the purview of like whatever it is you're doing today. So
I love you.
stop.
I love you dearly. It is
Please.
best for us to not get on that train of thought
Got it.
right now.
Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna
I'm
go.
so sorry.
No, please. Like, that's why I stopped. I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna say my thoughts about parks and recreation have changed dramatically in the last couple
Sure.
of years. Now that I've really thought about it. But yeah, I'm happy if you need it to come back on later. Just let me know.
Oh, absolutely.
So.
Anytime. I mean, if you want to stop in later, by all means. I'm hoping that we're going to get some more guests on here as well. We are sitting firmly right now at 617 subscribers. So first of all, thank you so much to everybody who has hopped on here, as one of our subscribers over the past few hours. We are sitting at 4 hours and 20 minutes. It does not feel like that at all right now. But Colin, it's always a pleasure to get to see you and talk with you.
No,
and,
thanks for letting me hang out with you for
absolutely,
a bit. So.
Yeah. And please, by all means, feel free to come back later on if you would like to.
I'm happy to do so. Absolutely. So
also say hello to Megan for me too, please.
I will. Yeah. You have a good day, and yeah, I'll shoot you a text later, and I might stop on by later. If your dad's here, I want to talk to him about the Mets, because like, dude, the Mets are awesome. Like, they're not owned by the Wilpons anymore. It's crazy. They're not messing. Man. It's nuts, man. Yeah. I'll see you later, man.
All right. Sounds good, Colin. Appreciate you, buddy. My goodness gracious. What a couple hours we've had. How's everybody doing? We're into hour 4, of course, of the all-day Sub-a-Thon. And it seems like we've kind of trickled off into our our subscriber numbers. I'm going to switch over to the B cam here for just a second, so I can kind of get up and move around a little bit, if that's okay with you guys. Hopefully I'll be able to see the chat on my phone as well. But I also realized that I left my my water in the rest of the house. So I need to go and get that. So there we go. Okay. So Bubble Bath Bourbon wants to see the collection. Okay. We can do that. Let me pull up the chat as well. Into hour 5, is that technically where we are right now? That's fair. I got a big old pile of floor whiskey at the moment. So to be quite honest, most of my collection is on the floor at the moment. So I don't know if you can see that super well or not, but a lot of my bottles are kind of spread out all over the place. But here is the cabinet, which houses most of my stuff on the regular. So I don't really. What do I do? I don't know how to. I've never done a studio tour, I guess. But there's everything up top, and that's mostly just because I was trying to find space to, put stuff. Oh, not a good angle. I apologize. I don't really see what's going on. Top shelf. This has mostly just been moved around because I've been trying to get to other bottles Here is my mainly Buffalo Trace and Jim Beam shelf. Down here is usually Heaven Hill and a couple of other bottles as well. Turkey, all my turkey stuff's here. 1792 and Barton, and then also my Old Forester, and then the bottom is kind of just a collection of stuff, including samples and some other bottles that I haven't really wanted to touch too much. So anyway, let me pull up the comments so I can see what you guys are. How about showing off the pets? The dogs are not here at the moment, but I can show off the kitty cats. Scott, this is very Blair Witchy. Dev, yes, I do know that there's a lot going on. Don behind the curtain. You like the cabinet? I got the cabinet from Lucy's grandparents. I think that's where that came from. Dev, is Pinhook good? Pinhook is pretty good for the most part. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but a couple of those releases are pretty decent. Donnie, I have a question. Do you have a rider on your homeowner's insurance to cover your bourbon? No, but I probably should get one. That's not the worst thing in the world. Where is the Mahalo bourbon? A place of reference I expect. Yeah, I've placed the Mahalo as the first thing that people see when they walk into the house, because I want to let people know that it's exceptionally good and everybody needs to try it or find a bottle of it. So anyway, I like doing this beat hand stuff. Oh wait, hold on. Ah! You guys are in my fridge right now. Oh. Oh, there's my Kraft Parmesan. And a bag. This is good stuff. This is definitely going to get us to 1,000 subscribers. I'm really thrilled about this. I'm going to have to order some food soon. So, I don't know how that's going to go. I also feel like, because I'm not right in front of the computer, I don't know what anybody's saying. It's even better. Watching the computer as I walk back out too is a bit surreal and odd. Okay. There's Mr. Snuffy. Hello, Snuffy. What's the worst bourbon in my collection? Definitely Mahalo bourbon. Spring Mill is pretty much up there as well. Thoughts on Redwood Empire? I like Lost Monarch for the boo ride. I have not really had much Redwood Empire, unfortunately, Scott, but I'll have to try it soon. Okay, let me adjust. And back, I think. Okay, there we go. Back in the actual chair. Patrick, when you play gigs, are there any songs that you refuse to play? Not really. If I refuse to play anything, it's mainly because I just don't know it. But otherwise, I mean, I'm honestly not opposed to playing stuff. Yeah. And I mean, like, if I have an iPad up or something, I'll pull up the chords for it if I know the song fairly well. I'm happy to play it. I mean, doesn't really affect me one way or another. I'll tell you about one gig though. I was playing with my buddy Josh Butcher, who is he's been on the show before actually, with my father-in-law Brett. And we were playing a gig, and it was basically just him playing acoustic guitar and singing, and I was playing electric. And a guy came up and asked if we could play any Pearl Jam, and he dropped like $100 in the bucket. We're like, we can play some Pearl Jam for $100. And we started playing it. And then he came back up and dropped $400 more into the bucket. And we're like, we'll play Pearl Jam all G dang long if we need to. Because you gave us $500, excuse me, just out of nowhere to do it. It was something else, man. It was something else. It was one of the cooler moments that I've had playing a gig. Brett opened the Slipknot No. 9 Iowa whiskey from Cedar Ridge last night. It is not good. Also, Dev, I don't keep the turkey in the fridge. I've got some American honey in the fridge. Patrick, we were at a bar last night and the musician was charging $200 to play Wagon Wheel because he hated it so much. Screw that noise. Look, here's what you do. You play the songs that people like to hear and then they tip you. You don't say, hey, if I'm going to play this song, you got to make it worth my while. I mean, yeah, we're supposed to get paid for gigs and tips are great, but nobody should be doing that kind of caveat. No, Pearl Jam cover band. I don't know about that. My dad and my sister are big Pearl Jam fans, and they go see them all the time. I mean, when there's not a pandemic going, of course, they're not crazy. But I'm just not a big Pearl Jam fan. Is that a like that kind of thing? Is that what you're looking for there, Dev? Patrick, to be fair, I think tips are a thing in New Zealand. That's also fair. That is also totally fair. So I don't know if you guys noticed while Colin was on, but I poured from this unlabeled bottle. This is my infinity bottle. I have not added to it in a long time. And typically when I add to it, it's usually about an ounce or two. So I literally have not touched it in probably like a year. I don't know. Tips aren't a big thing in the UK either. Yeah, that's fair. I gotta lower my voice because I am just destroying my vocal cords right now. I can feel all the scratch coming up in the back of my throat. Like I'm supposed to be recording a podcast tomorrow as well. So I gotta lay off the strain on the old cords there. What's in the Glen by Snuffy? It doesn't look good. Don't worry about that. That's we're just gonna move that off screen, and we're gonna get Snuffy a brand new glass, and we'll pour something for him here in a minute. But speaking of Snuffy Chats, which is our replacement for Super Chats right now until we do cross the 1,000 subscriber threshold. Available at the links below, not just at the bottom of your screen, but at the description of the episode. Channel your inner Bob Ross. Now we're just going to drink happy little bourbon here. Yeah. No mistakes, only happy little bourbons. Don't people who do Scream chug money? Chug honey. The actual real honey. It's possible. Been wondering about that the past few weeks. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's all good. Snuffy's good, man. Snuffy's he's got a glass now. And you don't have to. I smudge the. I did. Huh. Oops. Oh well. Happy little bourbon indeed. Let's get an update here on the subscriber count. Still at 617. Hey, look, I know that we I know that we sit out for 1,000 today, but over 600 is a pretty big step in a couple of days. So I thank you all so much for being here. If you watch it on the replay, of course, thank you. Loads and loads and loads. Wow, 64 likes on the video and no dislikes. That's incredible. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you guys. I really, really do. What next? What should we do next, guys? Let me know. Should we play some bourbon roulette? Oh, Michael J. Hey, Perry. Sorry I haven't subscribed sooner, but I have now. Cheers. Cheers to you as well, Michael J. Thank you so much for subscribing. We're at 618. People are picking up their kids now. Give it an hour. On a Saturday? They all going to Saturday school? It's fine. Yeah. No, I know that people are gonna hop on later. Subs from your other accounts are not only appreciated, they are encouraged. Indeed. Thank you, Donnie. And like we said, we're at 618 right now. We got just under 400 to go. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. What day is it? Tuesday? Close, but no cigar. No cigar at all, my friend. So let me know. Let me know in the chat. What should I do? Should I pull out my worst bourbons in my collection and drink them? Should I play bourbon roulette? I'd love to play bourbon roulette if you guys want me to. We can you could drop some suggestions in the chat. Do like half good, half bad, and then select from those bottles. It depends on what I have as well, of course. But I'd be happy to do that. You guys let me know. We gotta keep this. Sorry, Eric. Says too loud where I am to hear what you're saying, but you look good. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Dev, are you okay, buddy? We need to call somebody for you. Also, Eric, I hope that you're holding up okay. Oh, maybe order food first? That is actually a really good idea. I am quite hungry. What should I order? I don't want to do pizza. I can't do pizza right now. Like, I've got so much pizza left over. But I'm kind of thinking like a cheeseburger or something. Taco Bell sounds like a mistake. Buffalo Wild Wings? Arby's? Wendy's? I don't know. Oh, Patrick says Arby's? I could maybe do Arby's. I don't think that sounds terrible. 2 hours of only Pappy. Well, I would have to get Pappy first before I could do 2 hours of only that. I don't know. Whiskey Central, we have the meats. Something that doesn't mess up my palate. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. How many cheeseburgers can I eat? I did that already on ADHD Whiskey's channel whenever that was last year. So I'm not doing that again. I still am kind of feeling a cheeseburger, but Arby's doesn't sound horrible. I do love their chicken tenders, man. Ooh, jalapeno bites sound like the worst option possible. How much leftover pizza do I have? Just not in the mood for it, man. But yeah, Shayla, thank you so much for being here. Skyline chili is a horrible idea. Blend your infinity bottle with us and release it as a standalone video. Huh. That's actually a fun idea. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I might have to set up the recording software or something though. I don't know. Okay. So I'm between our. Oh, but Tammy said Wendy's. Okay. I was gonna do a local burger place. Arby's doesn't sound terrible, so let's narrow it down. Oh, but Donnie said Hardee's too. Dang it. So let's narrow it down a little bit. Should I go local, Wendy's, or Hardee's for a burger? And then after that, it'll go up against Arby's. So please let me know in the chat, and then we'll decide from there. Because the local place, like, I've been craving for a little while. I haven't had it in a hot minute. Is McDonald's in on the chicken sandwich war now too? Screw that. Why? Oh, McDonald's spicy nugs. Support local? Local, okay. So everybody's saying local. They're saying feed the craving. All right. Everybody's saying that over Arby's too, I'm guessing. So I'm gonna order from one of my favorite local places. It's called Tally Ho, and it's like one of the best places for drunk food. And the fact that I get to do this from the comfort of my home is even better. So it's probably not under fastest. They usually take a little bit. So that means I'm probably gonna eat some pretzels as well. Can you guys hear my voice cracking? That's awesome. That's fantastic. All right, Tally Ho. $0 delivery fee. Fantastic. I love it. They're so, man, I love this place so much. Anyway, top tier drunk food for sure. 100%. All right, let's dress this bad boy up. We're going bacon. I'm putting an egg on it too. Faux show. Oh, golly. Gravy on there does not sound like a good idea. Oh, they can't edit it? I'll just take the onion off. That's fine. Yeah, we'll go fries. I'm down for that. Your drunk food is a Mexican place? Awesome. I'm going to order a little bit extra too, because Lord knows I might. If you love it, then you should have put an egg on it. I put an egg on it and bacon. So I'm going to order a little bit extra just in case I need it, because there's a high chance that I might. So I'm going to get some chicken fingers. Oh man, this could be a bad decision, but it also could be the best decision. I don't know. Anyway, you need B camera view of the food when it arrives. I'll pop back over to the B camera. That's pretty funny, actually. Epic fries. Fries covered in chili, cheese sauce, bacon, and jalapenos. No, thank you, Jose. That was a combination of multiple weird statements. Oh, man, I tell you, nothing sounds worse right now than a milkshake. I'd lose it. I would absolutely lose it. All right. Delivery. ASAP. Let's give him a good tip. Give him a good tip. Support local. All right. Sounds like Heartburn City. Like I said, I got my antacids, so when the time comes, I'm probably gonna I'm gonna be ready. Fries or rings? I don't like onion rings, honestly. And really I prefer tater tots over French fries. So they had cheddar tots, but I didn't want anything like smothered in cheese. I much prefer just like regular old tater tots. So that's me. Woo-wee. Thank you, Tammy, for suggesting I order some food because Lordy knows I need it. We're up to 619 subscribers on the channel. Thank you all so much for doing that. What is this diet? I don't want to talk about it. Yeah. Look, man, it's a long day. I'm trying to treat myself. You guys have been generous in the Snuffy chats so far. Again, hopefully we get over to 1,000 here soon so that we can get super chats here on YouTube. Oh no. Oh y'all. This is about to get real. Things are about to get super, super real right now. Please help me in welcoming this guy. I don't even know how to introduce you, but it's Grease.
Bro. Will and I were really close to you, and I'm sorry we didn't like stop by. We were in Louisville for like 20 hours for some meetings and stuff, and we headed home, and we stopped, and you know how like when you're trying to figure out lunch and you're like, man, we passed this McDonald's and it was like $2 for 10 nuggets, and we were like, that sounds like a great appetizer. So we did that, and then a Taco Bell was next door to it. We were like, well, daggone, I want a chicken quesadilla from Taco Bell. So this is what happened. We went to we stopped at 2 places and we knocked it out, and we freaking. And here's the deal: I got one of those, and then I had a bottle of water, and then we're trying to get home because family and stuff and kids, and I haven't peed in 3 hours, and I just dropped Will off at his car, and I couldn't go in, and I've got like 10 more minutes to get to my house, and so it got to the point where I remembered this whole. You might not remember this. I might be dating myself, but this was like in like 03, maybe 02, 03, 04.
Okay.
And it was hold your pee for a wee. Do you remember that competition?
No, not at all. That's
well, it didn't last. It didn't last long because this radio host put it on, and this radio station for like, I don't know, just for gimmicks. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And a woman died. A 28-year-old woman died during this event because from water poisoning.
What?
Like, I didn't know that water could poison you, but it does, and that's what happened. So this whole time on my way home, I'm like, I need to get home. I need to pee because I feel like I'm in a compromised situation. So anyway, I'm trying to figure that out.
So at first, what I thought what you were going to say was, I was the McDonald's and somebody else was the Taco Bell, and you chose seeing the Taco Bell over seeing me, the McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where I thought you were going at first, but I totally understand the analogy now. But I was starting to get a little bit sad because here's the thing about you Nashville bourbon podcast folks. You all like to come up to Kentucky and do your thing, but not come see me. Like even John Edwards does that consistently, where he's like, yeah, I was picking a bullet single barrel today, and I'm like, dude, what the heck? I live in Kentucky. Like you came to my neck of the woods. If I come to Nashville, I'm like, hit me up, bro.
He literally yesterday. Oh my gosh! Are you kidding me?
Are you gonna get in a wreck? Is this gonna be proof?
Oh my gosh! That truck is so loud. I'm sorry. That's not my bladder pissed. I promise. No, I'm pretty sure John picked a barrel of Jack Daniels yesterday at Jack Daniels. So he did, yeah. He's cashing in so many favors with his wife right now. Obviously, are you sure he went up or did he get samples?
I think he actually went. I mean, it looked like.
Sure?
Actually, I don't know. I'll text him later and harass him about it.
If he went up, I mean, that's a bold move, Cotton, for sure.
So, I want to touch on a couple of things while I got you here. First off, I really, really, really hate that I'm not going to be able to make Whiskey Weekend this year. Like it is eating me up inside, and I'm gonna miss you guys so much that weekend. I've said it multiple times, and I know you guys have 1,000 other things that are be going on that weekend. If you just get the hankering to come see me, please do. The door is always open. I'm happy to see anybody who wants to come visit.
So I don't know. I don't know if Lucy will let you do it, but I have full intentions of going to that casino across the river on Wednesday night.
I could probably get away with that.
I don't know how long I'll be there. It could be sad. It could be joyous. It really depends on, if I hit a good bonus on a slot machine or something. But I mean, yeah, so we're actually coming up a day early.
Awesome.
This year we're just we've got a lot to set up as opposed to the previous years. We're actually, doing that or whatever. I'm excited about it. There's going to be about 90 people there, which is the most we've ever had, obviously, because at Beaumont Inn we were maxed out at 52, including Will and I.
Yeah.
But yes, I mean, a lot of new people, and it'll be really, really fun. And a lot of people that have come before, they'll just get to watch, those people, but kind of like deer in headlights. But it's gonna be fun. I'm excited about it. Will and I just went up there for final meetings before it all happens or whatever. But I will promise you, I will text you and let you know if we do that.
Perfect.
And we can hang out there. So.
I'm
totally. I'm pretty sure you don't have to like on that. Wednesday. The thing is I'm gonna just have to at some point just say, okay, we're done setting up for the day, and then just go somewhere. Prior to that, we're gonna be busy. But
no, yeah.
How far away from Louisville are you?
About an hour.
About an hour? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's about as far as Lexington is. But
that's a haul.
The other thing though, you're actually going to be on the podcast this week.
Oh yeah, I'm freaking stoked about that. I'm so excited.
Dude, I can't wait.
I think everybody, if people are watching this later and or people that are watching it right now, if you haven't subscribed, I don't really know why you haven't subscribed, but
please.
2 thumbs up on subscribing. Oh, and click the bell too, so that they know that, because you don't get push notifications, and that's kind of like the cool thing about subscribing.
Absolutely.
If you don't click the bell, then the only time you'll ever see any of that content is if you actually go to YouTube and log in and also if you click the bell, it'll just push notify you and it'll be awesome. It's great. So I highly recommend that.
Please.
And thanks for letting me come on.
Absolutely, buddy.
This today. The reason that I didn't come on earlier is because Will doesn't want me to. I'm driving right now. And he's very cautious, and he's both hands on the wheel grease. all this other stuff. So anyway, now that I kicked him out back there, I'm,
Well,
back to
when
my old self. But I'm gonna
I know. Go ahead.
No, go. You go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say
Trying to
once you get home, because I'm gonna be keeping this up for at least a few more hours. So if you get home and your lovely wife, excuse me, allows you to slip away for a few minutes to hop back on, I'll be here.
Yeah,
So.
that's a key thing. Considering the fact that I've been gone almost 24 hours.
Yeah.
For whiskey, but maybe, if not, your show's tomorrow, right? I've got you down for tomorrow.
Yeah, we're recording tomorrow.
Yeah. So I actually had to. We typically do our like drinking with show on Mondays, and I actually had to punt it to Thursday or maybe Wednesday, just because my wife was like, "You're gone Friday for whiskey. You're gone Saturday for whiskey. You're on with Perry on Sunday, and you're gonna do that show on Monday." Like, and then I was like, "No, I'm gonna." So, anyway.
and I think we're actually.
I kept my Sunday. It's my that's my Bourbon podcast engagement, but I punted our thing. So.
You're making me feel bad.
So
You're making me feel a little guilty.
No, I was just saying you're already on the radar. So if I had to tell her about, hey, I need to pop on just a second, she might get mad at me, but maybe not. I don't know.
That's totally fine.
Feelings up, Perry.
That's totally fine. But tell her hey as well, because both you and Will have such wonderful partners. You really, really do, and they've always been super, super sweet and super kind whenever I've gotten to speak with them, which really has only been like a couple of times. And you and Will have dubbed my wife as being an absolute saint.
Oh yeah.
And I think a majority of that has to do with Southern Whiskey Society batch 2, the first time I showed up, which was that was something else. I
do remember that.
I texted you the next day and I was apologizing because I thought I had pissed you off, and you were basically just dealing with a drunk guy like the entire time, which that like in retrospect I was like, oh no, he was just trying to handle this guy. So
yeah, and golly, with Southern Whiskey Societies, it was just a blitz of drinking for 3 hours, and then there was like a 3-hour after party.
It was a good time. I mean, I had a great time, but
I think batch 3 almost got in a fight unintentionally.
Oh, that's right. Oh my gosh, I had like blocked that from my memory.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah, it was fine. Somebody needed a glass, and there was a glass on a table that was empty, so I picked it up, and apparently it was somebody that wasn't with us, their glass, and she thought that I stepped on her grave in some capacity, and she was very upset, and so her very huge boyfriend stepped in. And I was like, bro, I don't know what to tell you except
I'm sorry.
I'm literally just trying to get someone else a drink and saw that glass there. And it was pre-COVID, so I had no concept of that's a bad thing. So I was like, yeah, heck yeah, there's a cup right there. I mean, I don't care. I mean, that person could have some really bad disease, and that concept just didn't even come to my head at that point. But anyway, it's fine. It's all fine. Yeah, no, our wives are, I mean, here's the deal, like, Lucy and Samantha and my wife Lauren, like, this, when you take it from like I enjoy whiskey to a hobby to like a potential business, like it's a lot, man. And it's on top of like what everybody else is doing. It's not like it's full time or anything like that. So it's a full-time job, but you're not getting full-time pay, and you're, and if you've got, if we're trying to pump out, 3 items of content a week, and then, oh, we got to go to Louisville for, whatever, a meeting here and there, just stuff like that. Like, it just becomes a lot. And so, behind John Edwards at Dad's Drinking Bourbon, behind, Dan and Sean at Bourbon Junkies, and Chad and Sarah, It's Bourbon Night, like, behind all of these people, well, actually, Chad and Sarah, they're married, but behind all the other people,
they're a joint deal there.
Yeah, it's almost like date night for them. But behind all those other people, like, there's these spouses that, are obviously, wanting to hang and be a part of it, and, and all that stuff, and with their spouse. And so when they have whiskey stuff, I mean, it's hard on them. So behind all of those whiskey personalities, that produce content on a regular basis, like, there is, I mean, if they're married, you got to praise the spouse in that situation just as much, because you might see the hustle of, you, and the hustle of me and Will and John and, like, all those people, but there's a lot of sacrifice on the other side of the equation. So I think they deserve a shout out. Absolutely. For sure. And Lucy for sure. I mean, y'all got a new baby, new life together. And yes, I would second that statement that she is a saint, because she is, and all of the wives in that situation are definitely that, for sure.
Yes, absolutely, buddy. I'm gonna go ahead and let you go. I'm gonna talk to you tomorrow for the podcast. Also, we're gonna do kind of a back-to-back live stream here in a couple of weeks as well. I can't remember the exact date that we said, but you're gonna be on my Thursday night live. I think I'm gonna be on your all's right after as well. I can't remember.
Yeah, I gotta. We need to coordinate dates, because there's a few things that shifted around. But yes,
that's fine.
No, that it's fun. Yeah, absolutely. Because you go live at 8 Eastern to 9, and then we kind of pick up typically at 9 Eastern to around 10:30 or something like that. So that sounds fun. A piggyback.
There you go. Perfect.
Yep. Dude, thanks for having me, man. Good luck on the subscriptions, and if y'all are watching this later, hit that daggum subscribe and the bell too.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much for stopping in.
Man.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah,
Bye.
Sounds good. Bye.
All right, we're going from one guest to another. Josh Ballard from Tell Me I'm Wrong.
What's happening?
Hey, man. I got Tally Ho on the way, so that's about how I'm doing right now.
That's some good stuff. I was going to say my girlfriend just left to go pick us up some Malones this evening. So
I was having a hard time choosing between Tally Ho and Drake's. So, but Drake's is good, but Tally Ho really just kind of satisfies that craving. I feel like
it's the type of, like, I mean, with Drake's and Tally Ho, you have kind of two sides of the same coin, and that it's a lot of the same fare, burgers, greasy stuff, and whatnot. Yeah. But one might kill you, and one probably won't. And unfortunately, you went with the one that might cause some pain, but the pleasure of eating it's going to be well worth it.
Yeah. See, here's the thing: there's like a nostalgia factor that comes in with Tally Ho that I just, I haven't experienced in a hot minute, so I figured that it was time to revisit the old college days. And
I spent many evenings there because I was on student activities board at the University of Kentucky, and so when we would have events, we would drift on over to Tally Ho afterwards and have some cheese tots and some like enormous cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
And I went there with my friend several times. My best friend and his now wife almost broke up there once. I was with a group that ended up also having a breakup during our time at Tally Ho. It was not, look, it was a lot of fun, but it was not always good for everybody.
Can I just say, when you have a place that indicates that you have never been there before by calling you a ho virgin, that's not really like conducive to a structured and sound relationship.
Yeah,
So-
no, and we were like 18 years, like 19. So his girlfriend at the time was like 2 years older than us,
Okay.
which in college seems like a whole generation. Like you're robbing the cradle at that point. And so she came with us, and we were being so obnoxious that she thought, "Oh my gosh, I'm dating a child," and was going to break up with him because she hated spending so much time with us. It was great.
that is when you know that there is nothing salvageable in a relationship, as
Yeah.
you know, somebody looks at the people that you associate with and go, I don't think that this is gonna work out. This is
Yeah, I can't be here for this. This is terrible.
you
So-
have just really
So
screwed
you got
this
some
over.
Tally Ho coming. I assume you've been sipping on some bourbon. How long are we at now? Looks like 5 hours.
We're
on this
at
thing?
over 5 hours right now. Here's the thing. We have really stagnated over the past like 3 hours. we basically started this whole menagerie at about 550, and we're at
Where are we now?
621 right now. We're at
That's a good
621
jump,
right
though.
So,
I mean, it's not 1,000, but it's you're
yeah. See, here's the thing. I think that I really just I didn't realize what I was getting myself into by saying, "Hey, we can totally get 500 subscribers in a day." So, oh well, I guess I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna take this and go to the bank with it, but at the same time, wait, hold on. Josh has a quota of 5 subs to deliver because we got you guys 5 subs on Thursday, I guess.
Let's see what we can do. You got us more than that.
Yeah.
I will say. Let's see here. I'm gonna fire off a tweet, and we're gonna get some subs here. Let's see here.
Johnny also said Josh cannot leave until we are at 626. So,
Listen,
tall order.
I'm gonna get us there.
Dude, are the Cats actually up at halftime? What?
They are. I'll be entirely honest, and this makes me a bad Kentuckian, but I have not watched the game today, nor have I watched
Me
them for the
neither.
last like 2 weeks, and I know you haven't.
I've been here, yeah, exactly.
But
we're gonna live stream
I,
ESPN.com here on the stream and get copyright struck.
Yeah, exactly. No, I have been working on my patio today. Getting things squared away for the summer, so I have a good place to hang out, getting a new TV hung up, putting some new furniture in. So been doing that. And then I have to go to Houston for work tomorrow, which is the best place to be right now, between power being out and pandemic and stuff. But I unfortunately have to make a trip during the pandemic, so I am getting packed for that. It is I regularly travel for work a lot.
Yeah.
But I have gone almost a full Christian year without being on the road for the first time since I started working. So
I'm sorry, in me and my house,
know.
we represent the Julian calendar, so
so you're not even on board with what I'm talking about. But yeah, no, I was actually traveling last year, like when the whole COVID thing like blew up, because I started a trip. I was on a 14-day straight trip for work. Didn't come home, on the road the whole time. And I went to New Orleans for a conference, a trade show, where they had signs up that were like, hey, like, just use hand sanitizer. It's all going to be fine, y'all.
Uh-huh.
All good. Shake hands, hug, everything. It's all great. So did that. And it was the week after Mardi Gras when they said it was spreading like wildfire down there. So I left there and I drove over to Orange Beach, Alabama for another conference I was at. And had to be spreading like wildfire there. And then I flew to Denver, Colorado, where it was also spreading like wildfire at the time. And it just like the whole trip, it was like progressively getting worse and worse and worse and more concerning. And then I got to the Denver airport. It was the day like that NBA game got canceled and like everything just went to hell. And there was, if anybody's flown through Denver, it is always packed and security is awful. I get to security. I am the only person in the whole line. No one comes behind me. No one goes in front of me. And thank you, Swan. And and I asked the guy at TSA, I was like, is this normal? And he was like, no, I've never seen it like this before. I was like, oh, so we're screwed. Like this is bad. So then I got home, NBA game got canceled, and then I haven't been on the road ever since. So this is my first time going back out. We'll see how it goes.
Donnie said, what I'm hearing is that Josh is a super spreader.
I unfortunately was. I don't think I caught it somehow by some miracle, but because I felt great the whole time. But that also might be because it was a nice trip with conferences and trade shows, which generally means drinking and good food and having a good time. So I probably felt terrible just from all the bad food and drink I had consumed in 14 days and was feeling run down anyway. So if I was sick, I wouldn't even have known.
Well, we kind of thought that Lucy's aunt had it at the beginning of 2020, and we might have had like a really mild version of it because it was right when we found out she was pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
And we thought it was the flu, and she tested negative for the flu, and she got sick, and then I got sick right after she did. So there's a good chance that I had a super, super, super mild version of it. Because like I never lost taste or smell or anything. It just felt like I'd been knocked on my butt for a few days.
Yeah, that sounds about like it. But yeah, it was pretty bad because then like right after that, you're just like hanging out and you'll just get like a little cough. The early pandemic, you just like and you'd be like, I'm dying. And then it's fine now. But no, I got a good mask, the good kind.
Hey, N95, boy.
I got a cloth to go over it, so we're gonna be safe on this trip, and it's gonna be great. And I'm gonna be sitting in the back of a meeting room for 5 days,
away from everybody,
and it'll be just fine. We will all survive.
There you go. So you missed it earlier. I'll tell you real quick and I'll let you go. But about 2 hours ago, maybe more. And this is to show you how much we've stagnated over the past little bit. But we were at 612, and then we started losing subscribers.
Was that when Ryan came on?
That was right before Ryan came on. I mean, it was about 30 minutes before he hopped on.
I think we need to blame Ryan personally. That's my opinion.
That's fine. But I couldn't believe that like during a Sub-a-Thon, people just decided that they were going to just jump ship. It was fantastic.
They saw you were working hard and they were like, we need to keep Perry going because this stream, if it doesn't hit, like 10 hours, we're just not doing our job. There we go. We got one. We picked up one.
Fantastic. Hey, man, thank you so much for hopping on. I didn't mean to keep you any longer than you needed to. But
no, all good. I wanted to hop on and support, and I got some words out, so hopefully some more subs roll in. Yeah, well, Donnie said Ryan brought a rally. What's wrong with Josh? I don't pull the numbers that Ryan does. He's the sex appeal of the podcast, and I play the middleman on that show. So it's not any good. But well, hopefully we will trickle in some more subscribers, and hopefully you'll get to 1,000 before maybe when I get back from Houston, you'll be done with this stream, and I'll jump on. And we'll be close to 600. So
there's just going to be a chair stream for 48 hours at one point. But
listen,
anyway.
Go for it. Well,
Josh,
it was good to pop on here. Everybody that joined and was there the other night, it was good to see you all again too. And I'm sure I'll be back. So I will see you all.
Buddy. Talk to you soon.
See ya.
Bye. Yeah, that was Josh. He's now come and gone. Live update. 621 still. So starting to feel like things might be stagnating at the moment. But hopefully we can get some more folks in here in a little bit. I poured a little bit of Pursuit United, which I didn't put up on the bar. And also, oh, there it is. I'll replace the Infinity bottle with Pursuit United. Shift it a little bit towards the camera there. But that Infinity bottle actually really quite good. I was pretty impressed. Time to bring out the big guns. What are the big? I'm missing something. What are the big guns? Is it? Because that's not that big. But people eating, they'll be back. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. We just crossed 5 hours and 15 minutes. So yeah, we'll definitely do bourbon roulette at some point as well, because it's always fun. It's always ridiculous. So what we'll do is we'll collate a list of like 15 bourbons and ryes, and maybe half will be bad, half will be good, and we'll run like a random number generator and then go from there. The big time guest. How was the food? I haven't had the food yet. It's still on the way. The big time guest. Look, man, I'm just leaving it up to fate at this point, seeing who's going to show up and show out and help me out a little bit. But I'm like, I almost feel, it almost feels desperate. I'm like checking the sub count over and over again. But food is on the way, though. Food is definitely on the way. Let me. We got about 15 minutes, so it's probably going to be a little bit cold by the time it gets here. Oh, I ordered cheese fries. I didn't mean to. Oh well, more carbs, I guess. Whoo! Zopher's back. How goes it? Where are we at for numbers? We are at 621 right now. Zopher, thank you for being here. Dev, what is my favorite bourbon at the moment? Oh, that's a good question. My favorite bourbon of 2020 was the Knob Creek 12-year cast strength. So that's I gotta take my headphones off for 2 seconds because it's just that's not gonna work. So that's one that I quite enjoy, of course. But shoot, man, the one that I've kind of been going towards most recently has been Elijah Craig Barrel Proof A121. Honestly, I'm gonna do a blend a little bit later on, I think, if I can remember to do so, of the A121 Elijah Craig Barrel Proof and the Larceny Barrel Proof. What's my favorite bourbon with burgers? Ooh, I don't like going super high proof with grilled meats unless it's like a steak. With a burger, probably like an Elijah Craig, maybe Turkey 101. I think that's about as high a proof as I would go. Oh, you know what? Antique 107 actually is really good with burgers. It's a nice sweetness to kind of counteract the savory from the burger itself. Michael J says we are at 621. Let me do a little refresh, see if we have. Yep, that's still where we are. So, okay, so you have $200 to spend on bourbon. What do you get? So in this case, I'm probably going for some of the higher proof options. Rare breed for sure. I living in an ideal world, Elijah Craig Barrel Proof would be available, but I don't even know if that's totally viable. As an alternate to that, shoot, man. Well, a Knob Creek single barrel for sure would be in there. So rare breed, Knob Creek single barrel. And that puts us right at about $90. Why am I having trouble coming up with something? Oh, Pappy Van Winkle. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. I don't want to go super low proof, but you know what? I'll go Elijah Craig in there too, just because I imagine that the barrel proof isn't available. But yeah, I'd throw Elijah Craig in there as well. So that's about $120. So I got 80 left. I'd probably like a rye as well. Knob Creek, not Knob Creek rye, New Riff rye at that 95.5. I would throw that in there. And that takes me up to about 160 with $40 left. I would probably get two lower priced bottled and bond bourbons. So I'd get a okay, yeah, actually that's a good way. I'd get a handle of TW Samuels, which is like $20, and then a 750 of JW Dan. So that's pretty much $200. But yeah. Do I not think ECBP is hot? I don't think it's nearly as hot as something like Stag Junior. I think Stag Junior packs a lot more alcohol heat and a lot more alcohol burn than Elijah Craig Barrel Proof does. But that's not to say that it doesn't have a fair amount of heat to it. But I love both of those bourbons a lot. I would prefer Elijah Craig Barrel Proof, but you know. Yeah, but I can understand why somebody would come into it saying that the ECBP is hot. But yeah, we're at the point where I feel like some of y'all would be drinking. So what's everybody got in their glass? Papa Ritter's back again as well. Said mom just subscribed. Heck yeah! So that means we're up to 620. Whoa, we had a big jump. 624. Don't know where that came from. Thank you all so much. If you're new here, welcome. More than likely you are. So appreciate everybody coming in. Dad, you're welcome to come in whenever, of course. Colin wanted to be on when you were on so you could talk about the Mets with him. So there's that. Still on the water. I'm drinking more water myself. It's been a long day. Knob Creek cast strength rye at the moment. West Cellar. That sounds pretty good, actually. I might have to break out some rye here in a bit. I haven't had any yet today. I've got this rare breed rye looking at me, so I wouldn't be opposed to it. But I do have food on the way as well, which I am stoked for. Cannot wait. Donnie, more stories that we haven't heard from Papa Ritter. There are plenty of stories that Papa Ritter could tell about me. So, yeah, we'll get to that at some point, I'm sure. Dev, Russell Single Barrel, Riff Rye, and Wyoming whiskey. Is that Wyoming rye whiskey? Is that what you mean, man? I don't think I've had their rye whiskey. I only have their bourbon. Sub count 625. Only 375 away from the goal. So we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep grinding, y'all. We're gonna get there. All right. So let's go ahead and get a list together for bourbon roulette. I'm going to give you guys the opportunity to suggest what it is I should drink. I truthfully do not have anything that is on the ultra high end. So any of your antique collections or pappies, I don't I don't have at the moment. But I've got some pretty atrocious low shelf, bottom shelf things. So if you just want to suggest it, throw it in the chat, of course. And what we'll do is pretty much the first 15 good and bad products that we see will get thrown up on the list. So we're gonna limit it to, and I'm even gonna put it not in my favor. We'll do 8 bad and 7 good. You know what? I probably could go 8 bad, 8 good, but I don't know. But I don't know. Whatever. Bookers, I actually don't have any at the moment. ECBP and Stag Junior, I could do that. I could do both of those. Outrider. Bottled and Bond Wyoming whiskey. It's minty. Fair enough. This food is taking way too long to get here. Oh, it's almost here, though. Joke's on me. Okay. Let's see. So we're going to number this 1 through 15. Go ECBP. Stag. Oh, okay. Stag Junior. You know what? Because it's in conversation, I will throw in the Wyoming bourbon. Why not? Dovetail? I could do Dovetail. JW Dant. Do I have any at the moment? I don't have Dant at the moment, but I could do. I'll do Heaven Hill Bottled and Bond instead. Patrick Sample labeled bourbon. Okay, we'll go Pat Bourbon. That's all I'm gonna remember. Dovetail +2. No. Mahalo. Absolutely. Patrick. Deb said I do love the Wyoming bourbon too. It's resounding kind of. I'm not so sure about that one. So I'm up to 7 right now. So by my count, 1, 2, 3, 4 good, and 3 bad. So 4 more good, 5 more bad. Woodinville? Okay, I could throw Woodinville in the good category. So that's wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 good. Jack Daniel's Single Barrel Proof. I'll throw that in the good for sure. That's 6 good. Bill Robarge, Beer Lovers, Wisconsin. What's up, buddy? You're going to be hopefully on the show here in a little bit as well. Hope you're well, man. It's good to see you in here. All right. So I have a total of 9 so far. We need 7 more suggestions. And then we'll get into some bourbon roulette. At least, I mean, maybe not. Right now, sub count 626. Josh can leave now. Hey, bye, Josh. Oh, wait. That's right. All right. So again, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 good. So that means that we need 2 good and 6 bad. Also, my food is approaching. So that's actually quite nice to see. Bill's gonna show up around 6 p.m. Central if that works. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm hoping to keep going for a little while. Maybe we can gain some more traction. All right, so we've got plenty of goods. I need 2 more goods, and like I said, 6 more bads for bourbon roulette. So list them off, and we'll do 4 spins, and whatever shows up, that's what I'll have to drink. So. I don't have regular Jack Daniel's Tammy. I also don't have 1792 Bottled and Bond. Dev, I'm sorry. What other bad ones do I have? Woodford Cherry Smoked Barley, Spring Mill. I've got this absolutely atrocious Trader Joe's winter wheat bourbon that is just one of the worst things in the world. It's so bad. I can go ahead and throw that on there. Dickel 13? No, it's Dickel Google phone for bad. I'll throw that on there. If it's easier for me to throw some of my bad stuff on there, I don't mind to do that. So, I mean, I can do that. I really don't mind. Spring Mill. Winter wheat, which I really don't want to drink, but oh well. Woodford Cherry. We don't know what you have and consider bad. That's fair. I need 2 more good ones and 1 more bad one. Okay, let's do Dusty OGD for good. I'm just gonna throw regular old 101 on there for a good. Interesting. Any scotch I have that I don't like. Yeah, I've got a really bad. Yeah, I'll throw that on there. It's like a dusty Chivas. So I put that on there for bad. All right. Here's the deal. I'm gonna go grab my food real quick because it has been dropped off at the front door. And in the meantime, that's not right at all. Sorry, this is not good. This is not good content. In the meantime, I'll throw on a little bit of music, and I will be right back so I can go get my food. But be back. Sorry about that. I got really excited about my food. So I needed to pee too. So oh hey, it's I Whiskey She Wines. What up, Sam? Oh, did we get up to 6:30? What? Thank you all so much. You guys just enjoyed the audio. Is it a little break? It was a little break time. I'm sorry. That's wild that we got up to 6:30 in the 2 seconds that I hopped off so I could go get my food off of the porch. I don't want to spill anything. You know that kind of like state of paranoia that you get in when you've had a few drinks and you just like really, really want to make sure that nothing bad happens? That's kind of where I am right now. But thank you all so much for sticking around. I am purely eating food right now because I am starving. Lucy keeps asking me to do stuff. Like, I'm in the middle of a stream. It's okay. She knows what's going on. Anyway, hope everybody's still doing okay. Thank you all so much for hanging out all day. So I said earlier that I accidentally ordered cheese fries. Joke's on me. Cheese came on the side, so I'm not upset about it. 1,000 good lucks heading my way. Thank you so much, Dev. I really do appreciate it. How's it going, Perry? Sam, it is going pretty great. I'm feeling all right. Maybe bourbon roulette's not going to happen. I don't know. I feel like that's potentially a bad idea for me, even though we collated all that, all those suggestions. Also, this is one of the best burgers I ever had. This is the content you can have when you subscribe to It's My Bourbon Podcast. That's not even the right name. It's over. Just joking, man. This is just what happens when I stream all day. This is over 5 hours of streaming, almost 6. Tammy, is the food as good as you were hoping? Absolutely. 100%. If not better. So I'm really happy I didn't go with Wendy's. Hi again, Scott. Thank you for being here. Randomly pick 4 from the list. Then if you want to do more later, pick another 4. I could probably do that. I could get away with it. I need to not think about drinking more whiskey right now, though. Now would be an exceptional time for for somebody else to pop in, though, so I can chomp on a little food. But I had something I was going to bring up, and I can't remember. Local food is always better. I totally agree. Only the finest leather. Absolutely. Oh, Donnie, she doesn't have to hop on. I was mostly kidding. Tammy, anybody else grab a drink during intermission? I grabbed a Russell's. Yeah, what's everybody got in their glass or cup, whatever you want to call it. Oh man. Whew. I really, really needed this food in a bad way, man. Perry's nervous. It's literally not that at all. However, we are up to 631. Cream soda. Sam, I love getting to hang out with you. It's always a good time. I just didn't want you to feel like you had to sacrifice your vacation time. Because that's the worst thing. Like, if you want some friends, I'll pop on. Sam, it is totally up to you, my friend. But like Trev was on here earlier. I was like, I'll send you the link so you can get on StreamYard. And I was like, he's on vacation. I hate to impede on that time. No, I am enjoying myself. You know, even if we don't get to 1,000 today, I'm really happy with where we are. And it gives me a sense of direction, I guess. Like, it means that I can pump some content out to people, and more than likely they'll watch it. And I have faith in it, so I believe that it's going to get shared around. So, I will you be my friend? Check yes or no. This is my cheeseburger podcast. Absolutely. Sam, I actually emailed you and Bobby with a link. But I'll send it to you on Facebook real quick as well. Oh, you pushed it on Instagram? Thank you, Sam. Facebook's getting frustrating. Does somebody else feel that? All right, Sam, I just sent that to you on Facebook. This is my bourbon mukbang. Maybe I could do a world tour and go on other Whiskey Tubers lives to get more exposure and maybe drive subscriptions. 100%. Like, I don't know the appropriate methodology for that. Like, do I say, hey, I'd love to come on your live stream, or do I just let that happen organically? You know what I mean? Like, I don't like asking people if I can intrude on something like that. The best username ever. Hold on, let me get my headphones back on. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, it's semi-drunk Sam.
Hello. I won't be able to see the chat right now because I'm going from my phone, and that's a lot of shit to figure out. So I'm just here.
How are you, friend? It's good to see you.
I know, it's good to see you too. How's it going, buddy?
It's going great. I know I was just saying this, but like, I do legitimately feel really good about the amount of progress that we've
for sure.
We've made today.
You'll get there. YouTube's hard. YouTube is not. It's not easy. It's a whole nother beast, So
well,
don't get discouraged.
Biggest. I'm not at all. But like the weirdest thing, I don't know if you were on earlier or not when it happened,
I've been on and off,
so, but were you on when we started losing subscribers?
No.
we hit a point and we lost like 4 or 5 subscribers. I was like, this is the absolute worst thing that could happen during a subathon. I said that's like if you were on a PBS telethon and you pledged so much money and then you called back later and were like, yeah, guy, I don't think I can do that anymore.
I
Like
got it,
that's
man.
I made a mistake there, bud. But
no. I mean, it happens to the best of us. We have negative days. It's fine. It's
yeah,
fine,
of course.
You know? Like,
but it was just the fact that it was during a subathon.
Right.
Or like the whole goal is to get more people on, and people are leaving. What are you doing?
OMG. I'm sorry, buddy. I mean, don't.
Oh, it's fine.
Don't. People are dicks. Let me just tell you. Like that is. We deal with it all the time. People think I'm a jerk off all the time. It's fine. It just happens. It's not a big deal. You just kind of like roll with the punches, and you have to laugh at it. You know, the internet's a weird place, and there's really good that happens in the internet, and there's really bad that happens in the internet, and sometimes you just have to like be in between that, you know, like that's the goal in life.
Yeah,
to not
absolutely.
So yeah.
How's your Bud Light treating you over there?
It's fantastic. I'm sorry, I'm drinking a Bud Light. I've been on a boat since 9:30 this morning, so I'm happy that I'm still standing upright, you know, like I've probably been drinking as long as you have, but I'm nailing it. I did shower, which helped.
That makes one of us.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm on the water. You can look, I can see, this is my view.
Oh, that's terrible.
I know it doesn't suck. I am very fortunate. My sister has a beach house in Fort Myers, Florida. And so I am here this weekend with my mom and my sister.
That's awesome.
And yeah, we're having a good weekend. It was fun. It's been good. It's been very good. So
Scott Pigsley, Chad and Sarah won't mind you pimping out your channel. Probably. Bubble Bath Bourbon just invited you to the tub. Cool.
Oh, I mean,
Fine.
I'll get in the tub any fucking time.
And Patrick said you should go on with Sam and Bobby. All right. Sure.
Yeah. Yes, Perry, we'll have you on for sure. We've just gotten back into the game where we're now doing live streams on the regular.
You guys dipped out because you were totally renovating your.
We did. We
your
renovated our
space.
entire basement. We now have a speakeasy. Sorry, I can't show it to you because I'm in sunny Florida. But the speakeasy is pretty sweet. We took a dip. Plus, I had to homeschool. Our county did not go back to in-person learning hardly at all. So I've been teaching my 2nd grader and 2 kindergartners, and live streams and doing Whiskey Tube was not the best. You know, now that you're a parent, that kids come first, and you've got to do a lot of. It's a whole different ball game once kids are involved. So
you know what's great though, and I've said this multiple times, not just today, but over the past few months.
Yeah,
we have such a good baby. Like she's so easy to deal with, and just doesn't. I
have a present for her that's still sitting in my house. I'll ship it when I get home.
Aw,
I've had it for a long time, and I'm sorry, but
no, it's
I
okay.
got something for you and the baby because I love babies.
I appreciate that. Donnie said Sam and Bobby did a new game the other night that would be fun to see with you on it.
Cheers. Good. How are you? These are my friends on the internet. Everybody say hi.
Hello, friends. Go subscribe to my channel. It's youtube.com/This Is My Bourbon Podcast. Okay,
tomorrow. Yeah. Fantastic.
My wife just texted me and said, "Are you close to your goal?" No.
But it's okay. It's okay.
We got plenty of new folks,
We'll get you
and
there.
yeah, we're at 632 right now. So, also Scott said she keeps rubbing it in that she's in Florida.
I know. Sorry, and I'm burnt. They just told me I was burnt. I put 50 on. I put 50 FPS on all day, and I still got burnt.
Jeez Louise. I got really, was it last year I got really super burnt? Yeah. I had sunburn blisters.
Yeah. That's the worst, Perry. That is the worst.
Yeah. It was horrible. Like I think I went multiple days in a row without a solid at least like 5 hours of sleep
Oh yeah.
because I just kept waking up in so much pain.
In pain. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
It sucks.
And
yeah.
like I was, you know, it didn't help either that I was like drinking all day either.
Well, duh.
So
yeah. Then
I
you don't recognize to fix it, you know, like you're just drinking and you're happy. And if there's,
Oh, yeah.
even if there's a little breeze, you're like, I'm great. And then all of a sudden you're fucked.
Yeah. And I definitely was. And like,
Mhm.
I think it's kind of gone in, but for a good while you could see like scars from it too.
Oh yeah. I believe
I was like,
for
I was
sure.
like, these are not the battle wounds that I wanted to have going into my 30s.
Nope. Just a massive sunburn. Yeah. It sucks. It sucks. But yeah. So how do you like being a parent? I haven't talked to
I
you.
freaking love it.
It's
I
pretty
love
cool,
it
right?
so much. So the big thing that I've kind of come to realize recently is the difference in relationship that I have with my child as opposed to kind of a learned romantic relationship.
Yeah.
You know, like I wasn't expecting it.
Yeah.
And I
Well, you
truly
don't
didn't
until you have one.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I
You
didn't even
don't-
realize
you
it.
don't recognize it until you have one.
Yeah, and I didn't realize it either until like a few days ago,
Mhm.
where I was like, I didn't have to do any work for this.
Yeah.
Like it just happened, and it was like,
Right.
oh my gosh, she's here. I love her, and that's it. Like I'd do anything for my
Mhm.
baby, and like it was such a unique feeling and experience, and probably something that I don't. You know, part of me says, well, I probably haven't ever experienced it, but at the same time, I might not have experienced it since my siblings were born.
Right. Right.
You know,
But it's
because like,
different. I think even then it's different. I mean,
yeah,
I'm the
no.
youngest, so I don't.
Yeah, and like I'm the oldest, so you know, and even then, you know, I was 2.5 when my brother was born, and almost 5 when my sister was born.
Okay. Yeah.
So even then, I only have kind of sparse memories of
Right.
getting to meet them for the first time.
Sure.
But regardless, like it does kind of feel like that same. It just kind of, I don't know, pure joy almost,
Yeah.
and just being like, oh, this is fantastic. This is a person that I don't like, and you know, in the future, of course, you will have to work towards it, but it's like
Right.
I don't have to work to build up a relationship. It's already kind of ingrained.
It's there, and she loves you so much,
dude.
you
She
know? Like, when they
I
light
can't-
up when you walk in the room, isn't that the coolest thing ever? Like
a
you're
couple.
like,
A couple weeks ago, I was on my lunch break, and Lucy was sitting on the couch with her, and I came around the corner from our kitchen into our living room, and she just went, "Ha!"
yeah.
Like, like she just saw me. It was like, where the heck, man? Where'd you come
You're
from?
like, hi, Dad. Yeah.
It was perfect. I just like it. You know, it sounds so cliche, but like those little moments
Mm-hmm.
are what make, you know, her waking
Yeah.
up in the middle of the night screaming and crying. And I mean, again, she's a really great baby. She doesn't do that very
Right.
often.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But like the difficult moments, they really feel like an in between because of how happy she is for the most
for
part.
sure. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and I don't have a day where I'm like, here we go. Like
Yeah.
it's
Well,
all
wait till
just
you have
very
more.
consistent.
Those
also.
happen. I'm just kidding.
I know. Yeah. Well,
It's fine.
and the other thing too is like people keep saying, well, you got lucky with the first one.
They always say
It
that
was-
your second one is if you had your second one first, then you wouldn't have any more. That's the running joke. So just keep that in mind when you go for round 2. And that would be the case for me because I had twins the second time around.
I was gonna say you didn't just go for round 2. You went for
No.
round 2 and 3 at the
in
same time.
Yeah, in the same shot. So I had 3 under 2. My son was 19 months when my twins were born.
Oh my gosh.
Wouldn't do it again. Wouldn't recommend. 10 out of 10 would not recommend. Like, not, but it's great now. Now they're best friends, and it got me through the pandemic. And yeah, so
Yeah. Scott
what it
said
is. I didn't
you've
mean to
gotten
make
like
this is my baby podcast, but
no. I'm happy to
I
talk
like to
about
talk
it.
about
You know how
babies,
much
so
I
I'll
love
talk about
talking
babies
about
all
my
day long.
baby.
And
Scott,
unfortunately, I'm drinking Bud Light, not drinking whiskey. So
Scott said you've gotten like 100 subs in a few days, Perry. That's more than I have total. Okay.
it's hard.
It is
It's
tough, man.
hard. You gotta like. I think some channels get it really easy, and all of a sudden they're at 1,000 like that, and then like we had to work for it. They didn't come overnight for us.
I mean, like, there's no formula
no,
in the whiskey world, especially
not at
for
all.
for somebody to gain followers in the way that like the Paul brothers have.
Right.
You know, like that is such a unique thing.
Mm-hmm. You get
and
lucky.
Really, yeah, and you also like maybe I'm running my chance at playing into the algorithm because I'm saying this. I don't really know, but like we're working with such a specific group of people.
Yep, it's a niche.
That 100%. So I just it's a lot of work, and I know it'll get there eventually, but I am happy that I did this today, regardless of whether or not we cross even 700 at this point. I mean, 700 would be.
Hey, you're that much closer than you were
exactly
2 days ago. So
exactly,
throw this out there every once in a while, and you'll get it. You'll get it. It's
and I was saying earlier too that I've got YouTube content that I want to push out as well. It's just a matter of sitting down and making it happen. But it's not just putting audio from the podcast onto YouTube. I mean, I've got commentary videos and reviews and reactions and whatnot that I want to include here. So at the very least, it's a good way to kind of start it out and get people watching it and sharing it around somehow. So, but Donnie did say we're up to 632. So I'm not upset with that at all. Oh, and now it's 633. I just refreshed the YouTube page.
Fantastic. See?
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
coming. It's coming. It's like it's hard. It is so hard. And like sometimes you'll put out content, you're like, this is good shit. Everybody's gonna watch this. This is gonna go fucking viral. And then next thing you know, it has 47 new views, and you're like, motherfucker, this was good shit, and nobody's watching it. Like, what the hell? Like, it happens. Like, it is what it is,
Also, first off, Roger Blair, semi-drunk Sam sent me. Subscribe. Thank you, Roger. Like Donnie said, up to 633. Patrick was at 3 subs, right? Don subscribed, so he's got 4 now. And Patrick said, "Sorry, Perry, didn't mean to hijack your subathon."
Nobody's hijacking it. It's fine.
Also, Bob Book from Film and Whiskey podcast, which is a great show. You guys should go and listen to it. He's going to be on our show soon as well. It's so hard to grow on social media. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. Bob's going to hop on here in just a little bit as well.
Or now, if you want to hop on, I'll hop off.
That is totally fine, Sam. Thank you so much for stopping in for a little bit. I appreciate it. It's great seeing you.
I love you and your little
I love you
and your little wife, and I just want to eat all their faces.
Wait until you meet them too.
Oh
like
my God,
they're even better in person.
Yeah,
they really are.
We're not far away.
We really aren't. We're like what 45 minutes away. Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, a pandemic made that hard for the last year, but in theory, we could all get together, and I just want to squeeze baby cheeks. Like, I love babies. Like,
they're the best. They're the best. All right, my friend. It was great seeing you.
I'm gonna head out. I will see you later. And
sounds good.
Good luck today. All right.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Bye.
Pat said, title every video Pappy review. That's a surefire way to get knocked around in the algorithm. Somebody needs to explain to me exactly what how the YouTube algorithm works. I don't think people even fully understand it, but if we can have just a baseline understanding. Also, joke's on you. You thought I was done with the cheeseburger? I'm not. But sincerely, Roger Blair, thank you so much for showing up and subscribing. I really do appreciate that. I've been drinking for 6 hours, so I needed some food. So I apologize to some folks who are new here. However, I would like to welcome somebody onto the live stream whom I just mentioned a second ago. Bob Book from Film and Whiskey. Bob,
what's
hey,
going
man.
on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good. I'm not 6 hours in, but I'm doing well.
You know that feeling of like I'm hyper aware of my body and what's happening right now, and like it's almost like I'm trying to just drive everything ahead and just keep it
Just
rolling.
push through, man. Yeah, that's all you can do.
That's the best that I can do at this moment. But first of all, I want to say welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. It's super awesome to have you on.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, man.
Yeah. So we I'm going to give everybody a little bit of background on Bob. I found you guys pretty organically, I believe, your podcast at least organically, either through social media or even just kind of searching around in the Apple Podcast app, and reached out to you. We've, communicated a bunch since you guys started your show. And thankfully we've been able to collaborate once before, and you guys are actually going to be on our show as well here in the next few weeks. But as we've kind of done with some folks who have been on throughout the day, I want to give you the opportunity, and part of this is so I can eat a little bit of my burger, but at the same time I want to give you the opportunity to tell people who you are and tell them about your podcast as well.
Absolutely. Now wait, I was not here for the intro to the burger, so like what are we working with here?
Oh, I got tally ho.
Oh. All right, listen. Are you a super ho or a mega ho person?
I'm a super ho person.
That's the middle one, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. But I did add
this is getting very niche already. Like,
I know.
Only people who know the tally ho menu.
But I did add bacon and an egg to it, though.
Oh, absolutely.
So that's the only way to go. Anyway,
listen, man, the tally ho's bacon cheese fries just hit different at 2 a.m. It is.
Oh, it's a
pilgrimage you have to take when you live in Lexington. Like there's no way around that.
And then you have to get a milkshake with it too. But
yeah,
that's mainly like regretting your entire life's decisions. So
I like how we're talking about it too. Like you have to do, like it's a service that you need to do. You know,
you have to honor your community.
Yeah.
Anyway, please, Bob, let everybody know about Film and Whiskey.
So, Film and Whiskey is a podcast that has been going for 2 years now. And Perry, you're absolutely right. I know that you found this organically because, like, when we started out, it was like $0 budget, used equipment that our buddies handed down to us. And so, the premise of the show is me and my buddy Brad. We went to college together. We went to grad school together. We were living in the Lexington area, and that's where we kind of got into drinking bourbon. And I've always been a huge movie nerd. Like I'm not a professional or anything like that, but I started introducing Brad to some classic movies. And as we were doing that, we were discovering bourbon together. And so the whole conceit of the show is like, especially with Brad, he hasn't seen a ton of these movies. We always do classic movies, well-known movies, not necessarily new releases. And we pair that with us walking into a liquor store, picking something new up every week, something that everybody can find, across the country. So we're not doing super allocated stuff. We're not doing super regional stuff for the most part. It's like, this is for the basic consumer. When you go into a liquor store, if you're new to the world of whiskey, what can you pick up off the shelf and something that's readily available? And so, yeah, we just kind of shoot the breeze about reviewing a movie that Brad is seeing for the first time and me dropping some nerd knowledge on people. And then getting into bourbon, rye, scotch. We do the whole gamut as well.
What's crazy to me, knowing the catalog that you guys have watched and reviewed, the amount of those movies that truly they are classics that Brad hasn't seen. I mean, like even Toy Story, like it blew my mind when I saw that he hadn't watched Toy Story before.
And some of them he has seen. But even then, like it's a very small percentage of them. I think Toy Story may have been one that he saw, but then you'll have one that's like The Lion King or something, and he hasn't seen that either. So it's just like I'm constantly surprised, and I'm more surprised when we get to the podcast and we've watched the movie separately and taken notes, and I'm like, Brad, is this the first time you've seen this movie? And he says no. I'm floored by like the random selection of films that he actually has seen. Like it just never ceases to amaze me.
Sorry, you caught me mid-bite, but
no, man.
I'll give you a second too. I saw you with a Glencairn. What are you drinking?
You know what? I'm drinking some Ezra 99 right now. We just got it like about a month ago up here in Ohio, I think. I really like it. I think it's good for a $25 bourbon.
I've not had it yet. And I actually don't think I've seen it in stores here yet either. It is a weird little conundrum in the market though, that they have a 99 proof instead of like just pushing it a little bit further to 100. Jason, real quick, sorry Bob.
No, go for it.
The StreamYard link should be in your Gmail there, buddy. But I can also I can send it to you real quick if I need to as well. But anyway, yeah, I find it odd that they they went for 99 proof, but I guess in many ways it's a unique product on the market.
Yeah, and I've found that like it seems like Lux Row products in general, people are really either like all on board for them or they don't like them at all. It's like Willet a little bit. Either people really like that funky taste you get with Willet or they don't like anything that they produce. So I'm a big fan of Lux Row. Like I drink Rebel all the time. I think Rebel 100 is like one of the best bargain 100 proof bourbons you can get.
I love Rebel 100. And honestly, I'm probably putting my foot in my mouth by saying this, but I think it's a really, really solid replacement for Welsh Special Reserve.
Oh, completely agree.
No
question, man.
I almost wouldn't turn back to Special Reserve now.
Yeah, I mean it's close enough in quality that when you factor in having to hunt Special Reserve, it's like it's no question for me. I can walk into any liquor store and get a bottle of Rebel 100, and that makes it worth it to me. I mean, if you really are in need of a bottle of Special Reserve to put on your shelf and show off, like go for it. But
yeah,
I'm gonna just be lazy and walk into the liquor store in sweats and get Rebel and go home.
Yeah. Well, I'm super happy to bring here onto the stream now, Jason from the Mash and Drum. Jason, hey man, how are you?
What's up, my mellow?
Hey. So I'll do a quick introduction here. Bob, this is Jason from the Mash and Drum here on YouTube. Jason, this is Bob from the Film and Whiskey podcast. You guys should meet each other and maybe do something together because there's some you guys have some really good content that would be a good overlap.
Absolutely. I love your stuff, man. It's great to meet you.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, I heard you. Where in Ohio are you?
I live in Akron. So
okay.
It's like, me and LeBron James. And
you guys are like this, right?
You know it, man. And then my co-host Brad, he lives down near Columbus, so we're kind of splitting the difference there.
Also, yeah, so I'm in Columbus too, probably near your buddy Brad. So,
oh, cool.
Yep.
We could hijack this and turn this into this is my Ohio podcast for me.
Well, Donnie just subscribed to Film and Whiskey, so
hey, thank you.
Thank you for doing that, Donnie. He, I said this earlier, but I was on an episode of Film and Whiskey. We reviewed Spinal Tap, which
I mean,
one of the best movies of all time.
Yeah.
Jason, which Elijah Craig barrel proof are you drinking there?
This is the brand new one, the A121.
A121. Nice.
I've started to do a couple pours of it because I'm getting ready to review it. I'll be filming that one tomorrow. So,
Nice.
but I always like to give these a little airtime before I do the full review because I feel like these definitely need it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to point out the best sign in the entire world behind you right now. Just the absolute funniest thing. A running joke on the mash and drum, but
Yes.
just perfect. Just perfect.
Yes, I got to thank both ADHD Whiskey and Fred Minnick for that. Yeah.
Fred's reaction to that. The stone cold
faith and the slow. I don't know if you noticed, but he had kind of like a slow nod, like he was gonna say, "I'm about to screw up his dreams right now." Like a slow nod, like this isn't gonna be good. And then I mean, in my defense, I never bought those with the hopes of drinking the whiskey inside of it. I just wanted the train,
right?
But the look on his face, he was just like, "This is gonna suck, so don't even drink it."
So Tammy asked for you to tell the story, just for anybody who doesn't know it.
Oh yeah, but just I mean, real quick, just basically when Fred Minnick was on we did a 2-day back-to-back. I was on his stream and he came on mine, which was amazing. And then Fred, just like kind of midstream, we were talking about overrated, overpriced bourbons. And kind of like when there was a little bit of break between bottles, I pulled out this train in a box. So it looked like this. So I'm like, oh, I got something to show you, Fred. And then wait till you see this. And I pulled it out and I put it on the desk and, I'm showing everybody and I put the close up in and I'm showing, it's like from the 70s and it's 80 proof bean. They're all filled up. Look at the detail on the train. And the entire time, Fred Minnick's stone cold face, just shaking his head, nodding like this. And then all of a sudden he says, I'm going to kind of, don't hate me for saying this. And then he's just like, this is going to be awful. And then somewhere in the chat, ADHD Whiskey within his brilliance writes, Jason, hey, Fred, look at my train. And then Matt wrote, Fred, fuck your train. and then Fred saw it in the chat, and then I saw it, and we were crying for like 10 minutes. Yeah.
That's great, man.
That was amazing.
So, question from Brett for the Ohio guys: how accurate is the Ohio State liquor site?
It is not.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing: if you're using the Ohio State liquor site, you're doing it because you're trying to find something that's allocated or something that's in really limited availability.
Yeah.
And what I've heard is that like it can be accurate up to a day out, but like if a store gets a shipment on a Wednesday, then it won't really say that they have it there until the next day, and at that point, E.H. Taylor is gone. You know what I mean? Like you're not going to get it.
So in Ohio terms, and I'm sure you could attest to this, if there's anything Buffalo Trace that's on the website that shows that it's there, it's not there.
Right. Right.
Just telling you now, it's not there. It could say they have 6 bottles of Blanton's, but I assure you when you get there, they will not have 6 bottles of Blanton's.
Well, and I've heard too that recently, like just to add to the liquor store shenanigans, that it's basically been communicated to liquor stores in Ohio now that instead of dropping all their allocated stuff out in the mornings or like at one time of day, they're going to start putting like 1 to 2 bottles out at random times of day with no notice.
Yeah,
because because they had a lot of people that work 9 to 5 say like I can't get there to get this stuff, but then it's like they sit on it. Don't put any out, and then they'll put like 2 bottles out at 1 p.m. And if you miss them, you miss them. So
yeah, and it also depends on the store because I've seen Giant Eagles that are doing that. Some Kroger's I know will just put it all out like in a cart at once, and you kind of go in and you buy, you get one of whatever you want. But also there's an Ohio liquor Reddit now that started, and somebody from the state liquor agency is posting exactly what the state is getting and what stores and when and where. So that's probably actually more accurate because
we have a mole on the inside now.
Yeah, there's a mole on the inside but it's also making the experiences at the Ohio liquor stores a little bit more chaotic because everybody now is reading these threads and they're getting to these stores and literally waiting online at like 4 or 5 in the morning before the store opens to get a fucking bottle of Blanton's. Excuse my language.
Yeah.
Dude, honestly, at this point, like,
yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm
not
like,
upset. I'm not upset.
I'm like, these guys are here at 6 a.m. really to get a horsey top. Come on,
right?
Well, here, I a second ago was shaking my head when you were saying, Bob, that they were putting it out throughout the day, and it wasn't the fact that I was upset with the store practices. I'm so frustrated with the fact that stores are driven to do something like that now. You know, like a product like Blanton's, a product like E.H. Taylor Small Batch. Gonna get into it, but like and I've said it 1,000 times. I know that there is a deserving nature that comes from a product that gets hype, because that means that it's good, right? I mean, people have jumped on board with it and they have said, well, I like this, I'm going to tell other people about it. But I don't know if anything deserves to be overhyped. And in this case, it's a good indication that the market has seen reactions from the people who are purchasing these products and talking about them. And yes, they have responded in a particular way, probably in the best way that they can. But in the same regard, it's so frustrating that they have to do that in general.
Yeah, it is. And I think there's two sides to that coin too, because you have, like, from my standpoint, holy Elijah Craig Browproof got me. From
I'm gonna wind up with that later too.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been really taking it easy throughout the day, but as soon as I get over 120 proof, it's just gonna hit the
So like from my standpoint, when I'm in a liquor store in Ohio and I'm looking at, you have the group of people that I think are probably new to bourbon and whiskey, or newer or newish, and they want to get that bottle of Blanton's or something from Buffalo Trace, because for whatever reason, Buffalo Trace has been like ingrained as if you're new to bourbon, this is what you need to get and to drink. So bourbon whiskey enthusiasts or new to bourbon whiskey enthusiasts will want to get that bottle of Blanton's or the Colonel Taylor or freaking Eagle Rare for all we know, whatever it may be. So you kind of get excited when you, like, I'm happy for them. Like, especially if they're a new bourbon drinking, you kind of see like how excited they get. They want to get into the hobby and experience whiskey. But then there's the other side of the coin where there are people that are just trying to get these bottles to either flip or trade or do that other dark side of whiskey that we all know about today. So I know there's a lot of that going on in Ohio too, because we get more Weller and Blanton's and a lot of stuff that nobody else sees in a lot of other states.
Well, and the plus side too is, there's pros and cons, obviously, but because Ohio is a controlled state, everything's price controlled. And so the trade-off of not getting some of these really super allocated things is that I can go into any liquor store in Ohio and know that I'm getting it for the price that the state has set, which is, I don't think I've ever really seen a price that the state has set that's been unfair. Maybe a couple dollars more than Kentucky, but like it's available for the most part. Where it is if you use the website, and you're paying the same price across the state. So it's like you don't see people gouging, until you get, like you said, to the secondary market and people trying to flip them online. And I like that about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the MSRP point of it is great. I mean, when I first moved to Ohio, it was very frustrating because there wasn't a lot of stuff available. But as I've lived here for over a better part of 3-4 years now, more of these bottles have come in and become more available. They're doing state picks. They're trying to really, they know that the state is is heavy with bourbon drinkers, so they've tried to accommodate them with bringing more products, and especially the Buffalo Trace stuff. It's just a lot of like you said, it's a lot of people that are hunting and waiting online, sometimes for the wrong reasons, and sometimes people just want to, you know, hunt that bottle down. But MSRP for any of those, I mean, when you see a Blanton's for $60, $65, I mean, it's great because I go to New York, I go back home, and I see Blanton's on the shelf for $200 most places.
Insane.
So, yeah.
So I want to continue this conversation here in just a second, but I do want to point out, Donnie said we started the day at 562 and we are currently at 636. That's not bad. I'm not upset with that at all.
Bad.
So
that's a huge bump, man.
Yeah, thank you all so much, sincerely, for hopping in over the past 6.5 hours. And whether you're on the stream here watching with us, or if you have subbed and you're watching on the replay, thank you sincerely. I really,
yeah,
really
I know a lot of my patrons jumped in and subscribed.
Yeah, thank you
to them.
guys. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, I'm on Patreon too. Patreon.com/MyBourbon Podcast. If you want to, you know, go see that little thing over there. But anyway, I want to talk about something too. Hey, Clifton from Bourbon Bites is here. Hello, Clifton.
Oh, Clifton.
I want to talk about something too. This has come up in our group chat over the past few days, and it was specifically about, and I think it's they're kind of an easy target to bring up just because of the influence that they've had on the secondary market, but Buffalo Trace and how they have indirectly supported what has been happening with the secondary market over the past couple of years. So here's my thing with it. Yes, Buffalo Trace is doing an absolutely abysmal job of putting out the products that people would like to see, with at the same time putting out new versions of those products that nobody really asked for.
Right? That's my issue with them.
Right.
Yes.
So I fully understand that complaint. However, somebody made the point that by doing that, it's their fault the secondary has reacted in the way that they have. And I don't buy into that. And the reason is because the market price is either set by the distillery itself or by the distributors, right?
Right.
So once that bottle has left the distillery, has gotten off the truck and loaded onto the shelves at a store, basically the distillery is not responsible for what happens to that bottle, right?
Correct. Yep.
So why are we still blaming distilleries for the issues with the secondary market when it's not the distilleries that are setting the price for secondary bottles?
Well, I think it really depends on this distillery. I think Buffalo Trace takes all the blame because of what you just brought up. The fact that they can't keep up with the demand that people are wanting their products right now. So instead of working on that supply, they're bringing out, I swear to God, we're going to have a Weller at every single proof point by the time it's all said and done. We're going to have a 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96. We might see the Weller. We may see the Weller pumpkin spice one day. You never know. At the rate Buffalo Trace is going, because the thing is that Buffalo Trace is obviously, their marketing is amazing, and probably everybody on Earth should probably follow how they market their bourbons and their bottles. But at the same time, I think where they get the flack is, instead of because what happens every time they bring out a product that's new, everyone says, "Oh, great, another bottle I can't find." Or he's like, "I can't even get a bottle of Weller Antique. How am I going to get a bottle of the, craft your perfect bullshit? How am I going to get that?" It's like this constant, Buffalo Trace knows exactly what they're doing when it comes to bringing out these bottles to drive up the demand, to drive up the want for their products, because they know it's going to be rare. They know it's going to be allocated. They know it's going to hit the secondary market, and the prices will be insane, which just makes everybody get more FOMO and drives up the prices, and it just filters down to everything they make.
My question, or what I wonder about this whole thing is a point you were making about their marketing. Like, how did it get to the point where they have so successfully convinced so much of the population that their stuff at every price point is worth lining up for. I mean, you were mentioning Eagle Rare a couple minutes ago.
Yeah.
You know, like if we're going to take two distilleries that are, you know, pretty comparable top to bottom, I mean, you look at Buffalo Trace, you look at Heaven Hill side by side. I mean, Eagle Rare is essentially at the same price point you'd be getting like Elijah Craig, right? Like regular Elijah Craig.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow Buffalo Trace's marketing people have convinced us all that Eagle Rare is worth allocating, is worth lining up outside a store for at basically the same price point as the super readily available Elijah Craig. Now, again, you know, different mash bills, all that.
Mm-hmm.
I just wonder how it is that every Buffalo Trace product, top to bottom, you know, it's not just Pappy's. It's their flagship Buffalo Trace $25 bourbon. People are going nuts for it and like lining up outside stores 2 hours before they open for it.
Somebody sent me a photo the other day of a store with Ancient Age. Now I'm not talking Ancient Age 10-star, regular Ancient Age, just the regular 80 proof stuff on the shelf, limit 1 per customer. That's where we've gotten with this.
It's a $12 bourbon.
A $12 bourbon, limit 1 per customer. Okay. I have some thoughts of how it is. I think a lot of the I think the lore of Buffalo Trace, specific things in the media that new bourbon drinkers have seen with Buffalo Trace, the Freddie Johnson, the stories, the Elmer T. Lees, the names that are just synonymous with Buffalo Trace, Weller, Stagg, Elmer T. Lee. Even if you don't know exactly how they started, just those names are synonymous. And when that just all filters down to popularity. And then I think on top of it, you have, what does everyone say? The bourbon is so smooth. That's because for the most part, let's think about it. Buffalo Traces, most of their stuff drinks like candy without really any sort of discernible spicy finish, right?
Yeah.
Like Elijah Craig has a nice little bite to it on the back end. Even at 94 proof, there's a little bit of a spice kick there. Buffalo Trace tastes and drinks like candy. And I think for a lot of new bourbon drinkers and even seasoned bourbon drinkers, that's what they want. They don't want to feel anything when it's going down. They want the sweet, the candy, and I don't want to feel nothing. And I think that's appealing to a lot of not only new bourbon drinkers because they don't want to feel the burn, but even some seasoned ones who never wanted to in the first place.
Yeah.
Okay, but to that point, what's keeping them from going crazy over something that's even lower proof or something that's even more watered down, like a Jim Beam white label, or screw it, Jim Beam 8 or Beam 8 star? You know, like there are, and I know that there are all sort of little pockets that we can discuss, but I don't know. In some ways, I do feel like
I can feel Perry's frustration just thinking about it, because this is how I get when I try to when I try to discern and try to like figure it out in my mind.
It's just and Donnie said too, or Basil Hayden.
Yeah,
I mean that's a prime example.
Yeah,
that is like anybody who has had an experience with bourbon will go, or limited experience with bourbon. We'll go, yeah, but Basil Hayden, it's so smooth.
Yeah. And it's interesting you brought that up, because Basil Hayden is, I was going to bring up, that's like, I wouldn't, new bourbon drinkers, I feel like, don't go to the Beam white label, because they don't, they're not going to look that low on the shelf. But Basil Hayden, it's smooth, and it's got like that nice paper on the front. I think bottle design comes into play too a lot.
I think honestly, it's the opposite of what Buffalo Trace does. Buffalo Trace makes their products succeed, or the marketing of them succeed, by tying them all back to the Buffalo Trace name brand. Mm-hmm. Whereas those upper shelf Jim Beam products, like your Bookers, your Bakers, they succeed by not including anything about Jim Beam at all on the label. And I think that the Jim Beam is so, ubiquitous across the country that people don't think it's a special bourbon. And so by kind of removing the Jim Beam marketing, name, branding from the front of a Basil Hayden's bottle, I think people don't associate it with Beam, and that's why they think that it is like a rarer bourbon or something like that.
And you wonder if that's by design too from Jim Beam.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Do you think that a product like Russell's Reserve has had the same kind of success in that regard, or do you think that it's just limited to Basil Hayden as a brand?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't know that people have a negative overall opinion on like turkey products in general. Do you know what I mean?
I think there's
Or like
a stigma, but I don't think
that's what I was going to say.
I don't think it's a negative. I mean, maybe it is negative, but I think there is a stigma associated with turkey products.
That's fair. I think for me, I'm thinking when I think like Jim Beam, I think people's first experience with bourbon or with whiskey in general is like I was in college, I drank a lot of Jack or I drank a lot of Jim Beam. And so like when they start buying whiskey seriously, if they knew that something was associated with Jim Beam, they probably wouldn't buy it. I don't maybe turkey has a little bit of a stigma, but I don't know if it's as much as you would see with like a Jim Beam.
I think turkey has caught up a bit. I think some people are as the bourbon boom has gone on. I think in the beginning it was still tough for turkey to kind of find their niche, you know, compared to Buffalo Trace and some of the other brands. But I think as time has gone on, as Eddie Russell and has, you know, experimented and really made the Master's Keeps very coveted, I think it's just given Russell's Reserve and some of the other products a little bit more of the spotlight.
Yeah. First off, 638. Thank you, Donnie, for the continued update there. Bill Robarge, bourbon drinkers start with price first. I did went after mid-tier pricing because I thought that would be a good start. So
that's a good point.
Yeah, here's where I kind of struggle with this. This is one of the few instances where I would say that the distillery has more of a responsibility to the consumer by the pricing of it, right? And I'm referring back to, you know, what I was saying earlier about Buffalo Trace with the price that they set and how that influences the secondary market.
Mm-hmm.
Mid-range products don't typically perform that well on secondary. They're usually either sold and bought at face value or they just don't move at all.
True.
Right. And I hate to keep harping on the secondary market because it's going to exist whether or not we continue to acknowledge it in spaces like this.
Oh yeah, it's not going anywhere.
Exactly. But I do think that it is worth discussing if we're trying to alter it to be a better system. Right. So I understand that taste is subjective. I understand that if a distillery says, well, this is what we would consider to be a mid-tier priced whiskey, that isn't always the case once it actually gets to the consumer, right? And in many regards, you know, a $50 bourbon is just not as good as, say, like a $20 bottled and bond from Heaven Hill. So are we to believe that it's the distillery's fault for pricing it that high, or do we maybe consider that it's just a subjective point of view from consumers who don't like it as much as maybe they should at that price point?
I mean, I think in some cases it is the distillery's fault. And to the point of this question, like, you know, a corporation as big as Jim Beam, their marketing uses so much, you know, sales psychology too to set prices. And if they know that people that are looking to get into bourbon are going to start at a mid-tier because, you know, psychology tells you like bottom shelf stuff, they think it's not going to be as good. So they're going to go for something on the middle shelf. Then Jim Beam's like, all right, we'll make a $40 80 proof bourbon because people think this is going to be objectively better. And they just set it at that price. I think that is 100% on the distillery because they're definitely setting the price for that one.
Absolutely. I think distillery does have some, I mean, look at the old Heaven Hill bottle and bond.
You
know?
Yeah.
It was a $17, $18 bottle of bourbon. And listen, to Heaven Hill's defense, we were stealing from them. For that,
absolutely,
for that bourbon to be that, you know, that tasty. No, you know, not everybody loved it, but for the most part, everyone could agree that bourbon was a great value for what it was. All right, a 6-year-old bottled and bond Heaven Hill for like 17, 18 bucks at 100 proof. There's no denying that that's a good value, whether you like it or not. Now, they decide to rip it out of the market, rebrand it, give it a nice fancy bottle, put another 1 more year age statement on it, and pretty much
300% price increase.
Yeah, and a price increase. Now, to Heaven Hill's defense, again, you're just playing to the market because we were basically stealing from you. We get it. But is it 300% better than what it was before you gave it a fancy label and changed the bottle design? No, I don't think so. But that's the market we're in today. And when that bottle hit secondary, it was going for well over $100. A $40 product. So this leads me into the next question for you guys. So just let's take Buffalo Trace. If Buffalo Trace changed all their MSRPs, if Eagle Rare MSRP, which is now a $35, $40 bottle, I've even seen it going higher now. If they changed that, or they changed, I don't know, like BTAC is $120 of a MSRP. So say you win the lottery, you have a chance to buy an MSRP, $100 bucks. Say the MSRP from Buffalo Trace was raised to about $400 or $500. Do you think that would stop people from buying it and flipping it, or do you think it would just add increased value and make the prices jump even higher? Personally, I don't think it's going to stop anyone. I think people will still buy it and still flip it.
Well, I could see that being an easy reality, but I also can see like that's what you're basically asking is if stores actually sold bottles at secondary value, but
a lot of stores do. A lot of stores
market,
do.
Right. But this is like
I think maybe a better. I was gonna say I think maybe like a better, more tangible example might be like if they took an Eagle Rare, like you were saying, and they raised that MSRP to where we're buying Bookers at now, like $80.
Yeah.
I do think with some of these products, there's definitely, I think everyone who has drank through the Buffalo Trace hierarchy knows that there's a definite cutoff point where it's like, all right, this is worth a couple $100. This is not worth the hype.
Yep.
Like there's a definite point where I think if they raised Eagle Rare's price to like an $80 price point, sales would start dropping off for sure. It's not worth that much money.
Yeah.
I think we would start to see it be more readily available. But with some of those higher end, I mean, someone's talking about Pappy in the comments right now. Like if they raised the MSRP of Pappy to $2,000, $4,000, $6,000, like people would still be buying it. It has that much clout as a brand now.
Yeah.
So Donnie said Pappy's 23-year cost $484 this year. In the lottery I was in, it did not stop the first person called from buying it.
Well, Pappy 23 at $484 is still a bargain.
I was about to say basically that exact thing. It's $300 at MSRP. You're not even paying, 66%, over the original cost. I mean, that's right. It's close, but I agree. That's way better than what you're going to find it for on secondary. So in this case, I understand the frustration with it, but I can't totally knock them for wanting to go for it at that particular price.
Yeah, I mean, I would. If someone said, "Hey, I have a Pappy 23, you want it for about $500?" I would take it. Yeah. I mean, I'm not crazy. I'm not like a Pappy craze guy or anything like that. But to have to say I own one of those, I mean, that's the part where the FOMO kicks in. It's like, hey, I can own a bottle that's pretty close to MSRP. I might pull the trigger on that one. Yeah, I may trade it for a couple of William Rewellers, but hey, I'll grab it.
Yeah.
Also, bubble bath bourbon White Claws are pretty cheap.
They are, and they're delicious.
I like a good White Claw every now and then.
Hey, I've been drinking this stuff called it's called Long Drink. Have you guys heard of this before?
No, I haven't.
It's like a canned, sparkling thing, but it's made with gin. And it's it's pretty much a White Claw but with gin in it. And I'm a gin drinker anyway. But like if we're talking about, claws and things like that, shameless plug for Long Drink if you can find it.
It's only shameless if like you've bought stock or have some kind.
I was
of,
gonna say
you know-
they're lining my pockets right now as I plug this on here.
This week's episode of Film and Whiskey is brought to you by Long Shot or whatever. you
Long
said.
drink.
Long drink. Sorry, I like Long
Long
Shot
drink.
too. Bill Robarge, if you increase the retail, you price out the majority of the people who buy it to drink it. It could. You said glut. I think that might have been gut. But the secondary market, because the people who'd pay the mark become less.
I don't know. That's an interesting standpoint. I mean, I don't know. It's
Johnny-
I don't think any of this is happening anytime soon. But I think all three phases of the 3-tier system are part to blame here. And when you talk about it, everyone kind of points the finger. They can't do anything. This is America. You could price whatever thing you want at it, and that's basically the answer you get. I mean, it's but the distilleries set the prices. The distributors make it difficult or impossible to get some of these allocated bottles. You have to buy 4,000 liters of vodka or some other or White Claw, and you got to move that before I give you one bottle of Blanton's, which in turn will make the store owner say, well, if I'm getting one bottle, I'm going to get as much money as I can out of it because it's the only one I'm going to see all year. So I'm going to price this bottle of X at 300, 400 times the markup.
Right.
So I make a lot of noise that I had to move the fries out of my line of sight because I started to feel a little bit of a slowdown on my heart, and I was like, "This ain't good, boys.
No,
I need to."
no.
That's what Tally Ho here in Lexington does to you. So.
I got elevated heart rate, not in a good way.
Oh goodness gracious!
I was
you're
going to
about
say, Perry,
something.
Perry, thanks for bringing me on for like the really deep state of the market of bourbon portion of the live stream here.
I didn't. Hey man, I just said if you want to join, please do, and that's where the conversation turned. I didn't
I
intend
hopped
to.
in right when Perry's drinking got him to like the sad, introspective drunk portion of what am I doing?
Now that I've eaten some, I'm feeling quite a bit better. So I don't know. Maybe we can start.
Perry's got his groove back.
Yeah. This is my bourbon podcast too, Electric Boogaloo.
That's right.
So I was about to say something. I don't know what it was. Anyway, no, I'm having a good time. Let's see if there's an update on the sub count.
Yes, I know. I got a couple
38.
more. I just got a message from one of my patrons that said that they didn't even know you had a YouTube channel. They just listen to your podcast.
I bring it up on the show all the time.
Well, apparently they don't listen to the end, Perry, okay?
See, that's the thing. Like I just said on this past week's episode, I don't think people listen past like the main part. Like there's so much good stuff. Tips and Bits is a great segment. And then we do all our plugs. Like, what the heck, man? It's not my fault that you don't know there's a YouTube channel. I say every week go live on YouTube every Thursday night. What am I supposed to do?
A little fire on Perry here. You need, on your podcast, you need to like just mid question. So when you talk about the distillery and the future plans, by the way, I have a YouTube channel. What do you think?
That would more honestly replicate what it's like watching YouTube, where the ads just come like mid-sentence. Like cut yourself off, do an ad. It's great.
Yeah, I don't do those midstream ads. I can't stand them.
No, man. I was gonna say, like on our podcast, when we look at like the tracking of who's listening and how they're listening, we have like a minute by minute thing. And at the end of every episode, we give our final score for the movie that we've done. And there's probably like 2 or 3 minutes of just wrapping up after that. We plug the next week. Yeah. It's just so funny to watch. Like there's listenership all the way through the final score, and then it's like plummets off at the end.
Yeah.
So you're not alone in that, Perry.
I believe it. I fully believe it. Tammy asked, "What does Bob like to drink?"
Oh, good question. So one of the things that we do on our show is we rate whiskeys in 4 kind of taste categories. So we do nose, taste, finish, and then overall balance. But then we throw in a 5th value category on a scale of 1 to 10. And that's, again, because we are trying to talk to the average person who may not be like well steeped in the bourbon, the whiskey world. So for us, the ones that always end up ranking really high are ones, I mean, it could be a pricey bottle of bourbon, but it's something that we really, really think is worth the money. So I think the highest rated one that we had last year was... It might have been Booker's, I think we were drinking a 2019 batch, and that was the first Booker's that we had done. And honestly, this was like after the price jump too, and we still thought that it was a good value on that one. I do like to drink barrel proof bourbons. I think I've just drank so many now that it's like anything under 90 proof is like drinking water for me. But yeah, we run the gamut. We do scotches. I don't know, Perry, have you guys ever done like a non bourbon rye episode? Like, have you done Irish or Scotch or anything?
Not yet. Here's my thing. Like,
this is my not so bourbon podcast.
Yeah. Look, I love doing like an off the beaten path episode. But I try to reserve it for live streams, because when people search for bourbon podcast app, it's so much easier to turn somebody off who might be a first-time listener if the very first episode they see is, episode 205 of This Is My Bourbon Podcast. It's This Is My Scotch Podcast.
Yeah.
That's not like, you don't want to introduce the first-time listener to a curveball.
Yeah.
I mean,
from a branding standpoint, I'm right with you, Perry. If you want to, This Is My Bourbon Podcast, you don't want that listener tuning in for the first time, and all of a sudden you're drinking Ardbeg.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But like, I don't mind doing something a little bit different on the live stream, because the live stream really is, it's kind of more of a, I say party, but it's not really that, but just kind of more of a free atmosphere to do whatever and not really say whatever, but just to, not feel so confined to, well, here are our segments and here are the things we have to address this week.
Yeah.
And, then we have to review something and be really strict and confined to it. But if I get, the hankering one week to do a live stream where I review, or try Lagavulin, then I'm not, I'm really not going to deny myself that, that opportunity, because I'll be quite honest too. Giving myself that space has allowed me to actually grow to like Scotch. Like, and I'm 9 times out of 10 going to reach for bourbon, but, or rye for that matter. But, I have grown to develop an appreciation of Scotch. I don't really like Irish whiskey. Irish whiskey is, it's a bit of a non-starter for me, and I probably just haven't had the right thing, to be quite honest.
Yeah, there's so much there's so much good Irish whiskey in today's market. With there are so many distilleries now within Ireland making Irish whiskey. I mean, there used to be like 3 or 4. Now there's like, I think 60 to 80 or something like that. It's crazy the amount of really good Irish whiskey that's coming out of Ireland now. Would it be cool, like for Perry, if you ever want to do like an exploratory episode where you're kind of like trying to figure out like good scotches for bourbon drinkers or vice versa.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that could always be a good way to tie it into your podcast.
And I don't disagree with you in terms of idea, but I do kind of feel like there have been a lot of people who have done that already.
Yeah.
Like that's the hot button topic for so many people. Like, they drink bourbon, but what about the Scotch that would make a bourbon drinker drink a Scotch, right?
Right.
Like I just feel like it's such a common thing to bring up that it's like,
it is.
There's 1,000 other videos about it. Why should I? Like, I don't know enough about Scotch.
Yeah, it's the constant, almost unanswered question. Like, even though there's many videos about, I mean, I made one. I admit it. I made a damn Scotch for bourbon drinkers video.
And that's fine. And it's totally fine. But I'm just saying that, like, how much more do I actually have to add to that conversation?
Yeah.
Like there's only so much extra that I can say in the, what do you do to make X like Y, or make A like B? It just, it's a trend that by the time I even considered doing it, it was oversaturated.
Yeah. So that leads me to a question too, because I was watching when Sam was on and you guys were talking about growing on social and finding your groove and how to best like leverage that. And so like when I think about our podcast compared to what both of you guys do, you guys are like the current events of bourbon in terms of like you'll review the new releases, like that A121 right there. You're going to review that, and I can reliably count on whenever something new comes out, I can tune into you guys for that. Whereas we are more like the average person walking in a liquor store is not keeping up with the newest release of Booker's. Like if they're lucky enough to find a Booker's on the shelf, they might not even care what the batch is. So we're reviewing stuff like, you know, regular Jack Daniels. We did a whole episode on like that was our whiskey.
Yeah.
And I guess my question for you guys is like, when you think about your own like groove niche, what you guys do, is there ever like a man, I wish that I could just review like Jim Beam White Label, or like have an episode where it's like just the standard stuff that like might not look sexy on YouTube or, you know, on a podcast platform, but that the average person wants to know, like, is regular Jack Daniels any good?
Yeah, I mean, I have a series on my channel called What's on the Shelf Wednesday, where it's like non-allocated stuff that I could just walk in and buy. So I was doing those on every Wednesday for a while, but then all of a sudden, like, you know, it's just tougher now because the want and the amount of releases that are just dropping these days, it is so hard to keep up. And with the amount of time that I personally put into videos, it's hard to just like knock them out. You know, I could just get some new releases and make another this one and this one and this one. I just keep pumping them out, especially when people want to know, like, hey, have you tried the new this? Have you tried the new that? Have you tried the new this? I would love to go back to the shelfers and just do that, but I got all the noise asking me about, you know, the new, I don't know, whatever, the new Blue Run bourbon. Have you heard that?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, so it's kind of a constant thing, honestly, for me personally, and you'll hear this on my episode of when I release my Blue Run video, my review for it, which is a great bourbon, but it kind of like put me at the tipping point. I'm just sick of the new releases. I can't take it anymore. I can't. It's great, but if I have to hear about another CEO that wanted to come in, create a brand because whiskey's selling right now, and you know, get a really well-seasoned master distiller involved to blend it, we'll put it in a fancy bottle designed by Nike, and we'll sell it for $160, $170.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the same, you know, effing story we keep seeing on all these bottle releases. And then you have the 15-year, you know, mystery mash bill where it just appeared, and all of a sudden there was like 17 brands came out with their own shit because they were able to source this whiskey.
Yeah.
All for $150 or more. Like I'm done. Like I can't, like, stop. Like, please just let us enjoy. You want to innovate, but stop bringing out just repackaged, you know, sourced whiskey that we'll all have to buy for $100, $150, $120. I'm tired of that trend.
Yeah. And I want to kind of echo what you were saying too. Like, there's only so many times that you can basically review the exact same product in a different bottle
package.
Like it
right.
just, you know, and I'll make no bones about it. When we do episodes where we review allocated products, like our antique collection episode every year slays. Like it really does really, really well with our numbers. And every time we do our top 10 for the year, it's easily one of our best performing episodes. But and I agree that it gets exhausting having to ask about and hunt down and then taste and then review and basically say the same thing or the same 10 things over and over and over and over and over again to the point of exhaustion. I would like to, you know, see more acceptance of reviewing something like Jim Beam White Label. And it's tricky because you always want to play to the lowest common denominator, but you also don't want to lose the ones that have been there for a long time, and then all of a sudden you take a handbrake turn into something that's out of left field.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah,
You know,
I think
absolutely.
I always think it's great to filter them in, filter in those available whiskeys and bourbons are on the shelf. And talk about them as much as you can, because a lot of them end up being better than some of the allocated shit that people chase.
Yeah.
For sure.
Clifton said #Jason rants.
Yeah, I go.
It was good and ranty. I liked it. I love a good.
I do get on my rants. I'm sorry.
Charles Ashworth, thank you so much for popping in. I didn't realize today was your birthday, but go and enjoy your birthday. You also said, hope you hit 1,000. We'll see, man. I don't know. We just crossed 640. So that's where we're at right now. Hey guys, I need to go refill my water real quick. Could y'all hold down the fort for like 2 seconds?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay? Sure.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I can
All
stay
right.
for more minutes to hold it down for sure.
Don't burn everything down, please.
I'll try not to rant again.
I don't care if you rant. I just want to make sure I don't lose all 100 subscribers or whatever that I've gained today. So
no problem.
All right, I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
I just want to say I recognize some names on the comments from the This Is My Bourbon group on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're one of the old fogies that are still on Facebook like me, I love the group, guys. I'm so happy to be part of a group where everyone is not just constantly complaining, and there's like it feels like a really good community of people. I get a ton of information from you guys, and so like when Bill came up a little bit ago, I was like, I know Bill from Facebook. So in addition to subscribing to the YouTube channel, if you're not a member of This Is My Bourbon group on Facebook, go subscribe to that as well.
Yes, for sure. And if nobody's listened to any of Perry's podcasts, I mean, we could talk nice about him while he's not here. I don't want him to get a big head. I'm just saying, like Perry.
Right.
Perry's probably one of the best interviewers. You could listen to.
Absolutely.
You have a couple of others out there that are really great. I love Dad's Drinking Bourbon. I love Bourbon Pursuit. Obviously, does an incredible job. But I know there's a way about Perry, the way he interviews. I think that's really makes his podcast really enjoyable to listen to. And even when he's not, even when he's just shooting the shit with Swan and going back and forth and reviewing a product, he just has a very comfortable way about his podcast. So
for sure. Now again, we're not going to say any of this when he gets back here.
Yeah, he could watch this later and maybe find it.
Right.
But he'll have to scroll through about 18 hours of footage.
So what do you think of the 121? I have not heard a review yet. So
first impressions. So this was a hard act to follow because B520 and C920 were fire, absolute hitters. B520 was a butterscotch bomb. C920 was like this chocolatey salted pretzel, just an amazing, both of them just incredible releases. So this was a tough act. This bottle had a tough act to follow. And for me right now, it's not following it at all. It's coming across very thin for a barrel proof. It's also coming across, I'm missing that depth of flavor and the richness that I normally get in Elijah Craig barrel proof. There's the fruiting. This is a little bit more fruit forward than I've experienced with Elijah Craig barrel proofs, where you really get that rich oak and rich caramel and brown sugars and all that. This is maybe leaning towards a little bit more fruit, a little bit more towards light vanilla, light caramels. It's also extremely peanutty. You're getting a lot of peanut this is probably my second pour. There's a lot of nuttiness going on. You're getting that Heaven Hill typical flavor profile in here. And it's it's not really leaving this really great, sweet, everlasting finish. Is it still a great value at $65? Absolutely. I think this is the best value in bourbon today. You could put it right up there with Rare Breed and a couple of others. But yeah, this one's not really doing it for me right now, especially coming off the previous two that were absolute monsters.
Yeah. I got a bottle of the last Booker's I guess they just came out with another one, but the last one in 2020, the Pigskin, and that one it drank so hot for me that there was not much flavor behind. I don't know what you thought of that one too, but for me, that's the downfall of batches with some of these things. Like from batch to batch, you wouldn't expect that much variety, but like you hit on one that you really love, and then if you try the next one, and it could taste nothing like that.
But to when we go back to the marketing, it's kind of brilliant though, because you release 3 or 4 a year. Each batch is different. You don't know what you're going to taste. It could be shit. It could be great. And that's kind of the dice you roll. So, but for these, these are normally, it doesn't matter when they come. I'm buying each and every one. Just some happen to be a little bit more robust than others. Like I said, the A had a little bit of a tough act to follow. Coming off the B and the C batches from last year.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Oh, wait, he's back. We said some nice things about you. Hopefully you didn't hear that.
I saw Tammy said I'm an excellent interviewer. That's awfully sweet.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys. Yeah. No, sorry, I had to
No, you're
take care
good,
of a
man.
couple things inside and refill.
We were talking about whiskeys that are coming in batches now, like Elijah Craig and Booker's. And if you had to like fall on one side or the other, Perry, are you the kind of guy that wants consistency out of a brand or out of a bottle? Or are you more like, I want to roll the dice. I want it to be like vintages of wine where each batch is different. Like where would you fall if you had to pick one of those two?
Ooh.
That's a good question.
All right.
Yeah. Now who's the good interviewer, Perry?
Woo! Okay. There we go.
I'm not sure if he's thinking or the French fries are starting to repeat on him.
Right.
I'm gonna have to take some more of those antacid tablets. But here's it's funny because I kind of fall into I kind of fall in between both of those categories. Like I know that something like a Knob Creek single barrel is going to be consistently good, right? Picks can kind of vary. Like I know that there are going to be certain stores that have really good picks, and if am going like trying to gravitate towards a pick or want to go pick up a pick. I said pick a lot in that run-on sentence, but I'm probably going to go to the store that I know is the most reliable. That being said, I do love the consistency of small batch products. Yep. And I'll use I'll use Elijah Craig as an example. Not even Elijah Craig barrel proof, just Elijah Craig small batch 94 proof. I am of the notion or of the belief that when they dropped the 12-year age statement, the quality didn't necessarily take a hit. I think it stayed pretty consistently good from the time that it went from a solid 12-year age statement to just a 8 to 12-year-old blend or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So I think as long as you have a quality group of blenders and people who know what they're doing, I'm not gonna worry too much about a specific blend. However, there are those off chances that you're gonna have, like a couple years ago when we had the like the rare breed that was showing up that had older turkey juice in it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
like
yeah.
that was a nice surprise.
That
right?
was nice. Yep.
But rare breed itself stays consistently great.
Yeah.
And on the off chance that we might get a product or might get a bottle or a batch that has slightly older stuff in it and it makes you want to drink more of it, cool, great. But I don't know. I think that small batches in general are more consistent. But I do find a lot of joy in rolling the dice with single barrels. And and it of course hasn't always played out in my favor, but
yeah. I think as you get to know your palate and you start drinking a lot of things, there's a certain brands and single barrels you can get to trust a little bit more. Like Russell's Reserve single barrels, I don't care. I'll buy any of them because generally, I mean, they're different, but they're all consistently good in each way. I can't say I've ever had a Russell Reserve that was so off profile that I didn't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if everything is consistent, why would we need you?
Well, here's the thing. Consistently good is one thing, but unique is something entirely different.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
A small batch can vary, or even just a batch can vary from release to release. I mean, I think Booker's is definitely indicative of that. Elijah Craig Barrel Proof is highly indicative of that.
Yeah.
But you take something like that, doesn't matter. Stag Junior, not so much. I think it's pretty much consistently the same. Anyway, the point is, like, why would you need us? I don't know. I'm doing a great job of selling myself right now, but no, I mean, we're the initial sounding board for people who are looking to maybe pick something new up or find something that they might not be able to access otherwise. And
I think when it comes to these brands that come out with specific releases that are different, like if you're an Elijah Craig Barrel Proof fan, I look forward to the new releases, and I get a shot at I get a shot of 3 of them throughout the year, and I think that's great. Now, Larceny Barrel Proof, I haven't really been too happy with, so I don't know if I'll buy any of those until they get to a point where I feel like that's worth picking up constantly each and every time. Stag Juniors, I think some of them are a lot. It seems like every 3 batches seem to be the hitters. Batch 9 was incredible. Batch 12 was even better. And batch 15 was ridiculous too. Everything in between, like to Perry's point, were kind of just the usual stag type of batches. You got your cherry cola, high proof, a lot of power, a lot of flavor to it. But you have these little gems that happen in between. And I think, for bourbon enthusiasts, they're going to buy each and every one if they like that profile, because they want to be able to say, hey, I got that one gem. So, and we're here, Tammy, because we get to tell you which ones are gems before you buy it.
Hey, we drink the bad stuff so that you don't have to.
That's right. That's right.
Like we're taking a bullet for the family. Like we have a responsibility.
Yeah,
the way that I see it. I'm basically Superman. I'm just kidding. Please don't clip that and make me look like a dick.
especially if your palate lines up with any reviewer. If you're depending on them to give you a solid opinion of what you're looking at, what's on the shelf, should I buy that? Then it's a responsibility as well.
Patrick said I can send you guys a Russell's Reserve that is not good.
I don't think I want that.
I'll try it.
I'll take it. I'll take whatever, man. Listen,
Bob and I are like, yeah, man, why not?
Yeah, you're gonna send me whiskey. I'll drink whatever.
Todd said, completely agree, Jason. The larcenies have been not as appealing.
I'm not really a big larceny fan in general. Like, are you guys big on regular larceny, like the 90 proof or whatever, 94, whatever it's at?
Somebody's phone going off.
I don't know what that was. I heard a helicopter. I thought
somebody's phone just went off. I tend to like larceny all right. I think that the larceny single barrels that have been coming out over the past couple of years have been really good.
Yeah,
honestly, I'd say better than the batched version of it, but. Yeah, larceny barrel proof really has just been a non-starter for me in general. I liked the A121 larceny barrel proof.
I will say this: the A21 was definitely a step up than what we had last year.
Yeah,
I think it was definitely sweeter, a little bit probably more in the profile of maybe what people are looking for. But as far as a typical weeder, I don't know. It's just missing something for me. I'm not exactly, and the problem is that I'm not exactly sure what it's missing for me. That I'm just not like, it's just maybe because I had such a high expectation that this is going to be the FU to Weller Full Proof and all the taters, and I wanted it to be like amazing and stuff like that. And I'm not sure if it's really doing it for me just yet. But that's not to say that it could. I mean, Heaven Hill has a way of, when they're making these batches that you never know. You could get an absolute hitter every now and again. And
Yeah.
I'd rather have 3 chances to get a hitter rather than never see anything like Weller Foolproof on the shelf ever.
Yeah.
Well, and I agree with you. I don't think that it's quite at the level of quality to be the Weller killer or the Pappy killer or whatever you want to call it. But Connor O'Driscoll did a lot, I think, over the past year to develop Larceny Barrel Proof into a much more well-rounded product. Honestly. Is it the best thing I've ever had? No, not by a long stretch. But I'll reiterate what I said on my live stream a couple weeks ago. It's very close to what I just wanted to see from Larceny Barrel Proof right out of the gate. And they've stepped up their game. I think they have. Before we go too much further, let me first off do a live check. Still at 640. That's okay. But we also have another guest that we are going to bring on here. Ladies and gentlemen, Bill, also known as Beer Lovers of Wisconsin. Bill.
What's up? What's up, fam?
What's up, Bill?
How you guys doing?
How's it going, man?
Living the dream.
I'm really not sure where I am right now in terms of like physical, mental, emotional state. Like, I've been going for almost 7.5 hours, and I'm like, how much of this is real life? Like, do I have another 3 hours in me, or am I gonna crash like right before 8 o'clock?
Oh no, we got you, dude. We got you. We'll carry this thing home for you.
Appreciate it.
I'm just here for the moment that you finally like ascend to a higher plane of consciousness. Like
that's the part where I just like start shaking uncontrollably.
That's where you hit 1,000 right there.
Todd said I had one of the Larceny Barrel Proof bottles before they started the 3 releases a year. That bottle was amazing, and the others just haven't been to the level for me.
Oh, that's right. They dripped a couple of those in the market before they did the regular releases, right?
Well, but those were single barrels, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, they were single barrels? Okay.
Yeah, because I think the very first one was for the Bourbon Gala or something. For the Kentucky Bourbon Festival. So I don't know. I mean, like, I think that's an entirely different thing. Like, you want the batched version to be as good as these single barrels, but you know, you more than likely had a group of people who went in and selected a specific single barrel that would just blow everybody away. You know, as opposed to a team of people trying to develop a batch product. I don't know. I do think that a lot of people were disappointed after those initial single barrels that were at Barrel Proof went away and the batched products came out.
So I mean, if it was a single barrel, I could see that being completely, you know, possibly superior to what we're seeing now, just because it is that single barrel product. And some, you know, like you said, single barrels can be pretty insanely good if you're getting the right one. So
I'm sorry, I gotta acknowledge Ian here saying he's hanging out at Kroger and watching me. What?
That's a Saturday night right there, man.
Are you actually buying groceries, or are you just like wandering through the produce aisle watching me on the live stream?
Definitely needs to know what aisle he's in at this point.
I think he went there like for the sole purpose of watching you.
Using their Wi-Fi, yeah.
Kroger's Wi-Fi is like next level, yeah.
It's like going to the
Whoa.
Okay, so that wasn't just me.
No.
Like, Max Headroom showed up and we were...
I hate when that happens, man. It always happens after my Zoom has been plugged into my computer for an extended period of time, running for an extended period, and then it's like I all of a sudden am dropping the sickest beat of 2021, like unintentionally. But
sounds like you just got throttled. You've been on too long, my friend.
I
Time to go home."
put one. It happened like on an episode, and I I included it at the like as a post roll. I don't know if anybody heard it. This is going back to like I don't know if anybody actually listens to the entire episode anymore, but you know, whatever. Bill, what are you drinking, buddy?
Yeah, you caught me drinking my Diet Coke. So we'll play the "What have you been drinking lately" game.
There we go. Let's do that.
As you may or may not have known, Bardstown Bourbon Company just got into Wisconsin, and so I was one of the lucky 3 people to help welcome them in. So I was drinking some of their fusion stuff, which is pretty good.
Awesome.
I think it's a nice way to get started. But that Discovery line, ooh, that's something different. Let me tell you.
It.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like
Amazing.
It's not every day when you pop open a bottle and you just smell old, right? Like how do you even describe it? You smell like smells old. All right,
Yeah,
like musky and stuff. But so yeah, I've been drinking that. We did some Zoom meetings with Michael from Penelope. So drinking the Penelope Rosé.
Nice.
In case anyone hasn't heard, this is pretty good stuff.
absolutely delicious, man.
Yeah, it's pretty killer. And then
Yep.
and then Sean from Pinhook. So this vertical series that he's got going on, I think is pretty interesting and pretty unique. One of the things that I was always kind of curious on with that is like it's different proofs. So if this is supposed to be an expression of how the juice in the wood matures year over year, I would have thought that you'd probably want that at the same proof. But I guess like because it could differ so much that it's just he's finding where that sweet spot is with the proof.
Sure.
So it kind of makes sense. But yeah, that's kind of what I've been sipping on, other than just some good old Wisconsin bourbon. Oh.
Awesome, man. Bob, you just said that you needed to go ahead and peace out. Thank you so much for stopping in.
Hey, thanks for having me. It was great to meet the two of you guys. Perry, good luck on the march to 1,000. If you're still going at the 9-hour mark, I might hop back in.
Holy moly!
Just come back in.
We're gonna.
All
I feel like I'm gonna hit adrenaline here in about 30 minutes and just want to go for another 2 hours. But who's to say, buddy? Who's to say? Anyway, thank you so much for stopping by.
All right, take care, guys.
Have a good one, Bob.
See you, Bob.
Are we gonna start a takeover at this point? Let Jason take over.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting.
I want to bring something up. I didn't even know this happened. So I've been locked in here on this stream for so long that I must have missed a message or two. But Ian said that he proposed to his girlfriend earlier today.
Oh my
Ian,
God!
Congratulations, man! That's incredible.
Did she say yes?
I'm guessing so. He said they're at Kroger 4 hours later. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would imagine if it didn't go well, they wouldn't be at Kroger together.
Yeah.
That's true. Or maybe they would be at Kroger together. It's a shotgun wedding kind of thing. No, I'm just kidding. Congrats, man. That is awesome. I love hearing those kind of stories.
Chris, our good old Aussie boy is stopping in from Brisbane. Thank you so much, Chris, for stopping by. We are sitting comfortably at 641. So
Is that 100 more subs than you started with?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. So I'm not upset about that at all.
Trying to get my family to come in here and start liking your stuff. I posted all over Facebook. Let's see. I was like, "Hey, Mom, I'm famous. Get on YouTube. You'll see me."
Dad said, "Perry, can I drop in a little later after dinner?" Absolutely.
Well, Perry, I'm actually gonna jump out right now. I wanted to come on, just show your support, and love what you're doing. Obviously, I love the podcast. I always listen, and
thank you, man.
Hopefully, we'll start getting to that translation onto the YouTubes. So,
man, I really hope so. But thank you so much for all the support you've given, and for sharing the word around, and it means a lot, man. Really.
Absolutely. Cheers to the chat. Nice meeting you, Bill, and I'll see you soon, buddy.
Cheers,
Take
guys.
care.
Take care.
Right. I said guys like you were leaving too, Bill, but
nope, I'm sticking around for a while. You got me for a little bit.
So
my wife's staring at a cat. My kid's playing on her Switch, she started playing Farmville. Oh, Animal Crossing Farmville. Sorry, Animal Crossing.
That's the Facebook game.
Whatever. And yeah, she started playing that, and I thought of you right away. I'm just like,
man,
okay.
I love Animal Crossing. I really shouldn't like it as much as I do, but I enjoy it so much, and I still play it like every day too, like getting those login points and whatever. But man,
she loves to camp, so she started like creating I don't know the game, so I apologize if I butcher this, but it looked like she like created a cabin for herself and a little camping area, and so I don't know if she cares about anything other than just camping, but that's pretty cool. So,
you're
sorry.
kind of circling around what actually happens in the game, so I'm just gonna give it to you.
I need some help.
It's not worth trying to explain it here live on stream, but you were very close. I'll give you that much.
That's fair. That's fair. So, you know, I was out doing some bourbon hunting today.
Nice.
Yeah, it's always fun. Kind of. It's my mental health day, so I just go drive around and see what's around, and hook up some friends with some stuff, and it was a lot of fun. That's it was real nice. But one of the things I did today that I haven't done in a very long time was I bought beer. So I know this isn't this is my beer podcast, but
I don't care.
they were aged in bourbon barrels. So
oh heck yeah.
And I actually, damn, I think I took a picture of something I was going to send to you. I'll have to remember to do that later. Sorry, Susie. I'm not supposed to swear. But yeah, so
that was an immediate reaction too. That was well trained.
She is on it, even if we're not swearing. Sometimes she's on it. But you know it. I was going through some of the beers and taking a look at it, and starting to realize how more and more we're starting to see them label the distillery that the barrels are coming from. And I know we saw this with Goose Island when they came out with basically I don't even know what you call it, the Chicago only releases of Bourbon County, where it was either
right.
having a bottle or chick or whatever.
Yeah. And
I started thinking to myself, like, can you taste the difference? I would be very curious. It's very similar to that old adage of, like, if you're going to drink a mixed drink, use rail, because you're not going to be able to taste it any different anyway. I kind of wonder if that's the same thing with beer and bourbon, right?
Yeah.
So, yep. Oh, $2 on the swear jar.
That's hefty.
Grandpa Ritter's.
That's hefty for the D word.
I'm gonna have to be real muted around him. I'm sure I can buy him off with some beer koozies, though. And koozies. I do have a couple waiting for you still, I guess.
You've actually sent you've sent samples and sent beer to me before as well. Man, first of all, thank you, but everything you've sent has been like exceptionally good. Good. I'm glad. It's always touch and go, right? You never know what people's palates are like and if they're going to like something or not. So I'm glad that you can appreciate it. I do have another package coming out to you guys pretty soon. I did talk to Swan about this. I think I mentioned to you too, but you know, we're going to have to do a Wisconsin flight. Totally down.
Mostly, I think they're mostly going to be store picks, and I believe they're all barrel proof or cask strength or whatever you want to call it nowadays. But yeah, I mean, I think, you know, it's you start to hear of all these distilleries, like, and honestly, these are places that I had never heard of until, like, you start hearing about store picks like Nulu and Starlight and stuff like that, and they're getting a lot of notoriety, a lot of hype around it, and I'm wondering, like, is Wisconsin whiskey as good?
The next big thing.
Like it could be, right? So we'll see. I mean, at the very least, you get a chance to try it, and you can say you've had some good Wisconsin whiskey. And if you don't like it, then that's not on me because I didn't make it. So I'm cool with it.
I would love to do a podcast series where we try something from all 50 states. And, you know, we could probably go ahead and give Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee a pass. since we've basically run the gamut on that one. But like we've had Hawaiian bourbon.
Yep.
Or what?
Which was great, right?
Oh, it was the best. But maybe some Alaska bourbon that we could try as well. But
yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot out there, and what I'm seeing in the bourbon world or whiskey world is very similar to what we saw in the beer world 6 or 7 years ago, right? There was quite a few big players, and now you're starting to see a lot of smaller players coming to light. And one of the things I think we're seeing an increase in too is going to be those non-producing distillers, where they're sourcing all their stuff and they're blending it, and really the craft at that point then is in the blending process. So because bourbons can taste different barrel to barrel, even though they're sitting right next to each other. But like when we were talking to the guys over at Pinhook, they left MGP to go to Castle and Key.
Right.
I wonder how many other people are going to kind of go that route, with Bardstown kind of doing their contract distilling now, and Castle and Key ramping up on that. And MGP, obviously buying out Luxco and wanting to maybe expand on that. You kind of have to wonder, like, and I think I saw this question come in the chat earlier, so I apologize from whoever sent it, but I think there was a question of, like, do we kind of see, are we hitting that point where we're going over the edge with the bourbon, right? Are we at that point where we're going to start to see kind of that downhill turn? I don't think we're there yet, to be honest. We haven't hit saturation point yet, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't fully think that we are either, but I also think that we're getting awfully close to the tipping point. Like,
so I guess it depends on what we define the tipping point to be, right? Like, where is that? When it comes to my envisioning of it, or my thought process of it, is that when I first started drinking bourbon, I went after the big players. That's all right? So Buffalo Trace, Wild Turkey, Heaven Hill. And then as I started to taste through those and started to build an appreciation for it, I went local. Like, I kind of went hyper local, really, sticking to a lot of Wisconsin brands. And I think that we haven't hit a saturation point yet in each of the states. Like kind of you're alluding to, we haven't hit that saturation point in each state where there's more distilleries that can probably keep up with demand.
Yeah.
I think when we hit that, we'll start to see that turn. I think we're a couple years away, to be honest with you. But in the same token, is that we're going to start seeing, like, we're already seeing it, and we're going to see it more. We're going to see people getting priced out of the market, right? Like I'm almost, I kind of feel like I'm halfway there already, right? Like, I'm not dropping $120 on a bottle. Unless it's like absolutely phenomenal.
Sure.
And even then, like,
it's still hard to rationalize.
It really is.
Yeah.
2010 availability. Sorry.
Look, pricing, I think once the boom ends, will probably go back to what it used to be. Availability, though, that's a good few years down the road after the boom busts, honestly.
I gotta say, I don't think it's ever going to, and here's why. When whiskey kind of hit a high point and then ended up at a low point and lost kind of its popularity, and then it kind of started trickling back of the cycle, one of the things that we didn't have was social media like we do now.
That is true. Yeah.
And I think that has changed the game completely, right? I think that, to kind of, again, bring it back to beer, right? I always felt that there was always these beer styles that kind of fell off the market, right?
Sure.
But I'm talking to people, and they're still out there. It's just more niche now. And I think that like we'll see that here, where we'll lose some distillers. We'll see some consolidation. We'll find some niches. But if we're thinking that we're going to walk in and see a Blanton's on the shelf ever again, like that's never going to happen, right?
No.
Those glory days of the stories we used to hear of, Mr. Van Winkle with a cardboard cutout of a bottle of Pappy trying to sell it in Chicago.
Yeah.
I heard that story a couple of times, right? So
right.
That's never going to happen again. So
no. Donnie said, I tend to think the bust will leave distilleries with tons of product that they need to sell before it overages. Yeah, I could totally see that happening. But I don't know. I still think that there are distilleries who have already committed to the long game, right? And even if who are they going to sell it to if the bust comes?
Mexico.
Well,
I mean, there's going to be other markets out there, right?
That is true.
There's going to be other markets, and whether that is going to be, diving more into the Canadian market, going down to Mexico, going into Africa. I mean, like, who knows, right? Because when you think of bourbon, where do you think? When you think whiskey, I think Japan, I think Europe, and whatever Europe states are there. Don't ask me about a geography lesson. And then the U.S., right? So that leaves like 75% of the world that's still potentially market for bourbon. So
yeah. Clifton said, if you're still going in 30 minutes, I could come on for a bit to pregame before my stream if you want. Absolutely. I think I'll still be here in 30 minutes. More than likely. So here's what I'm proposing. We'll be done by 9:00 Eastern because that's when Clifton goes live on Bourbon Bites. So I don't want to overlap it all. But we will. So basically we have an hour and a half left. At the moment, we are sitting at 642. So if we can hit or surpass rather 650 before 9:00, I will be happy. I don't think we're going to get to 1,000 today, but I am again not upset in the slightest at the progress we have made today. So I just want to go ahead and say thank you all so much for hopping on and being a part of this community. And if you're new to the community, which a bunch of you all are, welcome. I'm so appreciative of you guys getting in here. Josh Pence said ADHD sent me. Thank you, Matt Porter, for sending Josh over. We do appreciate that, and thank you everybody for welcoming Josh as well. So
I gotta apologize to Chris. I totally apparently missed the entire population of people, the second largest market in the world. So I apologize. Again, not a geography major, so if you accept my apology, I will be entirely grateful to you.
I'm sure he does. Wait a minute. Here we go. Donnie said, if you have other accounts, we support subscribing for them as well. Please. David Schweibold, Bourbon Blind sent me. You rock. Thank you so much, David. Appreciate that. Welcome to the crew. Hashtag Snuffy Squad, I guess. But we're up to 643. Crazy.
It's good. It's awesome
stuff. I think maybe Thursday on my stream, I looked and I had 544. So for the organic growth over the past couple of days to have hit basically 100 more subscribers, that's incredible. So thank you all so much. Really, really, really.
That is really cool.
I can't say thank you enough. So hopefully this means that we'll be able to get to 1,000 before too long. But in the meantime, we still got Snuffy Chats, so we don't have to totally abandon that. I do look forward to when we can do super chats here on YouTube, and just be able to keep everything in one place. But Snuffy Chats are again available at any of the Options below at the bottom of your screen, also in the links below in the description for the video. Also, it sounds like somebody is sword fighting in your house right now, Bill. I don't know.
Oh.
If it's...
I think my wife's killing something. I'll go ahead and mute this real quick.
No, you're good, man. You're good. But the other day, I brought this up on our Patreon pregame chats. It was last Monday, actually, which is a heck of a way to start out a week. I was sitting on my couch working, responding to people on social media, and our dogs started freaking out. They jumped down and started like sniffing at the rug in the living room, and they were all doing that like jump back thing that dogs do when they smell at something and it kind of moves and surprises them. And I was like, it's probably just the cats. Like the first dog got down and did it. Second dog got down and did it. And that was when I was like, all right, what the heck is happening over here? There's a daggum baby mouse in the middle of our living room that it was clearly injured because it was only like about this big. It was like about the size of a lime, right? And it just kept like circling and circling and circling and stopping for a second, and then it would circle and circle and circle again. So it had to have been injured. But anyway, so that was a weird way to start out the week. So I just had to like scoop it up in a piece of in like some Tupperware and then release it outside. But it was odd. So
yeah, and you live kind of more country-ish area. I think I've seen posts of like wild horses running in your backyard and stuff. So
it's not our backyard. It's the dadgummit. It's the farm beyond our fence. So
but still,
but it's not ours.
I was talking to one of my coworkers, and we were on a chat, and all of a sudden I heard a cow mooing, and I'm like, "What is going on?" And so she was telling me the story about how, like, in her subdivision, it was built like on a farm, and so it kind of like was built like in an L shape or something, and so they still had cows that would roam around and like get free and like come up close to their property, and they were always like angry and mooing and stuff like that. But it was like loud. And I was like,
that's wild.
I was like, what is going on? She's like, oh, that one must be angry today. Just like, the craziest thing I see is maybe a squirrel or something, so
we got plenty of those too. We can send some your way.
Yeah, I do live in Wisconsin, so we do see some cows and some horses, but
David Schweibold, subscribe. Thank you so much. I believe that brings us up to 644. Nope, that's still 643. All good. Chris said that's most of Kentucky, horses everywhere.
Dude, Kentucky is beautiful. When I was out there when I did the Bourbon Trail with my friend, one of the things that I thought was just the most amazing thing, especially I think when closer towards Lexington, was just like driving down the street, these just super long white fences, everything looked pristine, and then you just see these horses, and it was like, I love you, Kentucky.
It's an easy place to fall in love with and a hard place to leave. Like,
yeah, I can see that.
I'm very fortunate to have been born in and raised in Kentucky, and I don't know if this is like sacrilege to say, but I have a lot more Kentucky pride than I do like country pride, if that makes sense. Like, it's
so you're like every Texan out there, right?
No.
Well, don't most people from Texas, like, it's all about Texas?
Yes, that's not. We're gonna lose subscribers again, Bill.
I've been drinking. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Chris said, we keep coming back, but we still have no ER. I guess that means ETA for our next return. Is that wait? I don't know. Yeah, he meant ETA. There we go. Got it. Self-correcting. So, Bill, I want to. I've done this with a lot of folks who have hopped on the stream throughout the day, but I want to give you the opportunity to kind of let people know who you are as well, because you run your own social media thing and are really quite successful with what you do. So, let the people know who you are, Bill. Talk about
Oh,
yourself.
haha. It's always the hardest thing in the world to do for me.
In
which
the
is probably,
just.
it's just ridiculous. So, yeah, my name is Bill. I live out here in Wisconsin, married, beautiful wife, beautiful daughter. And one of the things that I have I don't know if it's whatever, it is what it is, but I'm a collector. I like to collect things. And so Swanee, hey Swan, I like to collect things. And so I used to collect baseball cards or golf paraphernalia or whatever the case may be. And, we live in a small place, and we started to realize that you collect all this stuff for what reason? So then it was like, well, what if we collected, I started with, what if we collected beer? Because really it's a consumable, right? You drink it, you enjoy it. If you have too much of it, you keep drinking more. So, so I started that, and really, when I started getting into beer, I love the sticker. Yes, thank you, Swan. When I started getting into beer, it actually stemmed from using an app called Untapped, so where you can track beers and stuff like that. And someone that friended me on there suggested I try Instagram. So then I started doing the Instagram thing, and just kind of kept at it, nothing too crazy. And I really love that platform because I'm very visual. So I like to see pictures and interact that way. And so that's kind of what I've been doing. And I was doing beer for a long time. I try to promote, local, and now it's kind of moved over to bourbon, and it was really for no other reason except for too many carbs in beer. If you ever want to, I should start a page on like why I went keto, but we can talk about that later. But yeah, that's kind of where this started going, and just very similar to the community, to the beer community, the bourbon community. We have some amazing people in here. Probably some of the most genuine people I know. And I think the one thing that I really love and appreciate about it is like the ability to do this type of interaction. Not just being on here, but you and Swan have always been super nice to me, just from the get go, and I love being part of those communities. So,
Hey Bill, 2 seconds. Donnie or Swan, could you take care of the chat real quick, please? I'd appreciate it, if you don't mind. Love a good spot.
I was wondering what that was.
Yeah, that's I guess that's what happens when you stream for an extended period of time and get some traction going.
Yeah. So, absolutely. But so I sorry.
There's big enough to get a spammer.
Yes.
Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, it was just a troll. I just wanted to make sure we kind of nip that one right in the bud before we
gets a little too crazy on you.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I love to travel. I have a job where before COVID allowed me the opportunity to travel, and I think that's really helped me enhance the ability to have those experiences at breweries and then now with distilleries. So it was pretty cool. I really do wish I knew you a little bit better when I took my trip, because I had known about you, but I was more at that point. I think I was really watching more Chad and Sarah, and so I reached out to them and I was like, "Hey, I'm going to be in town," and I kind of dropped that subtle hint, like, "Hey, I'm going to be in town. Would you have any suggestions of where I should go?" And they gave me suggestions. I'm like, "Are you going to happen to be there?" And they're like, "Nope." I was like, but no, I did. It was really, I guess that's the other cool part too. And this is for anyone who's listening and who's on here. If you didn't already know, like when you make the trip out to Lexington area and you get those suggestions and you hear about the people that not only Perry and Swan interact with, but their friends Chad and Sarah. Like I went to, I hope I get this right, OBC.
Mm-hmm. All
right. And the gentleman who either runs the bar there, and I apologize, I do not recall his name. Iverson, yes.
Yeah.
He was there. And I heard someone over say his name, and I said, "Hey, do you happen to be Iverson?" He's like, "Yes." I'm like, "I've heard so much about you on, who Chad and Sarah," and he was just like, "Awesome." And I was like, "Yeah. So like, what do I do now?" And he goes, "I have these $5 specials. You should probably get one of each." I'm like,
That's
done.
awesome.
Done.
That's so
I was like,
cool.
absolutely. Yeah. So it was absolutely a great time. Yeah. Iverson was amazing. He was such a gentleman. And we just can't wait to get back. I am dying to get back to Lexington and just do the Bourbon Trail all together. I want to spend some more time in Bardstown. I didn't get a chance to do that. We
I love
spent
Bardstown, man.
maybe 2 hours there.
Oh, that's it? Dang.
Yeah, because we started the tour. We started doing the whiskey or the Bourbon Trail because my Maker's Mark barrel was ready to go. Right. So I was a Maker's Mark ambassador and my barrel was ready. So that was the whole purpose of going down there. So so as we were trying to map it out, it kind of got to like the one day we were leaving Lexington area, Frankfurt actually, we took us to Maker's Mark and then it took us up to Bardstown, but then through Bardstown, it took us back over to Louisville where we were staying. Mm-hmm. And so we kind of didn't have enough time to do much. We got to do 1792 there, which was kind of nice. Mm-hmm. It was their free. They do free tastings there.
Yeah, they do.
Awesome, mm-hmm. Which is really cool. So
Pat said, "I just want to see Kentucky and Perry, of course." Well,
maybe
I'm here, man. I'm not going too many places.
You still you still part of that tour group?
You know what? I am. I haven't done any work with them really over the past year because of the pandemic. Mm-hmm. I've done basically two things with them since last February. So the short answer is yes, but the long answer is I haven't done much with them as of late. But that's just because of the podcast.
Yeah, I mean,
because of the pandemic.
After pandemic, maybe we should like hijack that tour and just all of TIMBP people show up.
See, here's the thing about that though. Like people want to, they want to go and do that and see me but the problem is like I can't drink during it because I'm also driving the bus. Mm-hmm. So unless it's like a big enough group to where we would run out like a Gold Shield or something, then I would be in charge of the group. So it would have to be a lot of folks. So
yeah, maybe we can make it happen.
We can talk. Yeah, absolutely. We can talk about that. I would love to do like a tour weekend or something where, maybe we'd cut like a special rate for everybody who's coming in for it or whatnot. But yeah, that's the one caveat is that, I'm I'm transporting people as well as, being a part of everything. So if somebody's like, hey, try this Parker's Heritage, I'm like, don't want to crash. So
no. So I see in the comments, Don Nishida says he's in for a group meetup.
Sure.
Is that going to be in Hawaii? Because I mean, I love Kentucky, but
no, I think he would be. I think he's talking about coming to Kentucky. Though, I don't know, but Adriana, hello, Adriana. It's good to see you in here. Thank you so much for stopping in. Let's get Swan. Perry in charge of Swan. I came in. Swans are feisty. Yes. Yeah. I can hardly rear him in like throughout the week when I'm trying to get a podcast recorded. But regardless, yeah. So we are just about to 8:00. As I said earlier, 9:00 is going to be our cutoff because that is when Clifton from Bourbon Bites is going to be going live. So the goal as of right now is to hit 650. There's no way we're going to get 2,000 before the end of the night. Although, again, I do appreciate everybody who has come on and subscribed. I really, really appreciate all y'all. I think this might be the most liked video, too, on my channel at this point. And it's 100% like to dislike ratio, 80 likes, 0 dislikes. So thank you all so much.
I just liked it. So 81.
81. All right. There we go. I thought you were going to say, oh, I just disliked it. Like, that's a heck of a power move, too, while you're on the live stream. And just be like, hey, screw this guy.
Whoever that guest star you got on there sucks.
Oh my goodness gracious! All right, I had so many other I was gonna do the bourbon roulette, but I don't think I'm gonna do that anymore. We're just gonna hang out and chat.
I mean, that's what this is. I mean, I think it's a lot of fun when you have at least two people on and can banter back and forth and have some fun. And I think again, I think I love the core group that you have, and there's always so many names that you recognize in the chat and stuff, which is always really, really cool. And I would love to meet some of these people. Oh, so funny story. Kind of two funny stories. I got two of them. One of them is kind of a low key funny story. But I would, so I'm in a whiskey group, and one of the guys is near where you guys live, and Nulu dropped some stuff at Total Wine, and he went to go buy some and was talking about how he was trying to buy a bunch and didn't know if they were going to let him and all this other stuff. And then so a couple days later, Swan reaches out and he sends me a picture of this beer that just landed. And then 10 minutes later, this guy sends a picture of the exact same beer. And I'm like, huh. It's that's kind of ironic. I said, my buddy Swan just sent me a picture of that beer. And he goes, oh yeah. He's like, yeah, that's kind of crazy. He's like, I'm at Total Wine. I'm like, Lexington? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, so my buddy works there. And then I told him who he was, and he knows Swan from the podcast actually.
Oh my gosh! Okay.
And so he goes, oh yeah, Sean. I'm like, yeah. He's like, he was the one I was interacting with about trying to buy all the Nulu. And I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, that is the craziest thing. So now it's kind of like that joke now where it's like, if we can find out what's dropping over there, I'm gonna keep sending my buddy out. So, but it's like a 3.5 hour drive for him. I think he works near Lexington, but lives somewhere else. But
gotcha. Dang, we jumped up to 646.
Perfect. That's awesome. So during my adventures, I stopped at a local brewery, and so in Madison, Wisconsin, there's a brewery called Youngblood. And they did what they call a pop-up at 1840 Brewery in Milwaukee. And a pop-up basically is they just bring their beer and they basically pop up a tent and they sell their beer there.
Okay. Yeah, right.
Nothing too crazy. So I go there and I know the owners of Youngblood in 1840. And so I'm talking to them and they introduce me to their new sales rep. And I just start geeking out. Because I know who their new sales rep is. I've been following this guy on Instagram for years. Never had a chance to meet him.
That's so cool, though.
I scared him. He actually got afraid because I was so excited, and I was just giddy, and I was like, oh you. and he's like, what did I do? And I'm just like, I follow you on Instagram, and he was like, oh, and then he kind of laughed and chuckled and whatever, and then he kind of looks at me. He's like, so I hate to do this, but who are you on Instagram? I'm like, I'm Beer Lovers of Wisconsin. And then he did the exact same thing. He started geeking out. He was like, oh, that's you.
That is so cool, dude.
Yeah, we were both wearing our masks, so we couldn't tell. But yeah, it was pretty awesome. So I was like, oh man, that's pretty crazy. So not anything near where you're getting interrupted for dinner and Lucy's got to push people away, but but it was pretty fun story.
You said that you asked that question, and I talked about this a little bit earlier on the stream, but I say a little bit earlier. This was within hour 3, but it was really strange the first time that I got recognized, and it hasn't happened as much as it did about, I don't know, year and a half ago, but I don't hate it when it happens. I mean, I'm not it's really fun.
It's cool, but it's also for me, it's actually a little stressful because the problem is I don't like I try as much as I try. I don't know everyone who follows me, especially if they don't interact,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
So, but it is a little bit stressful. But I found that like, you know, you just like I made it a point to just be like, you know, that's awesome. Who are you on this social media site? And let me see if I can recognize the name or whatever, just so I have a good understanding of it. And so I you know, and I always tell people, I said, look, I said, you know, that's awesome. We'll take pictures and we'll post them online. And then, you know, I just tell them flat out, like, look, this was great meeting you. I hope we get to do this again. Just please don't be offended if I don't recall your name. I said, I'll know your face. I know faces, but if I don't remember your name, please don't be mad.
So Chris, so when you were noticed in a car park outside at Liquor Barn Express, first off, again, I was going to do a dog visit in that area. I wasn't blowing you off. They thought I was like, I'm gonna defend this to my grave because like I still feel bad about it because it did look like I was legitimately trying to just like not see them, and they were walking out of I can't remember where they had just like had brunch or something, but I still feel bad about it, but I promise you I'm being 100% honest. Anyway, Charles Ashworth, each time I pop back in the sub, the count has gone up, or excuse me, each time I pop back in, his sub count has gone up. So I just do this all night. I mean, we're cutting it off at 9 o'clock, but yeah, for sure.
Yes,
for sure.
just don't poo, pop.
Yeah, pop, not poo.
So I got to, I want to just give a special thanks to Whiskey Mountains.
Yes.
That comment, haha, you fangirled over the sales rep. I read that and I took everything in me to not laugh like while you were talking. I'm just like over here giggling to myself. I'm like, that is the funniest comment ever. And then right after that, my wife gave me water because apparently I've been drinking. So
hey, everybody stay hydrated.
That's how we do. That's how we do. So I'm going to Denver. I'm hoping to.
Are you really?
So yeah. So I got a friend out. I got some friends out in Denver, but we're doing a bachelor party out there. You know, for people that are here, Denver natives, or if you know about the area, why don't you drop a little comment on like where I should go? I've been slowly trying to get into that Old Elk thing. Like, hey, Old Elk people.
Nice.
Like,
yeah.
Like, can I come visit you? But I'm not having any luck pushing through them yet. I'm gonna try.
So Tammy asks, "Is it?" Oh wait, that's Chris. Tammy asks, "Is it time for the good stuff?" I don't see why freaking not, man.
Oh,
like,
what's the good stuff?
I don't know. Like, I got a couple of good things hanging out around me. I figured I'd pour a little bit of the 3-chord whiskey drummer, too, because I freaking love this bottle. Oh, there we go.
What's Tammy drinking? Remus Ropill batch number 3.
Ooh,
some MGP juice. Nice. feel like I need to crack something nice.
You may as well, man. You may as well.
It's
a special occasion, I guess. I don't know.
You know, we're here. We're having fun, enjoying each other's time. I mean, does it get much more fun than this?
I don't think so. Clifton's fire alarm keeps randomly going off.
That's because he's hot. Hot.
Go ahead and knock on, Clifton.
Yeah, I think that's a good timing. I think I can stick around for a couple more minutes. So
there you go.
You know, say hi to Clifton, and I'm
Swan
ready.
said he's ready for finished 3-chord. I cannot wait. They just picked a single barrel the other day of
It's a secret
3-chord.
It's not a secret. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't know anything Swan tells me. I don't tell him.
What are y'all doing? Talking on the regular or something?
He sends me pictures of beer. That's how it all gets started. Hey, what's this beer like? I'm like, hey, tell me some more about your bourbon.
Swan still, doesn't like beer, but we're gonna get him there. We're gonna get him there. All right, let's do it. Clifton's here.
Hey guys,
Hi,
how's it going?
Clifton.
So I am drinking a mimosa, so I apologize in advance. This is not my mimosa podcast.
Is it still brunch time by you?
It's 5 o'clock. Might as well be.
How's that hangover treating you at 5 o'clock?
Oh man, I'm working my way into whiskey. I'll just say that's why I have a mimosa.
You know the worst hangover is when like a beer doesn't fix it.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
You just
It was a pretty bad one, but it was worth it. It was good times.
you've got the hangover voice at the moment.
Oh no.
You know
What,
what I
like
mean?
a little stuffy or
Yeah, a little bit. Like,
okay.
Like I'm probably gonna have that tomorrow when we
Guilty
record
as
the
charged.
podcast. So
Say, Clifton, are you in Los Angeles?
Yes.
All right. So when an In-N-Out kit doesn't cure your hangover,
I'm not an In-N-Out fan. I know I just like offended everyone that's in Los Angeles. I just don't. First of all, their fries suck. Their fries are the worst fries in fast food.
even if you try to get them like double cooked.
Yeah,
and
no matter what you do, they suck. But the burgers are good. Don't get me wrong. I just don't get the hype. That's the thing. I'm not from California, so I had high expectations moving out here. No, it's not worth it for me.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Culver's burgers are probably some of the better ones if you
Yes.
have
Culver's,
Culver's
yeah,
around.
I've had that. Mhm.
And you know what you should do is when you get your Culver's burger, get a side of cheese curds and then just dump the cheese curds on top. It's like
Ooh.
perfect way to go.
I mean, yeah, cheese curds make everything better. So
It's all Wisconsin, but no. So I'm originally from Los Angeles.
Oh, nice.
So I know the In-N-Out, and it took me until I was this years old to figure out that there was actually a special menu. So
Oh yeah. Well, see, I did all my research before because again, I was super excited when I come to visit California. So I ordered exactly what I wanted, and I was like, man, this isn't worth the hype.
it's not. There's probably way better, but
I mean, honestly, if you're from like the South or parts of the South, there's a place called Cookout. It's like a fast food place. Their burgers are the best burgers ever. Like people who love In-N-Out need to try Cookout. I promise they're going to change their mind.
Cookout is just one of the best things to come out of the South.
Really,
Like,
I mean,
it
when the
goes-
new one opens up, people line up around the building. Like it's crazy.
Like it goes Bourbon, Dolly Parton, and Cookout. Like
I would probably put Dolly above Bourbon, but Dolly's just that awesome.
Brett said, "Love Culver's cheese curds. Not many places down here in Florida to get curds." Also, Scott Pigsley said, "You're still upright, Perry." I'm sitting down, man. Like I haven't been having to get up and move around in this space, but like I got a lot of whiskey bottles around me, so it's not probably could be real bad after I decide the stream's over.
Yeah,
But,
I'm actually surprised. We went to a park today and I didn't have signal, so I was watching you before signal cut out. I lost you. I was like, oh, he'll be done by the time, and we left like 2 hours later. Nope, Perry's still going. I was like, dang.
I mean, it was called an all-day.
I mean, that is true.
Sub-a-Thon,
You stuck to
so-
it. That's awesome. And you gained what? You're at almost 100 new subscribers, which is totally awesome.
I think I'm at 100 new subscribers.
Oh,
at
nice.
this point. Yeah, because like I'm taking this from like Thursday. I'm pretty sure I was at 544 on Thursday, and we're at 646 at the moment.
Awesome.
So I'm not upset about it. I of course probably shot way too high, hoping that I was going to get to 1,000 today. But that's
I was
just
rooting
kinda-
for you, but I was like, that's a big ask. But
it was a lofty goal. I'm not going to deny that, but it's okay. You know what, 100 in basically 24 to 48 hours is nuts. So hopefully this even just kind of pushes us up in the algorithm a little bit and get some people stopping in and subscribing and whatnot. But yeah, once again, and I've said this 1,000 times already, but thank you all so much who have subscribed today. Crazy, just crazy. I'm super, super thankful. And for everybody else too, who has shared it around and tried to get their communities to hop on over here and subscribe as well. Just very humbling.
And don't forget to smash that like button so that
Smash
you're
that friggin' like button.
smash
guy.
smash that subscribe or that bell icon so that
bell
you get
notification
notified.
let you know when we go live.
I've been watching too many YouTube videos lately.
Swan said, "Let me subscribe real quick."
Well, he unsubscribed earlier. He was part of that conspiracy.
Oh yeah, that's right, dude. What was up with that? Like, was it YouTube just purging bots?
Well,
Or
I don't know.
what?
I think first I thought it was just catching up, but you're right. It jumped up, and then I don't know. YouTube's weird.
It just made no sense. Like we
Yeah.
lost We lost like 5 subscribers
It was
within
all
like
at once
a
too. It was weird.
minute. Yeah, it was so strange. Anyway, doesn't matter. I
But it was
don't.
nice
I don't.
to see all the channels. Like I was getting notifications all day from like channels like saying like go check out Perry.
Yeah.
So really cool to see the community come together.
Yeah, it was really special, and I don't know if people are going to be watching this on the replay. I know this is now going to be by the end of it a 9-hour video.
If you make it through the replay, you better put like a secret code, like say something here for them to comment down below on the
Ooh,
replay
okay.
if they made it this far.
If you have watched all the way through this video up until now on the replay, in the comment section below, please. Oh, I almost said something real bad.
Please timestamp this conversation, and we'll send you something nice. I got a sticker with your name on it.
How about if somebody has watched through to this point in the replay, let me know, and I will send you I'll send you 3 samples from my collection. How's that sound?
Now, no cheating. Those of you watching right now, don't you come back.
Yeah, this is not for anybody. I'm a no, too.
He's keeping track of the names that are
no.
here.
Yeah, I've been writing everybody's name down in a description of their profile picture in my little notebook that has been off screen the entire time. But
So
yeah,
is it random samples, or do they get to? Are you just you're gonna do like random? You should. You know what you should do? You should blind someone. That would be so awesome.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Blind someone that you're gonna blind swan with during another, and then they could do like they could almost feel like they participated in it. So when they're listening to the podcast, like you don't listen to this podcast till you're ready to drink, and then I'm gonna blind you both.
All right, I think I made a mistake by offering samples.
Now everyone's like, "Wait, we've been here for 8 hours."
Yeah, I really screwed the pooch on that one. That was not a good offer to people at all.
To be fair, I didn't tell you to do that. I just told you to like throw in a secret word to put in the comment.
Okay, yeah. All right, so let's do a secret word. How about and try to spell this one, guy. Sarsaparilla.
If you spell it wrong, you don't get it. You're canceled.
Just drop a plain old nothing else sarsaparilla down in the comments, and I'll know that you here. You're one of the long haulers. But I was really Patrick. This is live. I was watching the replay. I'm really now. I feel like a complete and total douchebag for just saying, "Hey, if you're watching on the replay, you get something special that nobody else did." Just maybe now I'm actually going to lose a bunch of. I need a live check.
No,
they thought there was a prize all along. They're like,
no, you're basically every other cable TV station and wireless internet provider out there. Oh, you're a subscriber, great. Quit, and then when you come back, I'll give you something nice.
That's why you got to swap out with your like significant other, just or a roommate. Just like put it in each other's names each year.
I'm so sorry, guys. That just really.
You get a pass, right? 8 hours of being on this thing. You get a pass.
I freaking hope so, dude. Like my brain probably isn't going to even be working for the rest of the week. Like
I am so surprised you don't sound like maybe it's just you, but you don't sound drunk. Like if I were going 8 hours, I would.
I'm not.
Learn.
I'm legitimately not. Like I am. I'd say I'm probably tipsy, but I'm not drunk at all.
Yeah.
Like
you've been pacing yourself.
Yeah, and the extremely greasy food that I had too, like soaked up. It did a lot of legwork for me there.
Yeah, I'm hoping I had a really large Mexican breakfast this morning, so hopefully it holds me over for my stream.
Matt Porter, Perry's still going. Holy friggin' heck yeah!
That Matt Porter, something special, I tell you.
He is indeed.
I really enjoyed his 5 bourbons not to buy. I made it a point not to buy any of them.
Tammy, I'm here because you guys are the best, and thank you all so much again. I've had a lot of fun.
Maybe
I am drunk. I don't know. No, I have had a lot of fun today. This has been crazy fun. So, Buzz streaming is drunk streaming. Brett,
he's got a point.
Oh man. It's a good thing I'm not, that like drunk hungry that you get where you're like, the first thing that I think of that I could order online is going to be the best food ever. And I've got to get it right now. And nobody can tell me differently. I don't even feel that. Like, I'm so satisfied by the food I had earlier that like, I'm going to go to bed I'm gonna go to bed real happy.
Just don't go to bed before you end the stream, or else we can't stay on our end. Just
Or else
stay there for when I learn my whiskey she wines.
My whiskey she wines.
We should make sure to give that big shout out to the wifey for giving the opportunity to do this too.
Absolutely, yeah. Lucy heard when she. Adriana, I like how his mic randomly farts.
I know that's exactly what she's talking about. Your mic does a little like glitchy thing like every now and then. It's just random, but it's just like
yeah, that's all.
That's not his mic.
That greasy food he had earlier.
Yeah. Whatever. But yeah, I told Lucy that I wanted to take the day to kind of grow the channel, and she was like, "Okay, go for it." I was like, "Wait, really?" She was like, "Yeah, we'll go see family." I was like,
"Oh, that's awesome."
All right, thank you.
You know, I got to tell you, like, one of my favorite episodes, and this is not a knock on anyone else, but my favorite episodes when she was on with you, and so like, I've only ever seen a picture of her, right? Never heard her voice. Don't know anything about her. Don't know about her interactions, her mannerisms. So you always kind of just draw some preconceived notions, maybe based off looks, and she is hilarious. She's awesome. You guys make a great pair. I think.
Oh, thank you.
I think. I know it's not possible, obviously, with the baby, but at some point, if you two end up doing a live on your YouTube, I'm kind of wondering if that would draw in more people, right? Because that banter between the two of you, her knowledge about drinks and mixed drinks. Yeah. And I think just then bringing just another personality into it, I think would be pretty awesome. I think a lot of people would probably really gravitate towards that. That should be something you think about doing.
Would she do it? I think that she would probably be hesitant at first, but I think I could probably convince her to do that. Mike Meyer. I just subscribed on all my accounts. I am also Hoof Arted and Blanton's lawyer.
Perfect.
See, I can't get Justin to do anything like stream wise. Like people beg for him to come on. He won't even come to our hangouts. I'm like, he's just camera shy, I guess. But
dang, we're at 649 right now.
Oh, one away. Your goal. You're almost there.
Yeah, my second goal. Not an.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, but
Blanton's lawyer.
Lucy is. And I mean this sincerely. She is extremely wonderful and incredibly supportive of everything that I do as a side hustle. And I'm really, really thankful that I've lucked into somebody who gives me that opportunity to, not only work a full-time job, excuse me, but also basically work like a second full-time job on top of it. And I'm very, very blessed and very lucky. So
yeah, definitely got to give it up to our significant others who help us, allow us to do what we do. Because if it wasn't for their support all the way around, then I don't think we'd be where we are.
No,
I'll cheers her with a mimosa. Is she a mimosa drinker or?
She is. Yeah, okay. I'm a mimosa drinker too, man.
Yeah. Me too. Obviously.
We got to get her some barrel-aged gin.
We got some from H. Clark.
I need to send you some. There's a distillery who makes.
Mm-hmm.
I won't say who they are here, but they make horrible whiskey, but they make great barrel-aged gin.
Oh, okay, awesome.
So I gotta see if I can find some and send some your way.
Patrick said 650 equals bottle chug. Yeah, all right. Okay.
Oh. That you're gonna chug the rest of your Elijah Craig barrel proof or what?
No,
it's always a DP shrug. That's the best way to go.
That's scary. The rest of it.
Okay, I was lying.
I don't know if my heart would stop from my food earlier first, or if I would just.
Let's do a bottle chug. So it's a bottle chug, but it's not a bottle finish, right?
Yeah, sure.
No, it's a finish. It'll finish the whole thing.
Hey, we did it!
Nice.
650.
It was the chug. Someone said chug, and
they got excited.
Oh my God.
We did it.
So I don't have a bottle, but I have a sample bottle I can I can chug.
There you go.
I'll do some, if I can get the cap off, some Knob Creek Cast Strength 12 year.
Oh man.
So hey, thank you all so much. Oh my gosh, I know that this is exactly 350 less than what I hoped we were gonna get today, but like still, as a secondary goal, 650. I'm thrilled that we got here. So thank you guys so much. My mic farted in celebration.
I was. Well, cheers
Whatever.
to that.
Cheers to that. Oh, I just keep swapping between bottles. Here's the rosé.
Mm.
I drank the whole sample. That was actually pretty. It was good. It was good. It was Remus for Pure Reserve. I saw Tammy was drinking it earlier, so. Whew.
Oh man, Swan said you're welcome. Swan, did you do that?
He was waiting for the very last moment.
He has fiance go in and hit that like button.
He's been holding out for 3.5 years unsubscribing on the YouTube channel. Scott Pigsley, have I had the A121 Elijah Craig barrel proof? Yes, I have. It's quite good. I actually have some over here. Maybe I'll have to pour some. I don't know.
I just noticed
that chug made me tired.
I was like, I'm getting some orange.
It's perfect. It's perfect. I found out pretty quickly that like real high proof stuff I can't deal with. I got quite a few bottles. I was lucky to procure a couple of those Woodford. Who am I thinking of now? I can't believe it. What am I thinking of? Barrel Strength. They just came out with it.
Forster?
Oh, Forster. Thank you. My goodness.
Yes.
Clifton, you're a saint.
We killed half a bottle of one last night. It was that good. It was our favorite of the night.
Well, yeah, I got to procure some, and like I think that the flavors were really spot on. But then, like, maybe a quarter of an ounce, half an ounce, and I'm like, I can't do this anymore.
So first off, Swan, I don't entirely know what that means.
There's like a thing that shouldn't be a thing.
But also, Todd Cooper, with the celebratory snuffy chat, freaking $65, dude. Thank you so much. That's
cheers, Todd.
Incredible. Thank you, Todd. He just said congratulations.
Todd. So it's always Todd funny because when I say Todd Cooper, my wife yells out, Todd Cooper.
That's amazing. No, Todd, thank you so much, buddy. Todd's been a longtime ardent supporter of the channel, and couldn't have done it without you either there, bud. So thank you. I'm feeling good, man. I've got like good vibes all around. This is awesome.
So, yeah.
I like sometimes I end a stream feeling real flat and sad, because it's just like, I really wanted to do something special. And then it was like, maybe not. But this is great. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, this is real awesome. And I feel honored to be a part of this and to finally, get to say hi to Clifton and Justin and Bob and hang out with, the crew here. This is really, really nice. I'm glad that I got to be a part of this. And, you guys are all freaking rock stars in my book. So I can't wait for all of us to do Perry pours out on your deck overlooking your veranda or whatever it is that is. And it's gonna be a good time.
My land / not my land.
Hey man,
you have to tell people that, Perry.
Yeah, I mean,
but I don't know. I'd feel bad if people are like, "All right, let's see the farm." I'm like, "Yeah, I totally lied to you."
Yeah. I mean, let's go meet your horse. Oh shit.
Yeah, let me just call one over. Hey, what's that monkey over there? Horsey.
100 of us show up with tents. You have enough land, right? We can camp here.
We have this dip in our backyard that, I mean, like it's literally like it slopes down and then it curves right back up. So anybody who thinks that they could go out there and try to set up a tent and camp, good luck to you. I'd probably give you a bottle out of my collection for free just because you did that kind of nonsense. But
bottle chug that A121 and we'll see what happens.
Charles
I was like, if
Ashworth
they're
wants
that close
to.
to your house, they're just going to sneak into your collection. They're not going to take.
That's
They're not going to be happy
true.
with one bottle.
That's true. I'll have to leave the back door unlocked. Charles Ashworth, Perry, make it a 24-hour stream. I
You're
like
8 hours in.
8 hours out of 24. I've got to go for.
Well, for another 8 hours, half of us will be sleeping. So then it's really only 8 hours at this point.
This is just
But
for
the will celebrate with you.
Yeah, this is for the Japanese crowd. The next 16 hours.
Nice. Good luck with that. They drink bourbon, right?
Sure. Here's the problem, though. By like hour, out of 24, 17 or 18, I'd probably just be like, hey, who wants to see me flip a coin and try to see how many times I can get heads? Nope, tails again.
Not sure your Japanese fans would be too into that.
I don't know if anybody would be too into that.
Oh, that's crazy.
Emily
Hey,
Chambers said this is special. It is special. Thank you, Emily.
It is. So I'm going to get going. I'll let you and Clifton have some fun together before you got to jump over on his channel. I'll try to make it over there to say hi. But again, thank you for inviting me over. Thank you, everyone. For tips and bits, should we do this? Should we do a tips and bits?
I was actually, so Papa Ritter might hop back on here in a little bit, and he's going to do tips and bits as well. So go for it, Bill.
So for those of you who may or may not have seen this in the background, my wife is into arrow gardens. We have we have 47 of them.
Those are
Holy
cool.
crap.
But we don't have to worry about fruits or vegetables and salads. But so, yeah, kind of, it's actually really cool here in Wisconsin. Obviously we can't farm year round, so we can have some fresh herbs and stuff year round. So that works out really well.
Yeah, I got my mom one for Christmas one year. She loves it. She does the tomatoes on it, and I need to. We didn't have one for the longest time because we had a cat, and I was always scared he was going to eat it. But now that we don't have a cat anymore, we might get one. We'll see.
We have 2 cats, and they stay far, far away from this thing because water bottle.
Oh yeah.
Hey Bill,
my cat wasn't. He liked the water bottle. He had like some weird fetish thing with that. I don't know.
Bill, do you want to say hey to Papa Ritter real quick?
Yes, Grandpapa Ritter.
Papa Ritter.
Bill, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I will
There's
have
Clifton for the first time. I've not met you either.
Wow, this is like all the things.
It's a family reunion.
Well, kinda.
Bourbon family.
Bourbon family.
How is everybody?
Doing good.
Fantastic.
Good.
Well, I'm on my way out though, Grandpapa Ritter.
Bill, I hope we talk soon, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll make it a point to do that.
Good deal, buddy.
You guys have a good one. We'll see y'all on the other side.
All right,
Bill,
cheers.
thank you,
Take
man.
care.
It's great seeing you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Oh my goodness gracious! I don't know how I still have energy left, but I am. Woo.
How many hours, Perry? 8 hours? 20?
8 hours 25 minutes.
8:24.
Right at.
Yep.
Holy mackerel!
I'm tired, man.
You gonna make it a 9, or are you gonna wrap it
No,
up?
I'm going. I'm definitely going.
Okay,
to
going up
to 9.
Have Lucy and Eden gotten home yet?
No, not yet. They're about 20 minutes out.
Okay.
But yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
how many subscribers do we have right now?
650, which
Okay.
was my secondary goal.
Yeah.
After realizing that 1,000 was way out of reach.
It's kind of out of reach, yeah.
In today, but that's okay.
Yeah.
So,
Clifton, what are you drinking?
Who, him or me?
Clifton, you.
I'm drinking mimosa because I'm working off a hangover and I have to do my stream in 30 minutes. So I'm starting light.
Well, there's nothing worse than a freaking Saturday hangover.
I know.
just
And I
ruins
had
your
one.
entire weekend, man.
Did
you say you had one today?
high school.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Did you say you had a Saturday hangover today, Dad? Did I hear that?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said it so shyly. Yeah.
Well, you're on headphones.
I know. My voice
He
carries.
said it originally, but
Oh, goodness gracious.
Okay, Perry, okay.
you were one to judge. You're going to be feeling this tomorrow. That's all I can
No
You're
do.
not
shit,
kidding.
he is.
You are not kidding. Tammy had asked for baby cam early on. Maybe we get a peek at Eden if they get back before we wrap things up. Sure.
I'm hanging on until they get home.
Mike Myers said Papa Ritter looks like a young Stephen King. Well, kinda. I've been.
I hate that. You know. When I came home yesterday and Mom had Eden, and I was coming up the stairs, and unfortunately nobody knows our house layout like we do, but Mom was like, "Who's coming up the stairs?" And I was like, "Hey, Eden," and she was looking like all around for me, because so she recognized my voice.
Oh.
How about that? Yeah.
I haven't seen her since like 11 o'clock this morning. So,
is that the longest you've gone without seeing her?
She's changed so much.
It's pretty close, Clifton. I mean,
I was gonna say you've been home, so
yeah. I mean, like there have been days where it's been like 3 or 4 hours, maybe, or maybe pushing like 6. But yeah, I mean, this has been a lot of stuff has happened today.
It's all been good though.
Absolutely. Chris asked you, Dad, how are the picks? How is the picks pickup? What? How are the picks pickups going recently? Justin's house.
Meaning my guitar picks?
No.
Picks.
No. Barrel picks.
All right.
That's a lot of good. Simplify for us.
Not good. I asked Sarah to go to the breeze today, and she didn't get me anything.
All right, Dad. I am ready for you to get to chat to our next guest on the stream as well for the last 30 minutes here. Colin Cox of the Hop Ons podcast.
Colin, what's up, brother?
How are you?
I'm good, my friend. And yourself?
Not too bad. It's nice to finally meet you.
It is nice to meet you too. After I've heard you many times, and you and I need to talk very privately about Twin Peaks.
Do we? Okay. So why? Well, I'm sure I would enjoy that, but can you give me the elevator pitch? Why?
I
hope I didn't disappoint you or frustrate you or anything.
No. But what I want you to do is, for me, watch The Return again. Okay, I can do that. What do you think? Is there something I missed or overlooked? Okay. Yeah. Can you tell me what you think it might be?
Go ahead and talk. We're talking around this so much. Just get it out.
Well, Clifton, are you a Twin Peaks watcher?
I am not, so I don't care either way.
All right, you don't care either way. You should be. You should start from the beginning.
I should. Yeah.
I don't even know where to start, but Judy.
Well, there's a lot there. Yeah.
Judy is huge.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Not just from the final episode, but Judy wraps around everything that happened.
Okay. That's. I mean.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, no. I think when I talk to people about it, it's this idea that Judy could be everything or Judy could be nothing, and thinking of Judy as nothing more than just this motivation that Cooper concocted to drive his actions. I mean, I think I almost like that more, simply because it offers a more satisfying critique of Cooper, I mean, I think if Judy is a real thing in the world, then it almost justifies Cooper's actions. And my take on Cooper has always been the show's a critique of Cooper and not an endorsement of him. And so I think the only reason why I was reluctant to even imagine that Judy's real is because I read the show as a critique of Cooper, if that makes sense.
It makes complete sense. Okay. It makes complete sense. When I missed some of the Fire Walk With Me podcast. So did you watch the Missing Links?
we have not watched the missing pieces, and we didn't get a
You
chance to
have
because
to.
that's everything I've heard is we need to, because we were not able to get our hands on it before we transitioned to something else, so they remain missing for us as well, I guess. So
there is a very major David Bowie piece inside that missing pieces.
I've heard about
need
it.
to see.
Yeah. I think it's the bit where he pops up and he's like, I'm not talking about Judah now, and then like he like disappears
Right,
or something, right?
And he zips in and out, and
Yeah.
that's like a key part. But Judy is a major part of season 3.
Okay. I'll definitely watch it again and keep that in mind. This is tangentially related. Have you watched WandaVision at all? Because
No, I don't have Disney Plus.
So it feels a lot like Twin Peaks in one very interesting way, which is I think I talked about how in Twin Peaks it's not a situation where there's this horrifying entity that comes from the outside and haunts the domestic. It emerges out of a domestic space.
Sure.
And that's basically what WandaVision argues as well. It's fascinating. I think it simplifies things a lot, but there are some similarities between WandaVision and Twin Peaks that I think you might find satisfying.
Okay. I look forward to watching it. I just haven't. I don't have Disney Plus, and I will. It's
almost worth it for a month just to watch it.
Is that your next podcast?
We'll be with Community for a while, so I don't know. Hey, can I ask you about the Mets real quick? So
absolutely.
I have the impression that they will not be Metsing this year because the Wilpons, I don't want to talk like
they won't be.
I mean, if you're not someone who likes baseball, the Mets for the longest time were owned by the Wilpons, who are known, I think among most people as they lost a ton of money because of Bernie Madoff. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think they will contend this year. I think next year is going to be the year.
Yeah, I mean they're going to be really good this year, though.
Yeah. But I think next year is going to be the year. They've made some great movements this year, but I think next year's going to be it.
I mean, Francisco Lindor is an extremely exciting baseball player. Who wouldn't want that guy?
But but the pitching staff is amazing.
Yeah, if they can stay healthy. I mean,
if they can stay healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carrasco's a lot of fun. He's a guy everyone who's and Perry, I'm sorry, this has just become like a Twin Peaks baseball podcast, but
Colin, when can you and I talk like 1-on-1?
So Perry,
I know,
sitting here like I have no idea what's going on.
I mean, I like baseball and I like Twin
I don't even like
Peaks,
baseball, so like I don't know. I'm
sorry.
Sorry, Colin.
The last thing I'll say quickly is everyone who is super excited about that trade with the Cleveland Indians, they really only talked about Lindor, but the Mets also got Carlos Carrasco, who's an extremely good pitcher. That's extremely exciting. I mean, for Nichols, it's bananas.
It is. So we'll see. I still think next year's going to be the year.
Okay.
So, but I don't care. We're close to baseball again.
Yeah, but also, I mean, there's no shame in being a Mets fan now, so that must be a good feeling.
Can you see behind me?
I see look at that. So you have like Mets. Is that like wallpaper or lining?
It's a banner.
A banner. Got it.
It's really cheesy. Yeah.
That's super exciting. I mean, it's a good time to be a Mets fan, though. People are excited. So yeah. So Perry, can I ask you, how's everything gone today?
Well, we just missed the mark of 1,000 subs by getting to 650. So
you did.
we
You did.
We were just a bit outside, but no, honestly. So the thing we've been saying kind of all day is that around Thursday we started at 5:44, and so we've basically hit 100 extra subscribers since then.
That's awesome.
So
that's really exciting, right?
And yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I mean, that's probably going to benefit us in the long run in terms of the YouTube algorithm, because they're gonna see that we've had a hopefully it's going to benefit us. I mean, tomorrow, when we get 0 new subscribers, it could just tank us again. But the point is that more people hopefully will now see that we're out there, and things will kind of catch on. But I'm
it's really exciting.
Yeah, I'm gonna mark this one as a win. Honestly,
it's because you didn't do the 24-hour stream. If you did, you would have hit 1,000. Sure thing.
and
I'm sorry.
And Clifton, he would have been divorced too.
That too.
I'd have been like learning how to like play the tuba on a live stream while also applying WD-40 to I don't know my garage door. I don't know what the heck, man. And
a
also
Twitter friend of mine just told me that WD-40 takes crayon marks off of walls.
Good advice.
Tips and bits. Tips and bits, baby.
That's gonna come to his mind like 4 or 5 years from now. Like that's
not even that long, Clifton. No.
You could just get you a magic eraser, though.
Yeah, but
do you know the magic erasers?
Jeez Louise.
They're just so versatile. I'm sorry, Clifton. I just jumped on here and monopolized everything. I love your background, by the way. It's spectacular.
I had my green screen set up for my stream, so I was like, I got to put something up. So
it's spectacular. It's very exciting.
Well, thank you. How excited you are about it.
So it's exciting. It looks like. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Clifton's gonna start. He runs Bourbon Bites, which is another YouTube channel here, and he's going to be doing his live stream in about 20 minutes. So I might have just burned everybody out on watching YouTube by streaming for basically an entire day of work here.
Is he trying to get to 1,000 subscribers as well, or not?
He has 75,000.
I'm the night shift.
Okay.
So I'm not doing that. I'm actually
the cleanup crew.
So I'm doing Kentucky Owl Rye batches 1, 2, and 3. I'm also going to be playing a video game called Owl Boy. Thought those two went together really well. So if y'all are interested,
nice pairing.
Here, I can ask Clifton about this then. Hey, Clifton, do you have thoughts about Long Branch? I just keep asking everyone about.
I don't have strong feelings. I've tried it. I don't like it. I'm not going to buy it. I don't hate it.
Wow, I don't know why. I think I'm in the minority here because I really like Perry and I spent the better part of an hour talking about this earlier today. I just keep like forcing Long Branch into conversations.
It's my least exciting wild turkey product. That's all I'll say about that. So
I remember I went back and revisited it, and I liked it kind of a little bit better.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I think I don't know. I mean, Perry, again, I don't know, Perry. I don't know. I just really like it.
Also, to be fair, I haven't had the 81 proof wild turkey to compare, so I probably would like it a bit more than that one. But
yeah, I'm drinking here. You guys can. I'm drinking this right now. Do you have any thoughts about this?
Yeah, I think Old Forester signature is quite good.
Yeah.
I'm not an Old Forester fan.
I have none.
Yeah.
Although
it's pretty good.
That is the barrel proof Old Forester single barrel picks. Those are fantastic.
Okay, so I just saw someone said something about a Texas whiskey.
It's Tammy, yeah.
Tammy, I had this. I don't know if you have any thoughts about this.
I've never seen that in my life.
What is it?
It's 1876. It's a Texas. It says it's a Texas bourbon whiskey. It has a smell. I want to send this to Perry because I bought it without really thinking about it. and I think it's bad, but I'm
Have you
not
had other
sure.
Texas whiskeys? Because Texas whiskey's
I
kind
have
of
not.
okay. That might be the Texas whiskey funk you're getting on that because it's
The
a thing.
Texas whiskey funk.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
because it tastes better than it smells. So
yeah, Texas whiskey has a really unique, like, I don't want to say like, it's not like it's a smokiness, but it's not like a peaty smokiness to me. It's like
no,
I don't
it's
even
not,
know how to describe it. Harry, how would you describe like Texas whiskey? That note that it gives you.
It's a product of it. Which kind of describe it as is being over oaked, but the fact that it's
over
in but the fact that it's in Texas means that it's receiving more heat, and so the barrel is interacting more with the whiskey itself. So the funk, I think, is more described as like a tannin quality. Quality.
It's like over oaked, but a young whiskey, which doesn't sound like it makes sense, but that's what Texas does to it.
Yeah. That's what Texas does too.
Fascinating. I mean, because it definitely tastes better than it smells. I remember. Yeah. I mean, I remember, and here's a funny thing too, and maybe you could help explain this. I opened the bottle, and I just left it open for a couple of hours, and it actually started to smell better once it just interacted with the room. I don't know if that's if that's customary or not.
So that's the thing.
Yeah,
that's a thing. Okay.
What's the general rule? People say, I don't actually follow this myself, but it's like based on the number of years it's aged, so you're supposed to leave it open for like, so like if a 12-year-old whiskey, you're supposed to leave it open for 12 minutes to like open it up. I don't know. Again, it's all theory. Nothing's been proven, but I think
I have never heard that.
See, I've heard that. I don't do it, so I don't know if it's like, proper, but I have heard people say that.
I don't see an age statement on this. Now it is really light. It's only 85 proof, so it's not.
Does it say
it's
straight?
not for those? Here's what it says, Perry. 1876. Texas. Texas straight bourbon whiskey.
Okay,
so is that modifier significant then?
Yes, it is. So straight indicates that it's at least 2 years old. If you're not seeing an age statement on it, that legally means that, and some distilleries don't follow it just because they like to ignore it, but legally that would mean that it's got to be over 4 years. So if it's straight and has an age, okay, hold on. If it's straight but doesn't have an age statement, you can assume that it's over 4 years.
We're not going anywhere.
But under 4 years, it has to have an age statement on it.
Under 4 years, it must have an age statement.
Yes.
Really? Yeah, I think you because all of my questions, I'm sorry, this probably seems extremely elementary to a lot of your listeners, but I think you told me once that like you could just like shoot something through a barrel and like technically call it, I don't know if you said bourbon or whiskey, because it doesn't need to be in the, you just shoot it straight through a barrel. It's like you got your bourbon. Yeah,
PBR whiskey. I don't know if you've seen that. PBR released a whiskey and it literally says aged 5 seconds in oak. Like
nice.
It's extremely cheap. It's like a $16 bottle, but I think it's just kind of a gimmicky thing. But they legally can call it is it bourbon, Perry? Could they call it a bourbon?
No, I don't think that they call it bourbon. I think they are just actually calling it whiskey.
Okay.
But I don't think that it's gone through any other like flavoring or filtration processes. I don't see why they would, considering it's basically just white dog. But it could legally be called bourbon as long as it's made in the United States. But Todd Cooper said on the website it says a mix of 3, 4, and 5-year-old barrels
for the 1876. Oh wow. Okay. And Clifton, can I 1876?
It must.
I mean,
have been.
I remember. I mean,
well,
1877 is the year Reconstruction ended, so it's not that. But Clifton, can I ask you a clarifying question? When you said PBR, do you mean the brewery that was featured in the Clint Eastwood film Gran Torino?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm talking about like Pabst
Blue Ribbon.
Yeah,
That's PBR. Okay,
Okay.
yeah, like he was like Clint Eastwood. It's a film that he both directed, wrote, and starred in, where he was just drinking PBR and growling most of the time. So okay, that's
Yes,
that's
it
good.
Which
is
is what you do when you drink PBR.
yeah. It's
Or if your name is
very-
Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
it's a niche market. I think I don't know who their target audience is for PBR whiskey. I think it's more of like let's see what we can do.
Let's
But
see what we can do. I mean, we were talking about that earlier with Long Branch, like these novelty products, you know, because that bourbon's associated with Matthew McConaughey. So
yeah,
yeah.
Colin, did you ever hear the episode that Perry and I did about kind of novelty but kind of celebrity bourbons that were out?
I don't think I did. I think I listened to an episode you were on, I think, where you and Perry got in a bit of trouble with this brew, with this distillery, because you either threw shade,
They were assholes.
or
Sorry.
okay, or you like claimed that there were flavor notes that they don't I don't know, endorse
We
for
were
their products.
We were apparently drunken yahoos, is what they were saying.
Drunken yahoos. Yeah. Okay.
I missed this. I don't
So
know
I
this
think-
story. I need to find that episode.
Yeah, it was within like the first 100 episodes.
Yeah. Yeah, but
we gave it a bad review, and
Right.
they review bombed us on the Apple Podcast app, and they drug us on
Right.
social media. But that's
so in the past. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter. Like
Yeah.
last year, Perry asked me to come on the show and do sponsored bourbons, and and you know, with like Metallica doing theirs, and Willie Nelson had a really bad one. but
Willie Nelson
there's
had a bourbon.
Yeah.
What was
I
that
bought
one?
it. I bought it
Whiskey
because
River.
Whiskey River, and I bought it because it had a guitar pick.
Ah, gotcha.
Okay.
most expensive
And
guitar pick you've ever bought.
It's so
I was about to
bad.
say,
I still
that's
have
an
some.
expensive-
Yeah. But McConaughey and the others that have sponsored spirits itself, I still think that Black in the Metallica is just okay.
Yeah,
But man,
I like it. It's again, it's not great, but I also like it.
No, I love Metallica, but
Yeah.
I expected a little bit more, but it's nice to go back to.
Mhm.
So are the proofs on these, and I've just been describing them as like novelty bourbons. Are the proofs like Long Branch something in the like mid 80s, maybe high 90s at the? I mean, are these like lower proof bourbons? Because I don't know, when Perry and I were talking about it earlier, we were talking about like accessibility. You wouldn't do like a 125 proof because probably a lot of people aren't, that just like
It's the first model they've ever bought because they
exactly.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. Okay.
I love Brett Panada. Slipknot number 9 is not good. It's a blend of bourbon and rye. Did I mention it's not good?
Thanks, Brett. I was
Slipknot
wondering
has a
about that
bourbon?
because I did review that and wondering how good it was or asked out loud. And it's lots of those bands like release that stuff that they can take to their shows when there are shows and charge their fans like unbelievable amounts of money just for a shot.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I'm thinking
I'll buy it.
and they'll buy it and they'll want the bottle or the can.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many of you, I don't know if you like 30 Rock at all, but there's a whole episode where one of the main characters, Jack Donaghy, he actually has a wine line called Donaghy Estates, and apparently it's just awful, but he's doing a lot of this like celebrity tie-in stuff, and like there's a joke at one point when someone's drinking it, it says, "Is that a piece of corn?" So it's like that's I think that's often what I think about. Yeah, it's like, is that a piece of corn? That's often what I think about when I think about these novelty bourbons. And again, like, I don't mean to, Perry. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that in the future, if people talk about this at all, it's like that. This was the Long Branch stream, because that's all I've been talking about today. Is like, it's just a lot better than I thought it would be, and I'm just like, I'm befuddled by it. I think that's
people
part of
love
it as
it.
well. It's like,
it sells out every time I see it. It sells out really quickly because, again, I think people know the name Matthew McConaughey and they buy it up. So a lot of people do like it. It's not like you're the only one that likes it.
Okay.
Hey, Perry.
It's like
Perry,
me,
real fast.
It's me, McConaughey.
Mute me. I got to take Ellie out.
Well, we're going to be done in about 5 minutes here.
I have to hop off.
Yeah, because Clifton's going to start his stream by 9.
Well, Ellie can hold it then.
Well, let's go ahead and do this and wrap things up. First of all, thank you all so much, sincerely, whether or not you came here organically or by the graces of other people, sharing the channel and letting them know what was happening today. I appreciate you guys so much. I know that we didn't quite get to 1,000. We just missed it by a little bit, but that's okay. Again, just so thankful for you guys. Thank you for all the snuffy chats today, all the likes, all the views. Regardless, this is going to be incredibly helpful for us in the future. So that's it. Go follow everybody on social media that's here, at Bourbon Bites, at Hop On's Pod, at JD Ritter 2 or Ritter 5. I don't know what you are, Dad. And I'm at my Bourbon Pod, at P Ritter 1492 as well. And the show itself is patreon.com/my Bourbon Podcast for all of our Patreon content. Please go check that out. It's 8 hours and 53 freaking minutes. I don't know how, it's just been a long day. All right. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. I'm going to go take a nap, which is also known as sleeping. Yeah. All right.
Cheers, guys.
All right.
Bye, y'all.
Love y'all.
Bye.
Love you guys. Thank you.
Night.